The Palace Lord of Bliss Palace was killed, and the place was falling apart, turning into ruins. The Palace Lord of Bliss Palace was killed, and the place was falling apart, turning into ruins. What was happening right before them made them shudder deep down. What the hell is going on here? They wondered. Baizi seemed to have pissed off people he shouldn't have. There were only a handful of people who stood out like the Palace Lord of Bliss Palace in Chenya City. No one would have expected that he was killed right there by someone who no one knew about. The woman who just killed him looked very young. From the looks of it, she seemed to be in her early 20s. However, her sword was no doubt earth-shattering. It seemed as if half of the swordsmen in Chenya City had been alerted as soon as she brandished her sword. The saints of the Bliss Palace looked at what transpired speechlessly. They were rather angry, but the anger was directed at Baizi. How is that piece of *T capable of getting on the wrong side of a walking disaster like that? They thought. There was no doubt that it was the end of Bliss Palace. The place was razed. The silver-haired young man had also declared that he had no intention of killing anyone else, but Bliss Palace was not permitted to exist anymore. Futian looked at it all with an uncaring expression. Ever since the Battle of the Empty Realm, Yaya had been at work restoring her former powers. She had once been a holiness of nirvana. Even though she still was unable to reach the pinnacle of her powers, she nonetheless was still capable of bringing combat capacity exceeding that of her current plane to bear. Furthermore, she was versed in sword matrix, to begin with. From the looks of the battle, the only ones that Yaya would not have been able to do anything about were people at the holiness of nirvana level. Any lower than that, she practically was capable of moping the floor with them. As for the death of the Palace Lord, Futian was hardly affected. Despite some being of extremely high plane of training, they were all the same to him. There was no doubt that Baizi was evil. He had women served as cauldrons to facilitate his training and required young, pretty women to kneel beneath him whenever he went out. From how he had been going about his business, if it had not been for having reservations about Futian's powers, it was highly possible that he would have made a move against Xia Qingyuan. He had no care for the lives of others when he did so. The Palace Lord was Baizi's teacher, and he had made Baizi the young Palace Lord. That spoke volumes of the Palace Lord's character, and it was definitely due to him that Baizi dared to throw his weight around wherever he went. Futian kept his eyes on Baizi. Baizi returned his gaze at that moment. He still felt the whole thing to be ridiculous even then. The prestige of an unblemished saint was not something that the title would have been able to fully cover, yet one such saint was killed right there and then all the same. Since you think you could play with the lives of others as you fancy, then I assume that you wouldn't think that it would be unreasonable that I now am coming for your life. Futian stepped out, and sword will continued to course about him. Baizi looked at Futian's eyes. He thought the way he conducted his affairs would have been considered unbridled and without restraint. Yet, there Futian was. He was another lunatic who went to raise the Bliss Palace and killed an unblemished saint all for a little girl. Just how crazy was he? Boom. Extremely forceful saintly power burst from him as he made his last stand. Sword will howled as Futian pointed ahead. Boundless swords of space materialized in shapes of leaves, charging straight for Baizi. High-pitched screeches of clashes were heard, and Baizi's defense was quickly broken through. The swords punched right through his body, which trembled frantically. A flash of the sword came and went in an instant at his brow. Baizi was standing completely still at the next moment. The sparkle in his eyes was wholly extinguished as he fell to the ground below. Both Palace Lords of Bliss Palace perished. The place that was known as Bliss Palace was completely razed in the great battle fought between Yaya and the Palace Lord prior. Sword will around Futian dispelled, and he returned to Xia Qingyuan and the others. He then said, "Let's go." The group turned around and left soon after, leaving behind ruins. Bliss Palace, which stood tall in Chenya City as a top-notch force, was razed in mere moments, reduced to the pages of history books. The cultivators of Bliss Palace did not even know what had happened. They flashed and began rummaging around the ruins. Many were baffled to find that the people of Bliss Palace began fighting a terrifying civil war among themselves shortly after. The infighting was caused by fighting over the training resources left over in the wake of the palace lord's death. They splintered into several factions in the infighting that ensued shortly after. Several saints perished, and many found what was happening to be utterly ridiculous. What happened on that very day was utterly ridiculous. Some began to look into what happened and who that silver-haired young man was, as well as how Bai came to be at odds with him. There was finally news saying that it could all be traced back to a meet-up at a restaurant in Chenya City. It was all caused by Zed's steed almost stomping a little girl to death. That incident led to the razing of Bliss Palace, which stirred quite a commotion in Chenya City. The palace lord, who was an unblemished saint, died in battle. The people of Chenya City were even more speechless after finding out the reason. Some people hate evil that much out there. However, all of that seemed to have reminded them to watch what they were doing from then on out. Bai probably never even expected in his dreams that his downfall would have been caused by him ignoring the fate of a little girl. That silver-haired young man from foreign realms was one hell of a brutal character. A figure flashed and arrived from far away. It was a woman, Sichu Yang, who parted ways with Futian not all that long ago. She came right away after sending the little girl to her clan. Her eyes froze as she looked at the ruins that had once been Bliss Palace. Her hair billowed in the air, looking messy, just like she felt deep down at the moment. He raised the Bliss Palace? Is he nuts or something? She wondered. The news spread all over Chenya City, and the city lord's office naturally caught wind of the news. Shunjun stood within the city lord's office and listened to the reports of those who came, with a rather grim expression. The palace lord of the Bliss Palace is dead. Shunjun doubted his ears at the moment. Indeed. The one who came to report nodded. He was killed by that young woman at that party. She was adept at using sword matrices and had extremely powerful offensive capacities. Half of Chenya City was able to sense the power of the sword emanating from her sword matrix. Yaya came to mind right there and then. He had been unable to sense anything about that young woman when he met her. He never expected her to have been so powerful, so much so he had to re-evaluate the powers of Futian's party. Bai died at Futian's hands, I assume. What are his powers like? Shunjun asked. Swords as well, the one who came to report answered. Shunjun nodded. He seemed to have gotten a vague idea about things. If his speculations proved correct, those people were probably from top-notch forces adept at the way of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm, and Futian was probably the son or personal student of a master of a holy land of the sword. Bai being a young palace lord, was incredibly powerful on his own. He would not have caught the palace lord's attention in the first place otherwise. The fact that Futian was able to kill him made something clear. If Yaya and Futian had both been able to bring such formidable combat prowess to bear, then the others were not bad either. It was no wonder why Futian would have refused right on the spot when he invited Futian into the city lord's office. If he were to be from a top-notch force in his native realm, then it was only natural that Futian's seniors might have been holiness of nirvana level. Keep a close eye on them for the moment. Don't let them leave Chenya City, Shunjun said. Understood. The one who came to report nodded. After Futian killed Bai they found an inn in Chenya City to stay at. Due to having raised Bliss Palace, they attracted attention everywhere they went in Chenya City. People were talking about them everywhere. The inn where they stayed in was quickly packed. The place was filled with people talking about them. The compound of the inn was huge, making it seem like a private palace instead. The group stuck together just about all the time. Xia Qingyuan then asked Futian, "We're not leaving Chenya City, then? Why would we want to leave?" Futian asked in return. "Don't you think something is off?" Xia Qingyuan looked at Futian and asked again. Futian then looked at Xia Qingyuan in the eyes and asked, "You think so? Shunjun invited us to Chenya City and received us at a restaurant. Why would he bother inviting Bai Xia Qingyuan then commented, "I think he is up to something." Futian nodded. His eyes looked rather cold. Shunjun was the young palace lord of Chenya City, and it was apparent that he and Bai knew each other. There was no way he would not have known what Bai was like as a person. Bai Zi liked young, pretty women, and there were top-notch beauties like Xia Qingyuan, the glass saint, and Phoenix with him. If Shen Jun had been sincere in receiving them, he should have avoided letting them meet Bai Zi. However, Shen Jun did not do so. Or rather, he acted on his own and invited Bai Zi. A young palace lord who was already a saint himself, having nothing to hide by doing all of that. That meant that even if the little girl was not there might have been a scuffle breaking out over other reasons. Bai Zi had already asked Xia Qingyuan and the glass saint if they would have liked to drink with him at the restaurant. All that made Yi Futian doubt Shen Jun, thinking the young palace lord to be up to no good. Shen Jun might have wanted to test what we were capable of by using Bai Zi. But I don't think he would have expected things to get this out of hand, Shu Qiu said lazily, and many nodded in agreement. What would he be up to? Jiyu Dongliu asked in a low voice. What is he testing us out for? He wondered. What is Shen Jun's deal for inviting us all to Chenya City in the first place? Be it due to goodwill or ulterior motive, they were at least able to tell from how things went, that Shen Jun was not to be trusted. That is the key. Yi Futian then said, that is why I don't want to leave the place even more. I want to see what Shen Jun is trying to pull. Xia Qingyuan took one look at Yi Futian, thinking that he was not afraid of stirring up trouble. She, on the other hand, was reserved enough not to get herself into such boring troubles. However, since Yi Futian wanted to know so badly, she just let him be. If my speculations are correct, Shen Jun might have his men staying here in the inn. I'm afraid he'd come looking for trouble with us soon enough, Yi Futian continued. If Shen Jun had ulterior motives, then it stood to reason that he would not have let them leave Chenya City easily. That meant that he would show up sooner or later. Just as Yi Futian speculated, Shen Jun brought his men to the inn they were staying in not long after that. One figure after another arrived, and the people in the entire inn looked up at the sky. Shen Jun was seen there and stepped into the compound Yi Futian, and the others were at. Young city lord, Yi Futian called as he saw Shen Jun coming. You've just got here. And yet, you've already raised one of the top-notch forces in Chenya City. You are making my job difficult, Shen Jun looked at Yi Futian and said. As the city lord, it was technically within the jurisdiction of, or even a requirement for, the city lord's office to interfere. With a top-notch force within the city, the Bliss Palace raised, the city lord's office naturally looked into it. Yi Futian listened to Shen Jun's words and replied, I'm sure you saw how Bai Zi paid no heed to the lives of others, young city lord. I was unable to take it, so I went to kill him. The palace lord of Bliss Palace allowed his students to use women as cauldrons for training, and I think there are many in Chenya City who resent them for it. Are you telling me none of that bothers you one bit? Yi Futian listened to Shen Jun's words and replied, I'm sure you saw how Bai Zi paid no heed to the lives of others, young city lord. I was unable to take it, so I went to kill him. The palace lord of Bliss Palace allowed his students to use women as cauldrons for training, and I think there are many in Chenya City who resent them for it. Are you telling me none of that bothers you one bit? Shen Jun lowered his head and looked at the silver-haired young man below. The mood in the inn felt rather tense. However, moments later, Shen Jun laughed and waved his arm a bit, bringing his people down to the compound. Shen Jun walked up to Yi Futian and said with a smile, there have been people in the past who complained about Bliss Palace to the city lord's office. But, they were still one of the top-notch forces in Chenya City. What is past, and there is no need to delve into it further. But then again, you have caused Chenya City to lose one top-notch power, and I suppose you'd have ways to make up for it. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled with a peculiar expression in them. Shen Jun indeed knew how to go about his business. When he first showed up, it seemed as if he was there to interrogate them, yet he quickly turned his stance around, as if he deliberately let the matter slide altogether. It was as if he was making Yi Futian owe him a favor. How would you like us to compensate, young city lord? Yi Futian asked. Shen Jun grinned and said, Bai Zi was the young palace lord of the Bliss Palace, and he was indeed mighty, but he ended up dying by your sword, brother Yi. Even someone as powerful as the palace lord himself had, too, perished by the hands of those of yours. I'm getting quite interested in your way of the sword, and I have brought several from the city lord's office. The lot usually has their eyes on top powers, and they are all swordsmen as well. It's quite a coincidence that your party practices the same type of arts. Would you care to spar with them for a bit? Yi Futian felt rather peculiar about the proposition. He thought Shen Jun would have made his objective clear. He never expected just to spar. That did not seem to be a big deal. Or rather, Shen Jun may have had other objectives. All right, how would you like to go about it, young city lord? Yi Futian asked. You two, come over here, Shen Jun turned around and said. Two people walked up to them. Well, here is the lot I mentioned. They are both at the pinnacle of Sage Plain and mere steps away from breaking into Saint Plain. It's great that you have people from this plane in your group. Let them have a go at it, and see what kind of guidance you can give as they fight, Shen Jun elaborated casually. Will do. Yi Futian nodded. He wanted to see what Shen Jun was up to. Yi Futian turned around to look at Yi Wuchen and Shu Qiu. Both of them were swordsmen, and they were at the pinnacle of Sage Plain, especially Yi Wuchen, whose training had progressed by leaps and bounds ever since the swordmaster lent a sword to him. He was, too, one step away from sainthood. Shu Qiu, on the other hand, was somewhat lower in terms of plane level. He was not as blessed when it came to the availability of resources. Yi Wuchen had first acquired Sword Will of Renhuang and had the swordmaster lend a sword to him. Both occurrences were extremely rare for swordsmen. The swordmaster had borrowed a sword to Yi Wuchen, which allowed him to participate at the unblemished saint-level fight. He was able to experience firsthand in the Battle of Empty Realm how powerful sword arts at saint level was. Yi Wuchen and Shu Qiu stepped forward. Shen Jun, Yi Futian, and the others made way. Yi Wuchen and Shu Qiu stood against the two swordsmen from the city lord's office at the center of the crowd. One of those two was of more advanced age, who had grown a silver beard and looked sage-like. He wore a sword on his back. The other one was somewhat younger, and his eyes were pointed, lacking the reservation shown by the older swordsman. Yi Futian looked at the two of them. If the fight was truly meant for him to give guidance to his juniors, there would not have been one whose age was more advanced. They were both explicitly selected for the fight. After you, both of them said to Yi Wuchen and Shu Qiu. Please. Yi Wuchen and Shu Qiu returned the gesture. Sword Will filled their vicinity, and high-pitched ringing was heard. Boom. A raging sword will burst all of a sudden. The younger swordsman from the city lord's office burned like the sun and was basking in fire. His sword felt to be as scorching as the sun as beams of terrifying fire shot forth. Multiple sword wills were launched at Yi Wuchen and Shu Qiu. Yi Wuchen flashed and drew his sword. The younger swordsman felt like there were multiple illusions of Yi Wuchen flashing before his eyes at extremely high speeds. Every single illusion launched flashes of the sword at him, making it difficult for his eyes to track them. Sword aura burst in midair. The sword wills of fire were extinguished in a frenzy, and Yi Wuchen looked as if he never moved from where he stood, standing quietly where he was. Voom. The older swordsman made his move right there and then. The space they occupied turned scorching hot in an instant. It was as if the sun itself had descended, burning their surroundings. The older swordsman zipped about in flames like a grey mirage. Sword Will flowed about the place in a frenzy, and yet, it looked as if he had yet to make a move. The younger swordsman stepped out, and his raging sword shot out again at both Yi Wuchen and Shu Qiu. One of them at the forefront while the other behind the scenes. Both Yi Wuchen and Shu Qiu made their moves at the same time. Shu Qiu's body turned into mirages and melded within the darkness, flashing around the younger swordsman. Yi Wuchen turned into illusions as well, chasing after the older swordsman. The speed at which both of them moved was difficult to track with the naked eye. Everyone around them was unable to see both of them at work. What they saw was the shadows of their blades moving about as if the blades have clashed without making a sound. At that moment, stifling pressure of the sword loomed. All four of them burst at the same time. Shu Qiu and the younger swordsman of the city lord's office clashed. His killing sword brought forth a boundless grey aura of the sword in the dark, while his opponent turned into a furnace of sorts, lashing out with the sword of the sun. His blade seemed to be able to melt everything, tearing the grey aura apart. It continued until an extremely hot and huge sword clashed with another killing sword of equal size. Terrifying heat waves shot all over the place. Explosions were heard, and Shukyu's body was thrown backward. Holes were burned here and there on his clothes. His sleeves were torn, exposing the hand holding the blade. On the other side, Yi Wuchen and the older swordsman clashed without making a sound, yet the confrontation between the two of them looked even more intense. It was as if there were two beams of light flickering about. At the very next moment, both stood with their backs against each other. Terrifying storms of the sword whipped about around them as if they were out to tear the space apart. The sword on the older swordsman's hand broke inch by inch. He grunted, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. Both confrontations ended with one win and one loss for both sides. However, that raging younger swordsman did not seem to have any intentions of stopping. He stepped out again and launched his sword well high, cleaving straight at Shukyu. Shukyu frowned and retreated in a hurry, yet that overbearing sword continued to pursue him. He waved his hand before him, and grey killing swords swept out, yet they were quickly pierced and burned. The raging sword came down from above and sent him reeling. Seems like the young city lord has overestimated you. You people are SOSO. Anyone else? The younger swordsman pointed his sword forward. Boom. The ground shook as soon as he said that. A tall, stout figure was seen walking out. That young man's eyes flashed as he looked forward. A raging figure stepped out right away at the very next moment. The ground continued to shake, and he felt tremendous pressure. He extended both hands and a terrifying fiery huge sword appeared, emanating intense flames in his surroundings as he raised both hands and brought the sword down. Boom! With another rumble, that figure actually charged at the sword that was coming down. Intense power was felt like that tower-like body of his. He then threw his arm forward, launching a punch that sent the heat waves reeling. The huge sword crumbled right there and then, reduced to nothing bit by bit. That younger swordsman's expression changed all of a sudden. His opponent's fist reflected clearly in his pupils. At that very next moment, the fist landed squarely on his chest, and crisp cracking sounds were heard. He felt his bones breaking and was sent flying limply. Blood spilled from his mouth after a grunt when he landed. His chest felt a burning pain. Shunjun lowered his head to look at the young man before turning his eyes at the stout figure. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Both swordsmen were specifically selected for the show, and they were anything but weak. One of them lost to Yi Wuchen's blade while the other was brought down with just a single punch. Splendid. Shunjun praised. Is this your fellow student as well, Brother Yi? I'm surprised that he isn't a swordsman. Yu Sheng, step down, Yi Futian said. That towering figure glanced forward and retreated to where he was before. Yi Futian took a look at Shunjun. That younger swordsman had probably been inciting them when he won. However, that young man probably had never expected Yu Sheng to be so forceful. That one punch would have had him recuperating for a long time. There are some where I study in who are not swordsmen, Yi Futian smiled and said. If Shunjun was up to something, then it was only natural for him to keep from telling the truth all the time. Shunjun nodded and said, judging by the power of those two friends of yours, I'd say that they are top-notch figures even when compared with those in the cities of Crimson Dragon Realm. I take it they are here to make breakthroughs into Saint Plain? You could say so, Yi Futian nodded and said. I have a suggestion. Is it not your intention to go to Crimson Dragon City? I'll be heading there myself in several days. There will be a party there at that time. If it's fine with you, how about we head there and have some fun? Furthermore, Yu Sheng and the rest could meet the top-notch figures from Crimson Dragon Realm at their level and do a bit of sparring. Would you be interested? Yi Futian looked at Shunjun and wondered if that was what he was after. Yu Sheng's level? Yi Futian asked. There would be saints as well, but only a handful. If you're interested, you'll get your chance so long as you're willing to stay behind at Crimson Dragon Realm. Furthermore, the event is not a common one, which is held only once a month. It's a great chance for one to test their abilities out. The way requires registration, Shunjun smiled and elaborated. A chance that is hard to come by, Yi Futian quipped with a low voice. Indeed. Shunjun nodded and continued, Every city has its quotas. If Yu Sheng and the rest are interested, I'm happy to register for them. But then again, no need to force yourselves if you're not interested. You could just be there to watch the event then. Yu Sheng, Wuchen, what do you think? Yi Futian turned around and asked. You call the shots, Yu Sheng answered. None of the others said anything else. Yi Futian smiled and asked Shenjun, would there be any danger? Judging from what was displayed just moments ago, how dangerous do you think the sparring at their level could be, Brother Yi? Shenjun smiled and said casually. Well, then. Yu Sheng, Wuchen, Shu Qiu, Joga, go and see what guys are made of, Yi Futian nodded and said. Shenjun smiled and took out a crystal sphere and said, put a piece of your spiritual powers here. That will be all. What is this for? Yi Futian asked. The event is held at Crimson Dragon City, and the one at the very top is the Crimson Dragon Renhuang, so it's a pretty official event, requiring the contestants to confirm their participation. Saying I'm in alone won't suffice. Shenjun said, relax, Brother Yi. There won't be a problem so long as you make it to the event in time. All right, then. Yi Futian nodded and looked at Xie Qingyuan at his side. Xie Qingyuan had just told him something mere moments ago. Shenjun left as soon as she was done with all of that. Yi Futian sported a pondering face after he left. Shenjun left as soon as she was done with all of that. Yi Futian sported a pondering face after he left. He never expected that Shenjun's objective never involved him personally. Shenjun was after Yu Sheng, Wuchen, and the others around him instead. That was to say that when Shenjun already had such thoughts when they first met outside, so he invited all of them to Chenya City and had Bai Ziyi to test them out. However, the commotion the group of outsiders caused exceeded his expectations, as they went out to raise Bliss Palace right away. As such, Shenjun took the chance to test the capabilities of Yu Sheng and the others, using sparring as an excuse. The event, he thought. He turned to Xie Qingyuan and asked, is martial arts really that popular in Crimson Dragon Realm? This place is the main realm of the region, after all. Some imperial realms near the Crimson Dragon Realm would have even expanded their forces here. Furthermore, many mighty ones from foreign realms are here, too, and the Crimson Dragon Emperor himself favors martial arts. As such, martial arts are more popular here than they are back in Emperor Xia's realm. Xie Qingyuan replied, there are places like the Jotian Temple here as well. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. Seems like I'll need to take a good look at this place, then. Yu Sheng, Wuchen, Huang Joga, and the others were all at the pinnacle of Sage Plain. They deemed such an opportunity to be something not to be missed, so they agreed to Shenjun's proposal. But then again, that did not mean that Shenjun did not set them up. Shenjun's description was vastly different from the truth, after all. Sparring at their level? Do you really think that will be all? Some thought. People in the inn watched Yi Futian's party since they had appeared. Many called them idiots behind their backs when they found out what happened. That's outsiders for you, indeed. They might be extremely powerful, but they know too little about trickery and schemes, those people thought. There is no way the young city lord would go easy on this bunch. However, it was apparent that no one would have reminded Yi Futian of anything, as it would have turned out to be a slight against Shenjun, after all. However, it was actually too late to caution Yi Futian's party of anything. With their spiritual powers linked to the crystal sphere, it enabled them to sense Yu Sheng's whereabouts within a short period of time. If they were to not show up to the event, they would have suffered punishment in one form or another. Furthermore, it would not have been punishment from Chenya City, but from the Crimson Dragon Army. Those were the rules laid down by the Crimson Dragon Emperor, after all, and no one would have dared to disobey them. Saints notwithstanding, as the king of the main realm of Crimson Dragon Realm, the Crimson Dragon Emperor was known to be the #1 mighty one in Crimson Emperor Realm, so not even a Renhuang of another realm would have dared to get on his bad side. There was someone who came to the inn to look for Yi Futian and his people. It was none other than Sichu Yang. She did not come alone, she had the little girl that she took tagging along. Yi Futian smiled. The little girl had new clothes, looking clean and elegant, even resembling the daughters of well-to-do families. Her parents must have doted on her very much when they were alive. Thank you, Yi Futian smiled and said to Sichu Yang. Sichu Yang looked at Yi Futian with a puzzled look in her eyes. This fellow raised the Bliss Palace for the kid, killing the Palace Lord and by Zi for her sake. And yet, he is now so easily set up by Shenjun. What is the deal with him indeed? Sichu Yang thought. Uncle. The little girl flashed a brimming smile as she walked to Yi Futian's side. Her head reached Yi Futian's waist. Yi Futian extended his arms and picked her up, smiling and saying, "How are you doing? Miss Sichu has taken me as her student. Thank you for saving my life." The little girl lowered her head and said to Yi Futian. It was apparent that she had begun to learn the ways of the world. She knew that Yi Futian did more than just save her life, he had changed her fate and given her a future. "Little Ran, you should thank your teacher instead," Yi Futian smiled and said. He looked at Sichu Yang with a smile, showing goodwill, and nodded as a gesture of gratitude. Sichu Yang was a daughter of the Sichu clan and the youngest woman saint of her clan. As such, her status was supreme. With little Ran becoming her student, her status would have naturally been far higher than that of a servant girl. "You're half the reason why I took her as my student," Sichu Yang quipped honestly. If it had not been for what Yi Futian pulled, there was no way she would have picked a little girl out of nowhere to be her student. What he did had apparently triggered something within her. "I have heard that you agreed with the young city lord in letting them participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon." Sichu Yang then said to Yi Futian, "Do you know what the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon actually is?" Yi Futian looked at Sichu Yang with a puzzled look. It seemed that she had used little Ran as an excuse to meet him. Sichu Yang was there to warn him. "I have heard things," Yi Futian nodded and answered. Sichu Yang was puzzled by what he said, seeing how Yi Futian remained calm and collected even after hearing her mentioning the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. She was wondering if he had truly understood, or that he was only putting up a front. Did Shenjun tell them about the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon? "You are from foreign realms. Are you sure you know about the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon here at Crimson Dragon Realm?" Sichu Yang's expression turned somewhat solemn as she continued, "Crimson Dragon Realm is a place where mighty ones from all realms gather, and the Crimson Dragon Realm itself is a huge place, to begin with. Other than Crimson Dragon City, which the Crimson Dragon Emperor resides in, other Renhuangs are carving out their own territories here. It is unknown how many mighty ones have gathered in the mightiest main city of the realm, the Crimson Dragon City. Given the background, there would be some extremely terrifying people participating in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. You might be very confident in their powers, but you need to know, nonetheless, what it means to fight in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon." Sichu Yang's voice sounded rather solemn. Her clan had been training in Chenya City for generations, and there was no doubt that they knew the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon very well. They knew how terrifying the battles would have been, and even someone who were from top-notch forces, like her, would not have participated without thinking things through. There were a great many cities like Chenya City to be found in Crimson Dragon Realm. There were many top-notch forces to be found in the realm, and legendary figures were in abundance. As such, even someone of her caliber was hardly considered much of a genius in the realm. There were too many who were more extraordinary than she was. She speculated that Yi Futian and his people would have been legendary people back in Emperor Xia's realm, and as such, were extremely confident in their own powers. The fact that they were able to raise Bliss Palace served as a testament of their powers, but they might have underestimated just how powerful mighty ones in Crimson Dragon Realm were. "I know." Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Sichu Yang looked at him feeling speechless, wondering if she had wasted her breath. She was unable to come up with words for some time, looking at him and not knowing what to say. "Are you sure?" Sichu Yang asked again. "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded still. "I shall take my leave." Sichu Yang took little Ran and left. She had no intention of saying more. Yi Futian had brought his people to raise Bliss Palace and kill the Palace Lord. That meant that he probably had a good idea of what he was doing. She had done her part to warn him. If Yi Futian were to continue to underestimate the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon of the Crimson Realm, then the problem was his to deal with. He was a saint and things had been laid out to that extent. There was little need to say more. "Goodbye, uncle." Little Ran took her to the air. She then turned around to wave goodbye to Yi Futian. Yi Futian waved at her as well, saying with a smile, "Thank you, heroine." Sichu Yang's arms twitched and her movements in the air stuttered for a bit. All of that lasted for a brief moment. She and Little Ran turned into mirages and were out of sight soon after. A group of people came above the inn several days later. Many mighty ones from the city lord's office came together with Shenjun. The entourage was a grand one. Other than the people of the city lord's office, there were many members of top-notch forces arriving as well, together with Shenjun. Yi Futian saw Mo Chen, who Shenjun had invited to the restaurant back then, among the crowd. It was a given that Sichu Yang was there as well, but she was with her clansmen, and Little Ran was not around. While the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was something held as frequently as once a month, it was nonetheless a great event of the martial arts in the Crimson Dragon realm. At the same time, it was also a gathering of many members of top-notch forces in the Crimson Dragon realm, although not all of them would participate in the event. "Let's go, Brother Yi," Shenjun called while looking Yi Futian in the inn. "All right." Yi Futian nodded and the group took to the air, meeting up with the group led by Shenjun. "You'd be getting to Crimson Dragon City soon enough, Brother Yi, and you'd witness the grand event held once a month at the Crimson Dragon City," Shenjun said to Yi Futian after taking one good look at him. He had no idea if Yi Futian had learned what the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was by then. Of course, it did not matter if they knew or not, everything was already set in stone. Shenjun did not bother with any of that. Even though Yi Futian might have learned of the deception, there was nothing they could have done about it. He speculated that Yi Futian and his party came from a top-notch holy land of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm. However, a powerful dragon cannot crush a snake in its old haunt, after all. While there were many cities like Chenye City to be found in the Crimson Dragon realm, being to reign over one city was a testament of status in itself. "I'm sorry to trouble you, young city lord," Yi Futian replied plainly. Many around Shenjun went about gauging Yi Futian's party, especially Yi Futian and Yaya. The ones who caught their attention the most after that were Xia Qingyuan and the Glass Saint. Yi Futian's party had become legends in Chenye City for having raised Bliss Palace and yet still been received by the young palace lord. They did not know if they should have been impressed or dismissive of those newcomers. Sichu Yang took one look at Yi Futian's party and said nothing. She kept to the crowd among her clansmen. "Nothing worth mentioning." "Let's go," Shenjun said, and the crowd took flight, crossing the border and heading straight for Crimson Dragon City. The Crimson Dragon City was the #1 city in Crimson Dragon Realm. Some claimed that the Crimson Dragon City was the largest city to be found in the Crimson Dragon region. One could have only imagined how majestic and grand the place was. Countless powerful cultivators from all realms came to trade in that city, acquiring top-notch methods and arts, or treasures in some other forms. Yi Futian had only one feeling when he stepped into the Crimson Dragon City. The place was a majestic, regal one. Every single building had a history behind it. They felt as though they were historical annals in themselves, being passed through the generations. Even if realm wars were to break out in the Crimson Dragon region, Crimson Dragon Realm would have hardly been affected. That place was the main realm, after all. That was, unless a super war broke out between main realms in the same region. The city that was lauded to be the #1 city in the Crimson Dragon region was extremely vast. Yi Futian and the rest of the group stayed in the air for quite a long time before they found their destination of the trip. A towering castle was first seen, which was ring-shaped and surrounded an area at the center. There were countless mighty ones in the area. That place was the extremely renowned spot, the Rising Dragon Platform. One castle after another formed a ring, and in the middle of the ring of castles, there was a huge cylindrical screen of light. One castle after another formed a ring, and in the middle of the ring of castles, there was a huge cylindrical screen of light. "Brother Yi, tell Yu Sheng to follow him. There is a special entrance for them," Shenjun said to Yi Futian. A saint stepped out to lead the way. Yi Futian nodded. Yu Sheng and the rest of the participants followed the guide and headed for the lower parts of the castles. Shenjun brought Yi Futian and the ones who remained to the top of the ring of castles. Guards were verifying their identities. Shenjun said to Yi Futian, "Those who were brought by the city lords are allowed to watch the show from the very top." Yi Futian nodded, and everyone headed for the top of the castle and walked until they reached the edge. He took a look at the buildings before him, which consisted of huge castles connected in a ring pattern, and there was a huge space at the center. A layer of a formless pillar of light shrouded the entire place. It was completely transparent and did not hinder the view in any way. However, cultivators were all able to easily feel the barrier's presence. Every floor of the castles had corridors at the edges, enabling spectators to see the inside of the screen of light. There was where the rising dragon platform was located. Yi Futian scanned the area and found that the corridors of the tall, majestic castles became swamped by crowds. Some of them were seen looking at the ones at the top of the castles, who were of the highest status. They did not even need to spend anything to watch the battles. The ones in the castles, however, were all required to pay for their tickets with sacred spirit stones before being able to make it into the internal space of the castles to watch the battles. There were quite a lot of people who looked up at Yi Futian's group. They, too, were all standing at the top of the castle, the ones from the city lords' offices of other cities in Crimson Dragon Realm. "There are people from Chenya City who dare to go onto the Rising Dragon platform?" A voice was heard not far away, and the one who spoke was a saint who was of the same age group as Shenjun. He, like Shenjun, was someone from the city lord office of another city. Shenjun took a look at the other party and said, "The ones from Chenya City this time will be able to rise." "That's so?" The other party smirked and said, "Isn't that something to look forward to, indeed?" More and more people arrived, and the numbers began to get so staggering that the place was boisterous. A group of people appeared at the top of the castle across from where Yi Futian was. They walked to the stands at the edge of their castle. Those people felt extremely extraordinary. A man and a woman took the lead, with the man looking extraordinarily handsome and dashing, while the woman's appearance seemed to be near perfection. Her body was of golden proportions, and that gorgeous face of hers had a demonic grace to it, making her look incredibly alluring. They took their seats, and many who looked in their direction mumbled to themselves. "Are the siblings here to watch the battles? Are they here to see who will be their future opponents?" They wondered. The two of them then turned their eyes below the cylinder of the Rising Dragon platform. The bronze gates leading from the castles to the cylinder remained shut, and the ones who participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon had yet to appear. Everyone wondered if there would be any top-notch fighters appearing. "Your Highness, why does the princess need to come all the way here? Even if there are actually extraordinary ones among the fighters, how would they possibly be able to be of a match to the princess and you, Your Highness? I'm afraid there won't even be anyone capable of even getting to our level," someone at the side quipped. His eyes were incredibly sharp, and his body seemed to be basking in golden light. "Jialo Feng, bear in mind that this is the Crimson Dragon realm and not the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Mighty ones are abundant here, and there are mighty ones from other imperial realms here as well. We can't afford to let our guard down," the woman with incredible beauty said. Her eyes, however, remained cold and aloof. The very reason they participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was to break through their limits and see if they could make it to Saint Plain. They treated the fight as an ordeal. It went without saying that since she was already there, she would give her all to be awarded by the Crimson Dragon Emperor. "Yo!" A familiar voice was heard from far away. "Master, over there." That voice had Kong Xian lift up her head and turn in the direction where the voice came from. When she finally made clear of the silhouette of the one who had talked, her eyes froze. An icy aura emanated from her at that very next moment. However, both parties were separated by that formless cylinder of light. While it did nothing to hinder vision, it nonetheless blocked the aura. "That filthy animal," she thought. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. She then spotted Yi Futian, who was at the Black-Winged Condor's side, right away. "Is he here at Crimson Dragon Realm? And his bearing? Wait, no," she thought. Voom. Extremely dazzling golden light burst from Jialo Feng's body as killing intent burst, drawing attention from many around them. "What is with the beast from Peacock City?" Yi Futian thought. Yi Futian. Jialo Feng roared, its killing intent laid bare for all to see. The insult that it suffered during the Battle of Empty Realm all those years ago could have never be forgotten. It was an insult like none other. Jialo Feng had actually been enthralled by Yi Futian and was made to turn against its own kind, causing the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm to be a laughingstock in that year's Battle of the Empty Realm. Kong. The black-winged condor was about to open its mouth when Yi Futian slapped the bird, telling it to shut up. They were connected with a telepathic link, and he knew what that thing was trying to say. The bird was trying to say the same, classic line that it had been harping all those years ago in the Empty Realm. Kong Xian, come and serve my master. The bird had once said. Is the bird getting addicted to yelling that back in the Empty Realm? Look at where we are now, you stupid thing, Yi Futian thought. They were currently at the Crimson Dragon realm. The fact that the Kong siblings were around meant that mighty ones surrounded them. If the bird were to harp that classic line, Kong Xian would have stopped at nothing until she killed the bird. Does this asterisk shoal think that we're still back in the battlefield in the Empty Realm? He had only allowed the bird to pull that back then to have the plans for the battle set up by inciting Kong Xian. There was currently no longer any need to get on the bad side of the princess of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. The black-winged condor shot a dejected look at Yi Futian, wondering why his master allowed it to do all that back then, yet, not at the moment. Kong Xian shuddered at the very first word that the black-winged condor blurted, which almost made her leap out of her seat. That animal's voice had traumatized her back in the Empty Realm. The bird needs to work on its manners, and I've already given it a lesson. I've apologized for what happened during the Battle of Empty Realm, and I hope that you no longer hold any grudges over what happened. Yi Futian nodded to Kong Xian as a gesture of apology, looking dashing as he did so. Kong Xian managed to calm herself down due to how he behaved. She glared at her with cold eyes and said nothing in return. She naturally noticed Xia Qingyuan as well. In the eyes of Kong Xian and her people, however, Yi Futian and the bird had proven to attract more attention than she did. Jialo Feng, who was at her side, still had thick killing intent oozing out of its eyes. Yi Futian smiled and nodded after seeing that Kong Xian did not bother to reply, before turning his eyes away. Shen Jun, who was at his side, shot a surprised look at Yi Futian and asked, You are acquainted with Princess Kong Xian, brother Yi? Emperor Xia's realm is right beside the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. We have fought in the Battle of Empty Realm. Despite both of us being participants of that battle, we were on opposing sides, which is why they hold a grudge, Yi Futian replied, and Shen Jun nodded. He did at least know that Emperor Xia's realm was neighbors with the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. It was no surprise why Yi Futian apologized right there and then. It seemed that he had gotten on Kong Xian's bad side back then. With both parties currently at Crimson Dragon realm, he was naturally wary that Kong Xian sought revenge. Kong Xian was able to rise on the Rising Dragon platform in last month's Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. No one else had been able to shine more brilliantly than she did. I do hope Yu Sheng and the others would be able to do the same this time, Shen Jun said, and there was a peculiar look in his eyes. If Yi Futian was on Kong Xian's bad side before, then we will probably have to say our condolences to Yu Sheng and the others, Shen Jun thought. You have offended Kong Xian before? Sichu Yang asked Yi Futian telepathically. Indeed, Yi Futian replied. Several demonic beasts participated in last month's battle. The Kong siblings burst with their 9-colored light of the peacock, and they were almost invincible. They were tremendously powerful, Sichu Yang reminded him. I fought her myself, Yi Futian replied. Kong Xian was indeed extremely powerful back in the Battle of Empty Realm. She was the daughter of the Demon Peacock Emperor, after all. Kong Xian was probably at the pinnacle among the sages in the pinnacle stage. She was simply a step away from becoming a saint, so she was probably there to try to make a breakthrough into Saint Plane. However, if she were to end up fighting Yu Sheng. Sichu Yang did not say anything more, hoping that luck would be with Yu Sheng and the others. She hoped that there were not any fighters who were too powerful in that Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. They might have ended up dead in the battle otherwise. Shen Jun did not have any good intentions in baiting Yu Sheng and the rest to participate in the battle. He was doing all of that for himself. If there were anyone among Yu Sheng's party who managed to rise, they would have participated as members of Qianye City. As such, the award from Crimson Dragon Emperor would have fallen into Qianye City's hands. As for the price of losing, Shen Jun probably paid no heed to that. Deafening sounds were heard at that moment, and the countless crowds in the castles were in an uproar. Low rumble of dragons seemed to be heard, and dazzling matrices on the ground seemed to have lit up. Matrix diagrams were activated, and at the very next moment, a huge, imposing figure was seen on the diagram. That huge figure had a fiery crimson color all over it. It was a crimson dragon and a demon saint. The dragon rose to the top, and with a deafening roar, the heavens shook, and it shot up to the top, circling in the air. The rising dragon platform. A human voice was heard from the crimson dragon, howling at the ones below, and the bronze gates were opened. Blinding light burst, and from with the gates in different corners, came cultivators who had participated in the battle of the sleeping dragon, emerging one after another. The tension in the group of castles hit a critical point within a mere instant. Deafening cheers were heard everywhere, seeming out to rupture people's eardrums. Yi Futian turned his eyes and saw Yu Sheng's group walking to the rising dragon platform. There was only a single battle within the battle of the sleeping dragon, one where all mighty ones were to fight a brutal battle at the same time. The castles around the rising dragon platform were in an uproar. The castles around the rising dragon platform were in an uproar. The countless people in the ring of castles all looked at the ones below. The castles served as places to watch the battle of the sleeping dragon, and the huge cylindrical area had been blocked off by a screen of light from the matrices, which served to isolate attacks, as well as preventing participants from running away from battle. The battlefield was completely sealed off. There was only one opening, which was at the very top, where the Crimson Dragon kept watch. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was a battle where all of its participants were caged within the vicinity of the Rising Dragon platform. Only a handful of the most extraordinary was able to make it out from the opening where the Crimson Dragon kept watch. That was known as the Rise of the Dragon, where the caged or sleeping dragon emerged. If a participant lacked in powers displayed within the battlefield, one could only keep fighting at the platform. If one were to rise and escape, that demon saint-level Crimson Dragon would have then acted to slap anyone who dared to make that attempt. There had even been cases in the history of the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, where only one was eventually left standing. The last survivor attempted to leave and was still clapped down by the demon saint above. What that meant was no one had been deemed fit enough to rise. Other than that, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was one where life and death were totally up to the participants. It was very common to see deaths on that battlefield. The participants were, after all, trapped in one place to battle. If there were anyone out to claim someone's life, there would have been no escape, and the target could have only ended up killing or be killed. As such, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon had always been known for its extreme brutality. After years where it had been held, only top-notch warriors dared to participate in the battles. One would have easily ended up as cannon fodder and stood no chance of making it out alive. It was a good thing that the mighty ones from Crimson Dragon Realm were powerful enough. Mighty ones from all realms gathered at Crimson Dragon Realm, and powerful people kept showing up to test themselves out. Top-notch geniuses from all realms wanted to test themselves in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was a symbol of Crimson Dragon City, as a testament to the popularity of martial arts in Crimson Dragon Realm. One who sought perfection in the arts they practiced would have cornered themselves, battling top-notch figures from all realms. Anyone capable of accomplishing the rise of the dragon would have been awarded. They were even given the right to be a part of the Crimson Dragon army that served directly under the Crimson Dragon Emperor, becoming a part of the strongest army in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Under such a background, the top-notch forces from the cities surrounding the Crimson Dragon City hardly ever let their younger generations participate in the battle unless said younger generation members were extreme geniuses who were tremendously confident in their powers. While Shen Jun was the young city lord of Qianye City, it was equally difficult for him to get fighters to participate in the battle. Even less so when it came to finding ones capable of rising from the battle. That was why he deliberately got near Yi Futian's party when he first met them, and it was why he wanted to test them out later. He went so far as to dupe Futian into letting Yu Sheng and the others participate in the battle. A figure descended from the opening above the rising dragon platform at the moment, shrouded in holy light as he scanned the vast area surrounded by castles. He briefly announced the rules of the battle. Young City Lord, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon sure sounds very dangerous, Yi Futian said to Shenjun, who was by his side. That was not what Shenjun told him before. Don't you believe in their capabilities, brother Yi? Shenjun smiled and asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded after seeing the smile in Shenjun's eyes. He then turned his eyes back at the rising dragon platform and did not say more. The two whom Shenjun had selected to fight with Yu Sheng and the others did not participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, so it was easy to tell how tricky Shenjun was. He had already been scheming against them right from the first time he met them. If they were of insufficient strength, they would have been in danger after their scuffle with Bai Ziyi back then. Shenjun would have had other plans for them if that were to happen, such as taking them in as his subordinates. Yi Futian did not know that even at that very moment, Shenjun still had such thoughts playing out in his head. It did not matter if they were to die in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. However, if any of them were able to rise, they would have gotten on someone's bad side one way or another. All of them still would not have been able to escape from his plans eventually. That saint who was basking in dazzling light on the back of that crimson dragon took out a list and opened it. He then declared the names of the participants one by one. That list had actually been announced to the public prior to the battle, and many knew who the participants were. However, everyone remained attentive in listening. Every name read went along with a beam of light shining on a participant below, drawing the attention of the spectators. The noisy environment had surprisingly turned completely silent. Everyone was listening and watching. Pang Xiao of Crimson Cloud City. A beam of light shone on one of the participants when the name was read. He was wearing golden, lavish clothing, which was emblazoned with fiery images. He looked steady and stood like a mountain. Pang Xiao of Crimson Cloud City finally participated in the battle. The spectators were on the lookout for notable top-notch figures from every city before every Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was held, speculating who was going to participate in the battle. Crimson Cloud City was more than just a city in Crimson Dragon Realm. It was also one that was established and managed by a renhuang from someone from an imperial realm in the Crimson Dragon region near the Crimson Dragon Realm. It served as said realm's territory in Crimson Dragon Realm. Such situations were not all that rare, and there were many places like that in Crimson Dragon Realm. The surname Pang of Crimson Cloud City was the surname of a renhuang. Pang Xiao was of renhuang blood and a direct descendant of a renhuang. Despite Pang Xiao's extraordinary background, there was a possibility of someone like him showing up in every battle of the Sleeping Dragon. As such, his appearance was hardly surprising. That was how prosperous and powerful the primary realm of a region was. It also showed how intense the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was. In the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon held last month, the Kong siblings from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had brought several powerful demonic beasts and almost reigned supreme in that battle. Who would be the ones to do so this time? Pang Xiao was the most renowned participant of the month. The saint continued to announce the names, and when he called Yang Tong of Flaming Prison City, the crowd gasped yet again, looking at the stout figure who was dressed in red. Yang Tong was the son of the city lord of Flaming Prison City, and he was now participating in the battle. It was said that he possessed invincible combat capacity in his current plane. There was hardly anyone below the Saint plane in Flaming Prison City capable of withstanding his attacks. Other than that, there was yet another extremely powerful figure participating in the month's battle of the Sleeping Dragon, Zhuoshu of the Black Flame clan. He was a descendant of the Black Flame Emperor, which made him yet another of royal blood. It was a testament to his terrifying power. Pang Xiao of Crimson Cloud City, Yang Tong of Flaming Prison City, and Zhuoshu of Black Flame Clan were the three most highly anticipated participants on the list. Many claimed if the three of them were not to end up fighting each other in the Battle of Sleeping Dragon, all three of them would have been able to rise. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Huang Zhouge, Shu Qiu, and Qin Zhuang of Qianye City. The names were read, and a beam shot down on them. The ones who participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon that time were the 5 of them. Jiyu Dongliu felt that what he lacked was not something to be found in actual battles, so he did not participate. As for the others, their powers were lacking, and there was no need for them to participate. In truth, other than Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen was the only one who was notably stronger among the remaining 4. Huang Jiuge, Shu Qiu, and Qin Zhuang stood little chance of actually standing out in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Qin Zhuang was considered extremely powerful in the 9 states, but they were in Crimson Dragon realm. Knowing the background and identities of the participants would have given anyone a good idea of how difficult and terrifying the battle was. There are 5 from Chenya City. Many from other cities looked puzzled, finding the occurrence to be odd. They looked at the 5 led by Yu Sheng and had no idea which force of Chenya City they belonged to. They were wondering if those 5 had death wishes. Some knew Shen Jun personally and looked at him, feeling puzzled. Did Shen Jun dupe them into participating in the battle? Only Kong Xian took Yu Sheng and the other 4 seriously. There was no doubt that Yi Futian had been the brightest star in the Battle of Empty Realm back then, but Yu Sheng and the rest were still able to ambush Emperor Li's city and took the imperial flag, after all, which was a testament to their immense power. With Yi Futian daring to let Yu Sheng and the others participate in the battle, she was, unlike many others, thinking that there was a high possibility of Yu Sheng's party being able to stand out and to rise from the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The saint who had been reading the names closed the list when he was done and said, "You may place your bets on the dragons now." One figure after another stepped into the castles as soon as he finished. What he meant by placing bets on the dragons was to bet who would be able to achieve the rise of the dragon. The rules were simple. The list had been read, and one was allowed to place a bet on the participants one thought the most possible of making the rise. The odds were 1 to 1. The rules were easy, as the likes of Pang Xiao and Yang Tong had an extremely high possibility of success in making the rise. In truth, however, with so many mighty ones participating in the battles, unforeseen circumstances were also very common. Judging from the statistics in every battle, the biggest winner had always been the banker. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon and the Rising Dragon platform were both properties of the Crimson Dragon Emperor. While he did not lack such resources, he nonetheless needed support from such properties to maintain the greatest army in Crimson Dragon realm. The Emperor couldn't spend all his money. As such, those properties were managed by those serving the Emperor. Furthermore, absolute fairness was practice. The Emperor was of such status that he couldn't tell the dragon to get in the way of those who had earned the right to rise. No one would have dared rub dirt on the Emperor's face in public, after all. Place the bets on Yu Sheng of Chenya City. Kong Xian ordered the ones behind her and handed the person a storage ring. It was apparent that she wanted to join in the fun. She turned her eyes to look at Yi Futian, who was sitting across her. While she hated Yi Futian for letting her lose in such an insulting manner in the Battle of the Empty Realm, she nonetheless had complete faith in his capabilities. Such was her respect for the one who had bested her. Place a bet on Yu Sheng. Shen Jun, who was at Yi Futian's side, said as well. Judging from the results of the test at that inn in Chenya City, he was confident that Yu Sheng would be capable of rising. Yi Futian took a look at Shen Jun and asked, "How large of a bet can you place?" "They take bets in any amount under imperial level," Shen Jun answered. However, few would have placed crazy bets. Any accident would have resulted in dire consequences, after all. There were all manner of tricks that could have been played in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Anything could have happened, and no one would have had absolute certainty of anything. "Could I borrow some?" Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan as he asked. Xia Qingyuan glared at him and handed him a storage ring. Yi Futian smiled and said with a low voice, "Damn pity I'm poor. I would have bankrupted them otherwise." There was no way he would have missed out on such an opportunity, so he bet everything he had on Yu Sheng. Shen Jun looked at Yi Futian with a puzzled expression. He had placed his bet on Yu Sheng, so he naturally knew that Yu Sheng was powerful. Shen Jun looked at Yi Futian with a puzzled expression. He had placed his bet on Yu Sheng, so he naturally knew that Yu Sheng was powerful. However, while it was entirely normal for Yi Futian to want to place his bet on Yu Sheng, He went so far as to borrow money from the woman at his side. But then again, Shenjun simply chuckled and paid no further attention to any of it. If Yi Futian wanted to have fun, it was none of his business. Don't get too carried away. It's difficult to rise from the platform, after all. Sichu Yang heard what Yi Futian said and reminded him of the stakes. Go and bet on Yu Sheng. Place, however much you can, Yi Futian replied to Sichu Yang. Sichu Yang looked at him in a somewhat exasperated manner before saying telepathically, all right, I'll chip in and bet on Yu Sheng. Again, don't get carried away. She then headed to the place to place bets in the castle after that. However, her expression remained cold after she returned, not saying another word to Yi Futian. No wonder he went to tear Bliss Palace apart. This guy is nuts. He went and bet everything he got, she thought. She shuddered when the sacred spirit stones and treasures that he bet with came to mind. Those things were not something that a doctrine saint would have been able to fork over. In truth, not even unblemished saints would have been able to spend that much on a bet, as those were not things they could have afforded to lose. He sure is a daredevil. And an insane one, she thought. You have bet too little. Put more in. How about telling your clan to chip in as well? Yi Futian said, trying to persuade Sichu Yang, who was at his side. Sichu Yang's face remained cold, and she did not bother with him. She was thinking that she had been concerned about him for nothing and that she had been wasting her time. This is a rare chance, you know, Yi Futian said again. Sichu Yang glared at him hard, and then walked away, pretending as if she did not know him. Yi Futian shrugged and felt it to be a pity, thinking she had been missing out on a chance of a lifetime. As a top-notch clan in Chenya City, the Sichu clan must have been wealthy. Yi Futian was thinking how splendid it would have been if they were just to bet everything they had, their lives included. It was a pity that Sichu Yang stopped paying him any attention. Why won't she trust me on this? He thought. Everyone returned to their seats, and the eyes of the spectators changed when they looked at the Rising Dragon platform at that time. Those who placed their bets were unsurprisingly in a different mood. They all had their eyes fixed on the ones whom they placed their bets on, having expectations for their respective candidates. Pang Xiao, Yang Tong, and Zhuo Shu were naturally the three with the highest amount of bets placed on them. Many placed heavy bets on those three, especially those from their respective clans. As for Yu Sheng and the others, other than a handful of people, Yi Futian, Kong Xian, Shen Jun, and a few others, no one would have bet on them. Other than Pang Xiao, Yang Tong, and Zhuo Shu, some others were extremely renowned from other cities on the Rising Dragon platform. A low rumble of the dragon was heard, and the saint who stood on the back of the Crimson Dragon left the platform. Formless powers emanated from above that cylindrical screen of light. Matrices were activated to isolate aftershocks from attacks. Crimson glow showered on the space below. Countless in the castles waited solemnly for the battle that was about to begin. All of them stared at the Crimson Dragon that was circling the opening above the platform. The dragon then said, "Let the battle of the sleeping dragon begin." One figure after another on the Rising Dragon platform below, looking very serious, as none of them dared to let their guard down. All those who participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon were sages at the pinnacle of their training, which practically meant that all of them had one foot in Saint Plain already. The meaning of that battle was to be trapped in a crisis, battling many others who were at the top. None who lacked courage would have dared enter the battlefield. While it was not to say that one would die if they proved to be of inferior powers, but in principle, at least, the battle was not one where life and death fights were prohibited. If a participant was heavily injured, the risk of getting killed would be very high, making the battle one where people put their life on the line. Powerful, terrifying aura burst, and the Rising Dragon platform was like it was being set on fire. Mighty ones continued to burst with their power. The pressure within the platform became earth-shattering within mere moments. Some participants began to make a move after finding their opponents, attacking right there and then. The show has started. The spectators were tense as they looked at the battlefield. Formidable fighters in a free-for-all battle burst in an instant, making the scene exhilarating. It was a scene like none other on the Rising Dragon platform. Pang Xiao of Crimson Cloud City burst with golden light all over him as his arts were unleashed. Golden beams shot out with a force that could have torn everything in their path apart. Yang Tong of Flaming Prison City was even more ferocious than he was. Yang Tong unleashed his life spirit right away, a terrifying fiery giant, which looked like it was a devil from hell. Yang Tong melded with his life spirit into a single being, and his entire body grew to enormous sizes, becoming a god of war forged in the fires of hell. Every inch of his enormous body was covered in flames, which moved about like liquid, resembling lava out to melt everything. That pressure alone was extremely forceful. That huge hand of Yang Tong swatted away at a participant before him, who sensed extremely frightening pressure and burst with towering might of the sword. Thousands of sword will flowed about him as they lashed out at their target. When that enormous hand came down, the flowing liquid felt as if it had frozen over within an instant. Those swords were frozen in place at the same time, and the liquid fire solidified right away. Everything in that space was locked in place in an instant, and the swords were slowly being melted away. That swordsman was able to react quickly and unleash his life spirit, melding with his sword into one, and it seemed as if his physical body was transformed into a sword. The overflowing sword will merged into a single entity, and a flash of lightning zipped past. The frozen fiery lava exploded and crumbled as the sword attack surprisingly tore through Yang Tong's moves. The extremely sharp sword charged forward without stopping, heading straight for the head of that huge, fiery god of war. Boom! Yang Tong's foot stomped on the ground, and a wall of fire was thrown up before him. The entire space was solidified into a sturdy firewall. A huge fiery punch was thrown with extremely massive force. It was apparent he was versed in more than just the power of fire. The sword continued forward, but it was still melted and broken eventually. That powerful swordsman ended up dead within the flames. His body was burned until there was nothing left. Yang Tong swept his eyes at the battlefield around him and continued stepping out with overbearing force. There were heaven-splitting cheers heard everywhere. Those within the castles who had placed their bets on Yang Tong felt their blood boiling. He really is a mighty one from the City Lord's office of Flaming Prison City, indeed, they thought. Zhuo Shu, a descendant of the Black Flame Emperor, displayed extremely formidable combat capacity as well. Boundless black flames surrounded his body, and where his fingers pointed, boundless black flames shot in a frenzy. The black flames were extremely overpowering, and they were capable of easily killing anyone they touched. Soon, 3 extremely formidable participants were killed by Zhuo Shu. The battle had only been going on for mere moments, and yet everyone was able to feel how intense and brutal the battle of the Sleeping Dragon was. It was just too wild and crazy. The great figures standing at the top of the castles watched in silence. Unless there were those of their losing or dying in battle, none of them would have shown many emotions. Futian was watching the battle as well. The cultivators of Crimson Dragon Realm who were versed in fire-based powers were clearly of a higher ratio. The realm was said to have 9 suns, after all, and the entire realm was filled with a thick aura of flames everywhere. As for the battle of the Sleeping Dragon, Shenjun had the gall to tell him that it wasn't very dangerous, fooling them into participating in the battle. It was easy to tell that Shenjun never had the slightest care for their lives to begin with. He was simply using them to achieve his objective. From that point alone, it was easy to tell that Shenjun and Bai Ziyi were fundamentally similar. It was just that Bai Ziyi never bothered to conceal his cold-blooded nature. Shenjun, on the other hand, had a knack for manipulating others through plain chatter, so long as the ones before him would have been of use to him. Futian's eyes were on that battlefield, and his heart felt rather cold. Shenjun had been scheming against them right from the first time they met, making it apparent that Shenjun saw those from other imperial realms as little more than prey. But then again, the score was not one needed to be settled in a hurry. He had plenty of time to get to that. Yi Wuchen, Huang Zhouge, Shu Qiu, and Qin Zhuang all made their moves on the battlefield, picking their respective targets. Their goal of participating in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was mainly to test themselves out, without the slightest intention of killing their targets. They only wanted to know just how powerful those at the pinnacle of Crimson Dragon Realm were. Yu Sheng did not move. He stood at the center where the battles of the other 4 had taken place. He simply stood there alone and watched the other 4 fight. He was there to keep the situation under control for all four of them. His current level was such that mere fights between sages would have done him little good in allowing him to further his endeavors to break through the Saint Plane. "What is Yu Sheng doing?" Shen Jun said. "They should be joining hands to take others down. Since all five of them were of the same gang, it was naturally best that they join hands, enabling them to have an easier time overwhelming the others." The possibility of Yu Sheng making it out eventually was very high, and Shen Jun would have been able to see his objectives achieved, creating a win-win situation. "He knows what he is doing," Futian replied. Shen Jun frowned. His intentions could have been vaguely told by the position he took. He was there to keep the situation controlled for the other four. That was simply insane. By doing so, his battle at later stages would be extremely stressful. The possibility of him losing would have been great. However, since the battle was already underway, none of the spectators would have been able to do anything to affect the situation. They were able to watch from the sides. The coldness on Shen Jun's face became apparent, and he seemed less friendly already. Yu Sheng began to slowly move at that moment. He had been keeping himself at the center of the four battles around, just so that he was able to support any of the four at any given moment. He was naturally keeping a close eye on the four battles as well. Yi Wuchen's side did not seem to be of much of a problem, and he was able to handle things. He, at that moment, had the edge over his opponent. However, those on the battlefield simply would not have let Yu Sheng just watch and do nothing. One mighty one went up to Yu Sheng at that moment. Yu Sheng sensed the hostility from the other party, and he glared at that person with an overbearing look, uttering two words, "Get lost." That person narrowed his eyes. "One hell of a cocky asterisk soul, eh?" he thought. A dazzling image appeared before him as he launched himself at Yu Sheng within an instant, bursting with terrifying killing force. He intended to bury Yu Sheng's entire body within the image. Killing light rained down on Yu Sheng, and yet the man remained standing where he was, quietly. The light that coursed about his body felt like he had been wearing an armor fused with both Buddhist and demonic powers, letting the killing force rain on him while he stood around doing nothing. Voom! That person accelerated all of a sudden and brought dazzling images on Yu Sheng right there and then. His eyes were filled with wonder, wondering if Yu Sheng had a death wish. However, he saw Yu Sheng move at the very next moment. Yu Sheng bent his legs and stepped out with a loud rumble. That space shook violently, and a punch was thrown at the very next moment. That person had not been able to react in time. His images were penetrated by the dark golden fist, which then landed on his chest. He was sent flying with just one single attack. The one attack from Yu Sheng drew the attention of a small number of people. That guy seems very powerful as well, they thought. Furthermore, he never bothered going out to fight on his own. The one attack from Yu Sheng drew the attention of a small number of people. That guy seems very powerful as well, they thought. Furthermore, he never bothered going out to fight on his own. Shen Jun was somewhat relieved. Those two he had deployed to test Yi Futian's party out were half-saints and were very proficient with the art of the blade. Yu Sheng was so terrifying that he had ended one of them within mere moments. That was the reason why he bet on Yu Sheng. From his perspective, so long as Yu Sheng practiced caution and worked with those around him, there was a significant chance that he would end up breaking through. Thus, he was worthy of being betted on. Yu Sheng did not bother following up with his attacks after sending that one person who came at him flying. He also did not seek to fight any of the others, and simply remained behind, holding the fort down. The other four were doing fine with their respective battles at the moment. Yi Wuchen had even defeated his opponent and continued to fight others. Shu Qiu had some problems with his side, but the situation was still in control for the time being. Injuries and deaths were common in that chaotic battlefield. Some battles inspired awe among the spectators. The battles were unusually brutal, and many were already covered in blood. Yu Sheng saw a group of people closing in on their battlefield at the moment. Several mighty ones were teaming up in that group, and few of them were extremely formidable. While many had participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon to seek trials in crisis, it was not to say that there were not others who participated for other purposes. Those who were able to rise would have been rewarded or allowed to join the Crimson Dragon army of the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Of course, there was also the thing about winning bets. As such, team-ups were commonly seen in every battle of the Sleeping Dragon. For instance, Yu Sheng and the other four could team up right from the start if they wished to do so. But then again, those people would not have gone too far, and the number within such teams was always kept small. It would have quickly drawn the ire of others on the battlefield, prompting those people to team up and get rid of them first. As such, those who went about teaming up would keep a low profile to avoid drawing attention, targeting, and getting rid of those who were of little renown. There was also yet another situation, which, while rare, came with a greater risk. That was a situation known as the Hunt for the Dragon. The hunt had destroyed many top-notch figures for the dragon on the battlefield of the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. No one knew if the hunt would have occurred on this battlefield. Someone from Tianyin City. Yu Sheng was not the only one who noticed. Many in the castles noticed the presence of that group. Team-ups were more apparent, and as such, more noticeable. That's Bai Qianluo. Shen Jun turned gloomy. Bai Qianluo was a son of the city lord of Tianyin City and a very renowned figure among the sages at his level. While he was not comparable to the likes of Pang Xiao, Yang Tong, and Zhuo Shu, he was nonetheless a legend in his own right, and many had high expectations for him. More importantly, he was not the only one from Tianyin City who participated in the battle. There were others around who were there as his support. It was obvious that those of Tianyin City intended to have Bai Qianluo make the breakthrough. Furthermore, Bai Qianluo and his people were heading straight for Yu Sheng. The first target was the battle that Shu Qiu was fighting in. Shen Jun cursed at Yu Sheng deep down, for being a cocky B*****. They didn't bother teaming up, and now Bai Qianluo of Tianyin City was teaming up with others to take them down. Shu Qiu, stand back. Yu Sheng began to run as soon as he said so. His steps made the platform shake. Shu Qiu did as told by Yu Sheng and retreated right away, getting ready to shake off his opponent and leave the battlefield. The one who fought Shu Qiu sensed the looming danger and did not stop Shu Qiu, as he was about to retreat himself. Clang! Terrifying killing intent filled their surroundings in that very instant. Formless sound waves that were out to take everything down seeped into the minds of everyone present. Shu Qiu and the one he fought before felt their brains shaking as they were attacked by the will of the great path of sound. Yu Sheng's brain felt just as rattled. He felt as if he was being assaulted with formless cutting threads of spiritual powers coming at him, lashing out in a frenzy and trying to wipe out his spiritual will. Boom! Not only did he not stop, but he accelerated instead as he headed for where Shu Qiu was. A group of people came at him at that very moment. Formless power swept over the place in an instant, as drumbeats out to crumble the space around them were heard. The formless killing sounds lashed out at the same time. Cracking sounds were heard as the one who fought Shu Qiu before was being attacked by the formless sound attacks, shaken, shuddering, and blood spluttering from his orifices. Clang! The killing sounds swept out again, and the group of people zipped past the person who dropped before. That person was then shaken so violently that his body was quickly reduced to dust. He was killed right there and then. Those who teamed up did not typically bother showing mercy, as they were concerned about their opponents teaming up with others to retaliate. As such, people in such teams were usually quick to act, and they would kill their opponents right away, giving nobody a chance whatsoever. Shu Qiu quickly turned into a grey mirage, and yet, he was unable to move faster than sound. He grunted, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. The other team ran at him like a raging torrent of formless killing power, intending to wipe him out like they did the last person. At that moment, however, a stout figure appeared before Shu Qiu. The raging attacks beat on his body in a frenzy, causing his black clothes to billow and crack. Tearing sounds were heard during the attack. However, that imposing figure wearing dark golden armor did not budge at all, taking all the hits from the terrifying vibrations head-on, preventing any of them from reaching Shu Qiu. As such, Shu Qiu only had to withstand the sounds and not the force. The ones at the front saw Yu Sheng appear right before Shu Qiu, and they did not bother stopping. They continued moving forward and waved their arms at the same time. Drumbeats were heard and swept the place with the killing sound before. Raging torrents in their surroundings pummeled at Yu Sheng without mercy and with extremely overbearing force. Boom, boom, boom. Thundering rumble was heard from Yu Sheng's body as the attacks continued to hit him, one wave after another. Yet, Yu Sheng continued standing where he was without budging at all. Bai Qianluo frowned at the scene before him. The team-up would have allowed them to generate chord resonances, and their power would have multiplied several times over. He stands there and takes it all in? They thought. That killing music circled Yu Sheng's body at the same time, with high-pitched noises heard in the air, attempting to tear Yu Sheng's body apart. Be it spiritual will or physical attacks, Yu Sheng remained standing and taking everything. His eyes were locked onto by Qianluo as well. A terrifying whirlpool appeared above that raging body of his, resembling a black hole out to devour all of the powers from their attacks. Black aura swept throughout the place and shrouded the entire area. Bai Qianluo sensed a looming danger ahead. Boom! Yu Sheng took one step forward, taking on their attacks while charging at them. Raging aura swept from within his body, and rumbling drum beats were heard. He threw a punch, which caused the winds to howl. His dark golden fist was wrapped in that same raging drum beats as well. It was as if the power of the great path that they had brought to bear on Yu Sheng earlier was then being used to attack them. A hurricane was whipped up, and the group was being bombarded intensely. Punches were flashing in the air, and their bodies were all being penetrated by the flashes of the fist. Bloody holes were seen on all of them, their faces ashen as they looked down at their bodies. They teamed up, yet their attacks proved inadequate to make him budge. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, was able to punch right through all of them with one punch. The raging attacks caused Bai Qianluo to falter and back away. Yu Sheng then took a huge step, causing their surroundings to shake. It was as if he was able to overwhelm the space around them with just a single step. It was none other than the footwork of Shen Yuan. He took several steps continuously, and Bai Qianluo felt stifling pressure looming all over him. He burst with his life spirit and waved his arms about. A gale whipped about as the power of the great path roared like thunder. The drum beats shattered the space around them as they headed for Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng stopped and let out an earth-shattering roar as if he was out to burst through the drum beats through sheer force. He threw another punch, and it seemed as if a god of war launched together with his body. The opposing power of the great path was blasted onto him, resulting in a loud rumble, and yet that still proved inadequate to make him stop his advances. A stout figure was seen zipping through the air. Boom! A loud rumble was heard as his fist shattered the space before him, landing hard on Bai Qianluo's body. Bai Qianluo's organs ruptured within a split second. His body dropped to the ground limply, and his eyes were filled with despair. The look in his eyes seemed to be asking, who the hell was that before him? The mighty ones from Tianyin City, who were at the top of a castle somewhere, all sported gloomy looks, seeing the scene before them. Bai Qianluo was extremely powerful, and they had even deliberately allowed a group to participate in the battle with him as supports. As such, they had high hopes for him in that battle of the Sleeping Dragon, getting ready to send Bai Qianluo into the Crimson Dragon army. However, none of them would have expected that the whole group was brought down by a single person, Yu Sheng. Is that fellow from Tianyin City? They thought. They looked up and cast their gaze elsewhere, looking at Shen Jun. Shen Jun was shaken deep down as well and breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Sheng did not let him down. He was ferocious enough even to overwhelm someone as powerful as Bai Qianluo. He seemed to have sensed something and looked up, catching the looks from the mighty ones from Tianyin City. He did not mind any of that, though. That was what naturally would have happened in the battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Yu Sheng was drawing the enmity of others. He was wondering how Yi Futian's party would be able to leave Tianyin City after that. That battle drew the attention of many, and they began to take Yu Sheng seriously. That is some fighter, they thought. He was also one who stood a chance of rising from the platform. There were indeed many dark horses in the battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Sichu Yang was shaken deep down, and she took a look at Yi Futian with a peculiar expression. It is no surprise that he is so confident. It seems like Yu Sheng is indeed more powerful than expected, Indeed, she thought. Am I missing out on something here? But then again, it was still too early to tell. The battle of the sleeping dragon had only just warmed up by then. She was still thinking that Yi Futian's action of betting everything he had on Yu Sheng was too risky. While he might have had a lot of confidence in Yu Sheng's powers, he should not have behaved so recklessly. The battle of the sleeping dragon continued to rage on the rising dragon platform. There were fewer and fewer fighters on the stage. Injured and dead ones were everywhere, and clashes of the titans continued to break out. The intensity of the fights was such that they had even caught the attention of the saints. Those below Saint Plain were even more pumped up. Final showdowns would have taken place soon enough. Everyone in the castles looked at that battlefield, where fights were being fought both on the ground and in the air. Everyone in the castles looked at that battlefield, where fights were being fought both on the ground and in the air. Other than dead fighters, others who have lost the ability to fight due to severe injuries went to hide on the side, not daring to continue. As those fighters lost the ability to fight, the others would not have deliberately fight them, unless someone had a grudge or a score to settle. At present, there were only tens of mighty ones who were still capable of continuing to fight. The strongest few were still around, such as the highly anticipated Pang Xiao, Yang Tong, and Zhuo Shu. Many placed massive bets on the three of them. Those who had bet on them all seemed rather anxious, seeing all three of them still around, getting increasingly close to the goal. When there were 10 on the battlefield left standing, they were then allowed to try to rise from the platform. So long as the Crimson Dragon above approved of them, it would let them pass. All three of them had very good chances of earning such approval. Other than the three of them, the most eye-catching ones were Yu Sheng and the others around him, especially Yi Wuchen, Huang Zhouge, Shu Qiu and Amp, Qin Zhuang. After he had single-handedly wrecked the whole team of mighty ones from Tianyin City, few went to fight them. Some tried to challenge Yu Sheng, and all of them ended up being practically run over without mercy. While Yu Sheng would have refrained from killing anyone, as he did not bear any grudge against them, having some bones broken and eliminated from the battle was inevitable. The other 4 from Tianyin City who came with Yu Sheng were all still on the battlefield, and that earned the ire of many. While everyone acknowledged Yu Sheng's strength among the 5, Shu Qiu was weaker than the rest, while there was a considerable gap between Qin Zhuang, Huang Zhouge, and those top-notch powers. Among the ones who had fallen in battle, some were stronger than the few of them, yet all 5 led by Yu Sheng remained standing. There was no other reason why they were still around other than that Yu Sheng was there to hold down the fort. If any one of the other 4 were in danger, he would have saved them. Anyone who proved powerful enough would have had to take all 5 of them down at once. One fighter after another took to the sky, and the fighters gradually stopped fighting one another. It was as if they had come to some consensus. Pang Xiao took a look at Yu Sheng's party, and then at Yang Tong, Zhuo Shu, and the others, saying, "How about we take them out first before continuing our fight?" "Good idea." Yang Tong nodded at Pang Xiao. He did not object to the suggestion. "Will do." Black flames gleamed and flickered in Zhuo Shu's eyes, emanating an extremely dangerous aura. Yu Sheng and frowned. A terrifying aura was sensed everywhere around him. It was not just Pang Xiao and the other 2. Even all others who were left standing seemed to have agreed on the idea of removing Yu Sheng's party first. Boom! Yang Tong stepped forward like a fiery god of war, every step causing the rising dragon platform to shake as he charged at Yu Sheng. Fiery heat waves swept all over the place, turning into a firestorm out to drown Yu Sheng. Pang Xiao and the others made a move as well, charging with Yang Tong and emanating terrifying aura. Zhuo Shu turned into a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Yi Wuchen. If Pang Xiao and Yang Tong intended to move against Yu Sheng, who was the strongest of the 5, he saw no reason not to let them be. It would have been best if both sides ended up injured and eliminated from the fight, while he went on to take out the others first. Boom! Yu Sheng stepped out in midair, causing the rising dragon platform to shudder. His raging form charged straight at Yang Tong's overbearing form of a fiery god of war without fear. Both sides came near each other, and Yang Tong threw his arm forward. The punch thrown by the fiery god of war seemed like a red-hot fiery hammer. It was harsh and overbearing, and lava-like fires were seen coursing about it. Yu Sheng's arm streaked through the air, and his body seemed to be expanding as well, which seemed to be his battle form manifesting. The dark golden Buddhist and demonic punch burst into a myriad of illusions before coalescing into a single punch again. Rumbles were heard everywhere as terrifying fiery waves swept all over the place, but none of them retreated. Pang Xiao's attack seemed to be about to connect at that moment. A flaming halberd appeared in his hand, streaking through the air like a halberd of heavenly gods as it was launched at its target. However, the target was not Yu Sheng, but Yang Tong. The eyes of many froze as their hearts raced. They all seemed to have stopped breathing. There was indeed no trust in the battle of the sleeping dragon, and alliances were forged for the sake of convenience only. Pang Xiao was not only out to fight, he was aiming to win as well. At the moment he lashed out, one figure after another zipped past and attacked at the same time. Several fighters were attacking Pang Xiao at once. That caused the spectators' eyes to freeze again after they snapped out of their dazed state. Surprises kept coming. Boom! Yang Tong and Yu Sheng distanced themselves. Yang Tong's entire body of lava fires solidified and was out to devour everything. When Pang Xiao's fiery halberd was about to reach its target, deafening high-pitched noises were heard. It still managed to tear through the solidified lava and sink bit by bit into the body of the fiery god of war. The charged hit was exceptionally powerful, giving no chance to Yang Tong at all. As the fiery halberd tore through its target, the raging body of the fiery god of war crumbled. However, a figure shot out from it, basking in flames. He lashed out both arms at Pang Xiao at the same time, sending fires of lava at his opponent. Pang Xiao's expression changed. He thrust away with his halberd, tearing through the lava fires, but at the same time, attacks from several top-notch mighty ones were there as well, blasting straight at him. Hunt for the dragon. That term flashed in the heads of countless people in the castles. That was the hunt for the dragon plan in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The hunt for the dragon referred to a group of people teaming up in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, but would not have exposed themselves in earlier stages. They would not have stood out until key battles at later stages. It was only then the target realized that those who had been fighting their respective battles had been of the same gang. However, it was difficult for the hunt for the dragon plan to be implemented, as few would have been able to make sure that they stayed until the late stages. There were more who chose to team up right from the start, but there were many who did so drawing the attention of others and were quickly wiped out. Many laid out hunt for the dragon plans and never got to execute them, as there was no way of doing so. However, no one would have expected that the one to do so to be Yang Tong, the young city lord of Flaming Prison City, who was of great renown and highly anticipated right from the start. He was hell-bent on getting through the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Yang Tong needed to win the battle, as his clan had placed heavy bets on him. Furthermore, as a native resident of Crimson Dragon Realm, he needed an opportunity. While Pang Xiao was someone from the City Lord's office of Crimson Cloud City and a descendant of a Ren Huang, but his main forces lied in other realms. As such, he was not as familiar with Crimson Dragon Realm as those from Flaming Prison City. Many spectators found that those who participated in Yang Tong's hunt for the dragon plan were top-notch figures from many other cities in the Crimson Dragon Realm, instead of originating from Flaming Prison City. It was, however, apparent that they were all fighting Yang Tong. One could have easily deduced just what kind of a hefty price did Flaming Prison City paid to participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The eyes of many spectators turned in the direction of the mighty ones from Flaming Prison City. If those people had paid such a hefty price to get the hunt for the dragon plan's execution, then Flaming Prison City would have definitely placed heavy bets on that battle. Many who had bet on Pang Xiao looked extraordinarily gloomy. Rumbles were continuously heard from the battlefield at that moment, as Pang Xiao was being ganged up on. However, dazzling light from his golden armor on his body held strong. Yang Tong turned into a fiery god of war yet again, throwing his punches at Pang Xiao, whose defenses eventually gave altogether. He spat blood from his mouth and was pinned to the ground from the air. Terrifying, devastating powers raged in his body, and he became severely injured. However, Yang Tong did not kill him, for he was still a descendant of a Ren Huang, and Yang Tong saw it fit to show mercy. The atmosphere in the castles felt rather glum. Pang Xiao sneaked up on Yang Tong, and yet, he was the one who ended up pummeled. Of the 3 most highly anticipated candidates, one was officially out of the game. Many who had bet on him suffered losses. However, that was how the battle of the sleeping dragon was. At that moment, there were also the ones who cheered and howled excitedly in the castles, the ones who had placed their bets on Yang Tong. The game was set by then. Zhuo Shu, who was fighting Yi Wuchen, retreated and distanced himself from his opponent, a tight frown on his face. Shen Jun, who was on the top of a castle, frowned and felt something was off. If Yang Tong went to such lengths to execute the hunt, then there is no way he will go home empty-handed. He would have begun sweeping everyone out from then on out then. Only by doing so would he be able to show his powers and then rise. Sichu Yang mumbled in a low voice as if saying to Yi Futian deliberately. That was what Shen Jun was thinking as well. Things had just gotten tricky. Yang Tong turned his eyes and looked at Zhuo Shu, saying, "Does anyone in their midst belong to you?" Other than his men and the 5 led by Yu Sheng, there was also a group that teamed up right away. Furthermore, he sensed that he had been locked onto by hostile auras, alerting him. The mantis stalking the cicada was unaware of the aureole behind it. Clever. Zhuo Shu smirked and one figure after another zipped past, gathering at Zhuo Shu's side. Many spectators were shocked at that scene. 2 top-notch figures were executing the hunt for the dragon plan, and both parties managed to stay to the very last stages. There was still a group of people on the battlefield who did not belong to any side, and they all looked glum at that moment. "How about we take them out before we have our final showdown?" Yang Tong said. "Sure." Zhuo Shu nodded. Mighty ones from both sides acted at the same time, but they did not team up. All fighters who were of one side or another went out to fight those without a side of their own, defeating and overwhelming all of them. That went on until those from both parties, as well as the 5 led by Yu Sheng, were left standing. It seemed that the final showdown would have broken out between Yang Tong and Zhuo Shu, or maybe both of them would have gained recognition as well. Shen Jun was despaired, seeing how things on the battlefield turned out. That was indeed the battle of the sleeping dragon. He schemed against Yi Futian, yet the battle of the sleeping dragon was nonetheless filled with unpredictable elements. Yi Futian, too, lowered his head and looked below, finding people from both sides charging at the 5 led by Yu Sheng. The 5 no longer split at that moment, standing in a wedge-shaped formation, with Yu Sheng at the forefront, Yi Wuchen and Huang Zhouge at the flanks, and finally, Qin Zhuang and Shu Qiu taking the rear, looking at the mighty ones from both sides coming. The ones on the castles took one look at those people around Yang Tong, who was, at the moment, walking towards Yu Sheng. There were several of them who were top-notch figures from the city lord's offices. What more could one do with a situation like this? It seemed like the 5 from Chenya City were about to go down hard. They were only wondering if Yang Tong and Zhuo Shu would have been kind enough to spare the 5 of them, after defeating them. However, many looked forward to such an ending to the battle. After the 5 from Chenya City got eliminated, Yang Tong of Flaming Prison City and Zhuo Shu of the Black Flame Clan would have fought for the right to rise, and there would have been a great battle. However, many looked forward to such an ending to the battle. After the 5 from Chenya City got eliminated, Yang Tong of Flaming Prison City and Zhuo Shu of the Black Flame Clan would have fought for the right to rise, and there would have been a great battle. The winner would have been able to rise from the Rising Dragon platform. About 1/3 of the spectators lost their money after Pang Xiao was eliminated, but there were still over half of them who had bet on Yang Tong and Zhuo Shu. A great many would have been able to get rich regardless of whichever side ended up winning. As such, both sides looked forward to the upcoming battle very much. At present, they needed first to eliminate the 5 from Chenya City. "Do it," Yang Tong said and stepped out right away. His huge flaming body was filled with overbearing might. Terrifying flames shot from his eyes. The place where Yu Sheng and the other 4 were in became shrouded by intense will of the great path of flames. It felt as if that place had just turned into a purgatory. At the same time, those by Yang Tong's side charged at Yu Sheng's group from the flanks at blitzing speed, bursting with terrifying pressure. The incoming assailants saw that Yu Sheng was not bothering to evade and stepped out right away, charging at the ones coming at them. Yang Tong grabbed at the space before him, and the purgatorial fires in that space turned into that spouting from lava, which were then gradually solidified, trapping Yu Sheng. Conventional pinnacle sages would have easily been burnt to a crisp with such a move. Close. Someone above extended their hand, and golden diagrams appeared one after another, closing in on Yu Sheng, trying to trap him inside the purgatory. Yet another person, who was versed in the will of the great path of space, froze the space Yu Sheng was in. In that instant, the step that Yu Sheng had taken seemed to have stopped altogether, with him being completely trapped. The others around lashed out at the same time. One of them held a golden spear and thrust into the air, aiming straight for Yu Sheng's body. Another threw a punch of the great path, tearing through space as it headed straight for Yu Sheng. The crowd heard nothing but continuous rumbles as if that space was frozen altogether. Everyone threw whatever they had at Yu Sheng, intending to crush him with their attacks. Zhuo Shu chose to continue to attack Yi Wuchen. Boundless eerie black flames gushed around him, emanating terrifying, burning might. It was as if auras of death had blocked out the sky and shrouded the area as he headed straight for Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen stepped out, and dazzling light was seen emanating from his brow. Boundless sword will surrounded him, and thousands of sword aura manifested above, with every sliver containing the power of the path of shredding. His will of great path was infused within every single sword will, and rules flowed as if they had grown eyes of their own and attacked the black flames blocking out the sky, tearing them apart gradually. However, the black flames were extraordinarily overbearing and were capable of burning off the sword will, which ended in continuous mutual destruction. Several moved in from the flanks. Qin Zhuang invoked his sword with a small sword diagram appearing behind him. The sword will from Shu Qiu flowed into him in a frenzy. He lent his sword to Qin Zhuang, as he had not been training in the way of the sword as long as Qin Zhuang did. Qin Zhuang had been able to touch the great path as well, and he was well on his way to becoming a saint. Qin Zhuang waved his hand when an assailant attacked. The small sword diagram zipped out and streaked through space. At the same time, Huang Jiuge's Renhuang Bo life spirit appeared, bursting with extremely brilliant light. It contained some powers of the imperial path. While he was still lacking in his development and had yet to be able to develop will of the great path, the burst of might through his lineage of Renhuang was not that much weaker, compared to Qin Zhuang, who had developed such powers of great path. 9 arrows were shot one after another, tearing through space like rainbows, holding off the assailants. The few of them were more on the defensive. At that moment, terrifying destructive aura burst, and Zhuo Shu was seen standing with a black shadow behind his back, which was tall and mighty, as well as shrouded in black flames. Zhuo Shu was a descendant of the Black Flame Emperor. If he were to reach Renhuang plane level, he would have been able to pass on the powers of the Great Path to his descendants, infused within their life spirits. As such, those who were born from genius parents had it easier in developing comprehension of the Great Path. Yi Futian, for instance, had it far easier in his processes of developing such comprehensions. Furthermore, he was able to develop a myriad of wills of the Great Path and interconnecting them. Zhuo Shu extended his hand forward and grabbed at Yi Wuchen. His pitch-black hand blocked out the sky like some devastating black hole, which was forged from boundless black flame auras. When Yi Wuchen's sword wills touched the black hand, they were burnt down right there and then. Yi Wuchen wore a solemn expression as a sword shot from his brow, ringing as it emerged containing the will of the Great Path. Sword wills in their surroundings flowed in a frenzy right there and then. Thousands of sharp swords condensed, with tens of thousands compressed into thousands, then hundreds, and the number continued to shrink. Yi Wuchen's body was shrouded with the light of the sword. The path of the swords merged into a single entity and fused with the sword before him. However, that devastating sword will was still found everywhere. "Go," Yi Wuchen uttered. The sword shot forth and came to his enemy within an instant. The sword and the black hand clashed, which ended up with the black hole-like hand exploding and crumbling right away. However, the terrifying might infused within the sword was weakened as well, returning before Yi Wuchen. The act of the swordmaster of Lihan lending his sword to Yi Wuchen told the younger swordsman that the way of the sword was more than just expansion, it was one of contraction as well. One sword could have multiplied into 2, then 3, then up to 10,000. That was the way of the sword. Having 10,000 swords compressed into one was, too, a way of the sword. In yet another battlefield, many mighty ones were bombarding Yu Sheng at the same time, intending to destroy his body, which was trapped inside their attacks. However, none of them were able to see that the dark golden shimmer glowing on that body was turning increasingly bright. That terrifying lava fire of hell remained incapable of melting down his body. The intense offensive powers from all those around him were, too, unable to break his body. A physical body of such strength. Countless spectators on the castles who watched the battle shuddered. The attacks from Yang Tong and the others were absolutely near that of Saint levels, after all. They were all baffled to find that they were unable to destroy his body. Just what kind of a physical body is this? They wondered. Yi Futian's expression was a calm one. When the medicine saint went to the Holy Ji Palace at the lower worlds back then, many had taken medicine baths, and Yu Sheng went through with the whole course. Furthermore, Yu Sheng was a warrior whose innate forte was his very own body, which was even stronger than Yi Futian's. Yu Sheng, whose body had been innately infused with the power of the Great Path, had grown to be infinitely near that of a saint at the moment. Boom! The solidified lava fires, dazzling golden diagrams, and other powers keeping him trapped, all crumbled. Yu Sheng burst with dark golden light, and slivers of terrifying light of the demon swept through the entire place. Terrifying demonic storms blown on the ones surrounded him, enabling them to have a taste of unparalleled might. Yu Sheng's body hovered in the air. Dark demonic might coursed in a frenzy around him, shrouding the entire area and spreading out to the rising dragon platform. Many looked at their sides and found dark demonic might brushing through them, making them feel chills all over their bodies. Yu Sheng's pitch-black eyes shimmered with demonic light. They were extremely overbearing. It was as if anyone who so much as looking at them would have been cast into boundless darkness, compelled to bow before him. The terrifying demonic aura gushed at his body in a frenzy, making that body of his look increasingly huge. It was as if he was constructing his battle form right there and then. A devil battle form appeared before long, standing tall in the air. Kill. One of the assailants waved their hand, and a golden spear was launched at him, banging hard on the body of the demonic battle form and crumbling right away. Yu Sheng extended his hand, coalescing flowing dark aura at the center of his palm, and a pitch-black devil axe materialized. Boom! He stepped into the air and shook the entire place. Everyone was able to sense that overbearing might of the great path emanating from him, coming down with his steps. Yu Sheng stepped forward and appeared right before one of them, swinging his axe down as if to cleave the heavens apart. That person was terrified, throwing their hands with great force, bringing boundless golden diagrams to place the space before them in lockdown. However, at the very moment when the axe came down, cracking noises were heard as the golden diagrams were cleaved apart right there and then. The one who had made a move against Yu Sheng before everyone else was cut down right away, their blood splattered all over the place. The roaring, noisy castles quieted down once again as if that axe had cleaved onto their hearts. What kind of power is this? They asked themselves. Powerful will of the great path of space came down on Yu Sheng at that moment. He turned around and looked at someone. He then seemed to have crushed that will of the great path with only a single step. There was a magnitude difference to powers of the great path, after all. Boom! He took yet another step and his opponent's body seemed to have been locked right away, practically pinned down. Yu Sheng lifted his arm and brought the axe down again. His opponent roared and shook off that overbearing power and retreated. A flash of the axe was seen brought down. Cracking, high-pitched noises were heard. A gash was seen on that person's body as blood was spilled. They then yelled, "I give up." Technically speaking, there was no giving up in the battle of the sleeping dragon. If Yu Sheng wished to continue, he would have been able to cut his opponent down easily. However, Yu Sheng shot his opponent a dull look before turning to the others. All of those sages at the pinnacle of their training from the significant cities felt a faint hint of fear, while Yu Sheng did little than shoot a look at them. Those pitch-black eyes of his were tremendously deep. It was as if they were able to see a devil like none other, looking down at everything in the world. They were all top-notch figures and were very confident with their own powers. They would not have participated in the battle of the sleeping dragon otherwise. However, for some reason, they seemed to have lost all of their confidence right there and then. It was as if there were indeed people that they would have stood no chance against right from the start. That person right before their eyes was one such being. Boom! Yu Sheng stepped out again, shaking their minds. I give up. I yield. One fighter after another was seen leaving the battlefield. They gave up on their battles and retreated. None of them wanted to face that axe of his. While the battle of the sleeping dragon was perilous, to begin with, and the chance of losing one's life was very high, but no one truly wanted to die. They were all there to fight for an opportunity. However, right at that moment, it became clear that they stood no chance against that monster, and struggling would have been pointless. As for what they have promised the flaming prison city, none of that would have worth throwing their lives away for. Let Yang Tong fight this monster alone, they thought. The spectators within the castles were thoroughly shaken. One man with a two-sided axe was able to force that many top-notch figures just to give up and run. Are Yang Tong and Zhuo Shu going to win this? Will one of them be able to rise from the platform? They wondered. There had always been people who went on to break expectations of others in the battle of the sleeping dragon. There had been a lot of precedences. It was yet another day for something like that to happen again, and it happened in such a frightening manner. Yang Tong was the only one left in that area of the battlefield. Yang Tong was the only one left in that area of the battlefield. Yang Tong's fiery god of war form stared at the devil battle form that was equally as huge. Yang Tong's form, which was basking in fiery light, seemed to be in stark contrast with the demonic colors of Yu Sheng's form. It was as if they were destined to become archenemies. Boundless lava fire coursed and coalesced around him, which later solidified. A huge fiery hammer of the fiery god of war gradually coalesced before Yang Tong. It was crimson all over and was a startlingly high temperature. He then swung his arm and stepped out, heading straight for Yu Sheng. Boom! Yu Sheng stepped and walked towards Yang Tong as well. Both men were cultivators wielding extremely overwhelming powers, and it seemed as if they planned to clash head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Both of them stepped onto the air continuously, causing their surroundings to shake. Yu Sheng moved according to the moves shown in the footwork of Shen Yuan, incorporating suppressing will of the great path into his steps, bringing extremely high pressure to bear. Heat waves swept across the air and hit Yu Sheng's body. The fires of lava seemed to be out to burn the heavens away, but Yu Sheng, who was literally covered in fire, continued to press forward, breaking everything in his path. He swung the devilish axe down, and there seemed to be dark demonic glimmer appearing in their surroundings, containing unparalleled power. Yang Tong shouted and swung the fiery hammer in his hand out, clashing with the axe. The sense of power emanating from it caused all to keep their eyes fixed at the battlefield without blinking. Boom! Heaven-splitting clashes were heard, and everyone saw Yang Tong's body being brought down, dropping to the ground at high speeds. That devil-like body continued to head straight for the ground, and yet another strike from the axe was lashed out. It was as if it was to bring down the gods. Yang Tong's blood was boiling, and his arms shaking, yet he continued to swing his hammer with all his might, clashing against the axe coming down at him. With another intense rumble, the fiery hammer was surprisingly split open. The axe continued to come down. It landed onto the fiery god of war's body. Yang Tong's battle form crumbled with a loud boom, and his body accelerated as it dropped. He spat blood and crashed hard onto the ground below. Boom! Another rumble was heard. Yang Tong was unable to react in time before the heavenly godlike body of his opponent stepped onto him. He even closed his eyes when he saw the axe coming down, waiting, in despair, for the moment of death. However, he opened his eyes moments later and saw Yu Sheng shoot a cold glance at him. Yu Sheng then lifted the axe and charged elsewhere, not cutting him down. It was perhaps due to Yu Sheng not wanting to cause too much trouble on the battlefield. They were at Crimson Dragon Realm, after all. Yang Tong, who had been able to survive, did not feel fortunate. He was simply rendered dazed. He was confident that his powers were already at the top of his plane. His powers were strong, and he was halfway into the saint plane. Even attacks from his life spirit had been extremely overbearing. Yet on that day, he met someone else who was even more overpowering than he was, who went on to pummel him to the ground using the most direct and raging means. He had been well prepared for the battle of the sleeping dragon, yet he lost all the same. Furthermore, he knew how much his clan had done to foster him and how massive their bets were on him. There was no way he could have lost. Yet, at that moment, everything was over for him. It was not just him. All those who had betted on him turned pale at that moment. The three most highly anticipated figures consisted of over 90% of the bets placed. At that moment, however, there was only one of the three left on the rising dragon platform, Zhuoshu. How long would he be able to last before Yu Sheng? Yu Sheng's extremely raging silhouette, like that of Devil, left a lasting impression on those who saw him. It was as if there was no way to take him down at all. Yu Sheng did not stop after taking down Yang Tong. He headed to another area of the battlefield right away. Yi Wuchen continued to fight Zhuoshu. While he was by no means at an advantage, he was, nonetheless, able to hold his own. As such, Yu Sheng did not help him out. He headed somewhere else instead. Huang Zhuge, Qin Zhuang, and Shu Qiu were at a disadvantage and stayed on the defensive, as they were being surrounded and attacked by several others. However, when Yu Sheng finally came, the hearts of those few sank, and they looked glum. All of them saw what happened in the battle in the other corner. There was no way they would have been able to fight someone who had been able to overpower someone as mighty as Yang Tong. There had been another top-notch figure from the city who had been cleaved right away. Huge number of other fighters lost without even putting up a fight. "I yield," one of them said, and was getting ready to leave the battlefield. The others made their stance clear right away as well. Yu Sheng took a look at Qin Zhuang, Huang Zhuge, and Shu Qiu. His pitch-black eyes were icy. He switched the axe up, having the blunt side facing all of them before stepping out. Those who had yielded were frightened, wondering what was Yu Sheng up to. And they quickly found what he was up to. Sounds of bones cracking continued to be heard. Their internal organs seemed as if they had been ruptured, and all of them soon dropped to the ground, looking like having one foot in their coffins. Yu Sheng did not kill them, but their current state meant that it would have taken them months before they were able to get up again. "We're done for." Those who had bet on Zhuoshu looked despaired, finding themselves completely done for. Almost everyone lost in that battle of the sleeping dragon. A dark horse emerged out of nowhere and stole everyone else's thunder. However, no one would have been insane enough to bet on someone who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Sichu Yang had placed her bets, but she hardly felt happy at all. She looked at Yu Sheng and then at Yi Futian. She then recalled what Yi Futian said to her before. He told her to bet everything she had on Yu Sheng. And she took him for a lunatic back then. But looking back, she wondered who had been the lunatic and who had been the idiot. While she had placed her bet and she won, she nonetheless felt that she had missed out on a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But then again, who dared to do that back then? Two others placed their bets on Yu Sheng, Shenjun and Kong Xian. Shenjun seemed to have achieved his objective. Despite not having placed that huge of a bet, he earned considerably from it, which made it worthwhile for him to have laid such schemes in place. However, he was still concerned. Yu Sheng was too powerful. Furthermore, it was not just Yu Sheng, he felt something out of the ordinary with Yi Wuchen, and even Huang Zhuge as well. Those people did not seem to be people studying under the same teacher. Kong Xian, on the other hand, had a very good idea of who they were. However, unlike Shenjun, she simply watched Yu Sheng fight. She came to realize that he was yet another person who would be able to threaten her. She lost to Yi Futian back in the Battle of Empty Realm, and she had always seen that defeat to be an insult. However, she never expected Yu Sheng to be just as formidable. He seemed to be invincible under Saint Plane. At that moment on the battlefield, Zhuoshu gave up all of a sudden and took flight. There were only 6 people left standing on the battlefield. According to the rules, they were free to attempt to rise, so long as the crimson dragon above approved. However, Yu Sheng and the rest did not let him. They began making a move as soon as Zhuoshu shot to the air, heading out and intercepting him above. Yu Sheng blocked his way and brought his axe down on Zhuoshu. Yi Wuchen's sword arrived as well, penetrating through his body. Zhuoshu was bloodstained and dropped to the ground. Seeing Zhuoshu dropping to the ground severely injured and losing all capacity for combat, the last hope for many in the castles was snuffed out right there and then. It was a crushing defeat. Almost every single one of the native residents from all over Crimson Dragon Realm lost their bets, earning nothing. "We're rich," Yi Futian mumbled to himself. "Man, this feels good," he thought. It was said that participants were not allowed to continuously participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, which he found to be a pity. He would have bankrupted the Crimson Dragon Emperor otherwise. He would have been willing to stay around and bet for a decade or so. What a shame. What a shame, indeed. He came to wonder if the Crimson Dragon Emperor were able to read his thoughts. Would the Emperor clap him to death right there and then? Yu Sheng and the other four remained standing in the air above the rising dragon platform. They lifted their heads to look at the opening where the Crimson Dragon was seen circling above. Yu Sheng stepped out, and the others followed, heading upwards. They were rising from the platform. The Crimson Dragon's colossal body circled the opening. It looked at Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen with its huge head, saying, "You both shall pass." Other than Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen had also performed admirably, for he had been able to fight Zhuoshu, qualifying him for the rise. While Huang Jiuge, Shu Qiu, and Qin Zhuang showed decent performance, they were, nonetheless, lacking. "All 5 of us are together," Yu Sheng said. "Please make way, senior." "No," the Holy Dragon looked at them with its huge eyes and said coldly. Yu Sheng stared at the dragon, and demonic might was seen overflowing. He still held onto his devil ass. Boom! The air shook as Yu Sheng stepped out, heading straight for the huge Crimson Dragon, shocking the spectators. Yu Sheng then brought his axe down onto the Crimson Dragon. Everyone watched in shock. What the hell is happening here? Is that guy trying to cut Dragon Demon Saint open? They wondered incredulously. Woo! When everyone realized what was happening, those in the castles who did not place bets and were simply there to watch the battle cheered with booming voices. This is awesome, they thought. Yu Sheng is just a true devil. He is going to cut anyone down who stands in his way, and demon saints are no exception. Many had only realized that he still had the axe in his hand, and his devil battle form was never dispelled. Had he been getting ready for this? That asterisk shoal knew what was coming and headed straight for the demon saint. This is just ridiculous, they thought. Many even began to curse and jeer, not knowing what words could describe their current thoughts. "You're going too far," the Crimson Dragon berated him, and terrifying flames were seen circling its huge eyes. It lashed out with its claws right at Yu Sheng. Yi Wuchen and Qin Zhuang's swords headed for the dragon's eyes. The Crimson Dragon roared angrily, opening its mouth. It breathed holy fire capable of burning everything down. Its claws clashed with the axe. The dragon then pulled its claws back, and Yu Sheng was thrown behind as well. The dragon then whipped its tail at Yu Sheng. Boom! Yu Sheng's devil battle form was hit with a loud boom, but he stuck to the tail and grabbed it, latching onto the Crimson Dragon's tail with both hands. What happened at the very next moment shocked everyone. Yu Sheng looked at the sky above and roared, hoisting the dragon up with all his might with both arms, which were still grabbing the dragon's tail. He then flung the demon saint dragon away. "Go!" Yu Sheng said. Yi Wuchen and the others took the chance and charged for the opening, taking only a split second to emerge outside. The dragon roared in rage, turning its head around. It breathed flames capable of burning everything down at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng let go of the dragon's body while he stepped outside, charging like a bolt of lightning while still burning with fires of the Great Path. The holy flames ended up only burning down his armor. All 5 of them emerged outside. Countless in the castles watched the scene unfold and were silent for a brief moment before cheers erupted all over the place. What happened right there and then was immensely shocking to all of them. The screen of light from the matrix crumbled when the rise was made. It was as if something was broken. Blinding light was then seen showering below. The screen of light from the matrix crumbled when the rise was made. It was as if something was broken. Blinding light was then seen showering below. Countless eyes in the castles were all focused at one single spot, the place where the 5 stood above the Crimson Dragon. Yu Sheng drew a great majority of the attention. All 5 of them rose from the Rising Dragon platform. The rules of the Rising Dragon platform at the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon said anyone capable of breaking out of the opening was considered to have succeeded. A sacred beast-level demon saint was guarding the place, and without its permission, none who were deemed qualified were allowed to make it through the opening. The Crimson Dragon deemed that the other 3 were inadequate, while only Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen made the cut. However, Yu Sheng managed to fling a demon saint away using his overwhelming strength, barging outside with all of the other 4. No one dared to do something like that in the past. What Yu Sheng did right there was challenging the rules, and yet, he was still playing by the rules. That Crimson Dragon glared at Yu Sheng, having the great urge to chomp down on him and swallow him right there and then. It was an insult like none other. The dragon was actually flung away by a challenger of the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, whom it was tasked to guard against. The higher-ups were probably going to blame the dragon for slacking off. However, that man's strength was comparable to a saint's, as it would not have been able to fling something with its size away otherwise. Furthermore, his defense capacity was infinitely near that of a saint's as well. The flames of the Great Path were unable to burn him down, after all. Yu Sheng lowered his head and looked at the dragon. There was no fear to be found in those pitch-black eyes of his. The dragon refused to let them pass, so he resorted to doing it the hard way instead. "You really are something." A voice was heard from the Crimson Dragon before it headed below. The image on the ground lit up. It went into the matrix and disappeared. The saint who had been announcing the rules previously appeared once again in the air. He looked at all 5 of them and took out 5 tags, which he then handed to them. "Congratulations. These are the Rising Dragon tags. Hold on to them." Regardless of what methods they used to achieve the objective, they had played by the rules of the Crimson Dragon realm, and it was only the outcome that mattered. Yu Sheng and the rest put their tags away, and many below Saint Plain looked at them with envious eyes. With Rising Dragon tags in their hands, they were able to join the Crimson Dragon army anytime if they were willing. Everyone who made it through the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was awarded a Rising Dragon tag. That saint who gave them the tags did not explain what the tags were for. Anyone in Crimson Dragon realm would have known anyway. There was no need to elaborate. It was given that they were the ones participating in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The saint who handed them the Rising Dragon tag scanned the castles and left soon after. One silhouette after another was seen taking to the air from the platform, heading for the castles. They were all people who survived on the battlefield. As for those perished, people would go to pick up their bodies. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon had about a quarter of its participants die. The death count was very harrowing, and it served as a testament to the battle's brutality. Furthermore, those were all top-notch fighters, to begin with. However, there was always someone stronger. For instance, Yu Sheng managed to overpower extremely formidable ones, like Yang Tong and Zhuo Shu. Yu Sheng and the others headed to where the ones from Chenya City were. Yi Futian and the others were able to sense many cold eyes clearly, and they did not seem friendly. In truth, Yu Sheng had gone easy on everyone during the later stages of the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, instead of being as brutal as he could have been. Yang Tong and the others had been out to kill Yu Sheng right from the start, yet Yu Sheng pummeled them to the ground instead of killing them. Regardless, both Flaming Prison City and the Black Flame Clan had invested a great deal in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The losses they suffered were harrowing. All of that happened because Yu Sheng showed up. Other than that, the group of mighty ones from Tianyin City, who had been out to kill Shu Qiu earlier, including by Chen Luo of the City Lord's office, were all cut down by Yu Sheng. All of that made for a score that remained to be settled. Rest assured, Brother Yi, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon has been held for many years, and all participants were participating out of their own will. They knew that there would be casualties, and there were grudges. But then again, most forces were still able to tell that they were inferior, so even if there were grudges, since Yu Sheng and the others were participating as representatives of Chenya City, those forces will not go wage wars between cities. Shen Jun spoke to Yi Futian with an amicable tone, appearing friendly. Yi Futian looked at him and was thinking that Shen Jun was a snake for having duped Yu Sheng into participating in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. If he were to lose, there was the risk of dying. If he were to win, he would have definitely offended someone. If they offended someone, they would need protection from Chenya City to ensure their safety, as the cities in Crimson Dragon City had come to some consensus a long time ago. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon had been held for too many years, after all. Unless there was a party proving capable of gobbling up other cities, wars would not happen. But then again, there was still another option, joining the Crimson Dragon army. "Thank you for your hospitality, young city lord," Yi Futian smiled and said. "That would be my duty as host." Yu Sheng and the others performed perfectly this time. Chenya City will be able to reap benefits for having you all participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. I should be the one thanking you instead, Brother Yi. I shall throw a feast for all forces in Chenya City when I return and introduce you to them, welcoming you to the city once again, Shen Jun said with a smile. A peculiar look was seen deep in Yi Futian's eyes. Shen Jun seemed to have been a lot more polite. And he seemed to have been more sincere. He had previously duped them into participating in the event, and yet he made it clear that Chenya City had something to gain from it. If things had gone that far, Yi Futian was ready to keep playing along. Right. I see that Yu Sheng, Huang Zhouge, and the others are practicing different arts. It seems like my speculation before had proven erroneous. I take it that you all are not of the same force, Brother Yi? Shen Jun asked in a probing manner. Due to Yi Futian and Yaya being sword-wielders, and later seeing Yi Wuchen and Shu Qiu being swordsmen as well, Shen Jun thought all of those people came from some top-notch holy land of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm. Most of us are, and there are some who are friends coming on the same trip, Yi Futian smiled and said. Most of them came from the Holy Ji Palace. Right. Huang Zhouge emanated quite an extraordinary aura. I assume he is from some extraordinary clan then? Shen Jun took a look at Huang Zhouge and continued to probe. Yi Futian smirked deep down. It seemed that Yu Sheng's frightening powers, as well as the abilities shown by Wuchen, Zhouge, and the others, had made Shen Jun concerned. He then went about beating around the bush, trying to get to know who they really were. He had some mystical encounters. Yi Futian smiled and replied, not bothering to go into detail. Yi Futian just did not bother to deal with putting up an act that looked sincere. Yi Futian. A voice was heard at that moment. Yi Futian and the others turned around and saw a group of people at the castle across them, coming their way and then hovering before them. The group was none other than those from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. The one who took the lead was Kong Xian. Her alluring body looked flawless. Her perfect curves, long legs, intricate features sporting a feral grace, were astonishing to any graced by her beauty. Princess Kong Xian of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm was someone of the same status as Xia Qingyuan in Emperor Xia's realm. What brings you here, Princess Kong Xian? Yi Futian called with a smile. Kong Xian seemed to have gotten a good grip on her emotions, refraining from fighting him right there and then. Back in Empty Realm all those years ago, Kong Xian was practically looking at him with eyes saying that she wanted to flay him alive. That went for the bird as well. They had been inciting Kong Xian one too many times after all. The eyes of the black-winged condor at the side sparkled. It missed the days back in the Empty Realm. It no longer dared to say anything it had said back then, for the power difference between them did not allow it to. Jialo Feng, who was at the side, had eyes filled with murderous intent, but it kept it in check nonetheless. It wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Futian and the animal apart. However, as it came to sense Yi Futian's aura up close, it found that he had indeed become a saint. If they were actually to fight, it would have probably lost. If Jialo Feng were to be the princess, it would have ordered them all to fight right there and then. Yi Futian, you all serve Emperor Xia's realm, and I wonder what the realm has given you. How about you come to the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm? What Emperor Xia's realm can give you, we at Demon Peacock Emperor's realm will be able to give you more. Furthermore, we shall do away with our past grudges, Kong Xian said, and Yi Futian felt somewhat surprised. He never expected the princess of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm to be there to recruit them instead. Kong Xian once lost to Yi Futian, and he had been able to steer the direction of the Battle of the Empty Realm single-handedly. Now that he became a saint, there was little to say about his powers and talents. Yu Sheng had crushed everyone else single-handedly and overwhelmed many top-notch figures in the Crimson Dragon realm, going so far as to toss a dragon demon saint aside, just to make way for Yi Wuchen and the others. The unnaturally powerful fighting prowess displayed by the two of them alone made it worthwhile for her to try to take them to her side. Those two would have definitely become top-notch fighters spoken about in legends. Xie Qingyuan frowned and glared at Kong Xian with cold eyes. "Are you here to recruit my people?" she thought, bewildered. A cold aura was faintly sensed emanating from her. There was no way Yi Futian would have agreed to Kong Xian's proposal. There was no doubt about it. Speaking of Kong Xian's invitation, Emperor Li's realm had been very generous to Yi Futian as well. The imperial advisor of Dali had taken Yi Futian in as his student and taught him the deed of thorough comprehension. Emperor Li of the Dali dynasty had wanted to marry off his daughter to him to make him a son-in-law to the emperor. Conditions, eh? Just what kind of conditions could Kong Xian offer? Is she going to offer herself to me? Yi Futian thought. If you're willing to become his servant girl, we might consider it, Xie Qingyuan replied coldly. Damn. The black-winged condor blinked as it looked at Xie Qingyuan. The bird was thinking that she was indeed quite the devil, stealing a line that it wanted to say but dared not to. Kong Xian's eyes were cold, and there seemed to be divine light shining in them. She locked gazes with Xie Qingyuan, and formless fighting intent seemed to have spread all over the place. Thank you for your invitation, Princess Kong Xian, but I'm doing rather fine in Emperor Xia's realm, Yi Futian smiled and replied. Kong Xian had only pulled her gaze back and looked at Yi Futian, saying, "Fine then, we'll see about that." She then took her people and left soon after. Xie Qingyuan shot a cold look at Yi Futian after she left. Shen Zhen's eyes shifted around those before him. He was relieved deep down. It seemed that Yi Futian did not lie to him. Yi Futian was indeed from Emperor Xia's realm, and he was not a member of royalty, he was instead a subordinate serving Emperor Xia. But then again, he would have probably among those close to the royal members, which explained why Kong Xian would want him to switch sides. As for Xie Qingyuan, there was no way she would have been Yi Futian's wife. However, there were secrets between the two of them, as she was very naturally hostile against that beautiful princess from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. However, Shen Zhen did not go so far as to deduce Xie Qingyuan's status as a princess of Emperor Xia's realm. Yi Futian was the one who called the shots in the group, after all, which made him the leader. Even Xie Qingyuan was standing by his side while he was at the center. If Xie Qingyuan were the princess, this would have really been a mess. Yi Futian went to collect his winnings. Almost everyone who had bet lost. Yi Futian went to collect his winnings. Almost everyone who had bet lost. Yi Futian, Kong Xian, Shen Zhen, and Sichu Yang were the only ones who won. In the past battles of the Sleeping Dragon, there had been several very highly anticipated participants as well. While the battles might have had many variables, most of the time, one of the highly anticipated ones was capable of succeeding. What happened right there in that battle was comparatively rare. It was a total loss for the spectators. Yi Futian was wondering how much the Crimson Dragon Emperor had been able to earn in that one battle of the Sleeping Dragon. It was no wonder why the event was held once a month. If I were the one holding the event, I'd have made it once every 3 days instead, he thought. But then again, while the Crimson Dragon Emperor might not have cared about those training resources himself, the ones serving him would have consumed such resources in massive quantities. You want to return to Qianye City, brother Yi? Shen Zhen's attitude towards Yi Futian was a lot more polite. While he would not have thought Xie Qingyuan to be a princess, being someone who was valued by royal members of both Emperor Xia's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, there was no doubt about his extraordinary talents. Yu Sheng's performance had been startling as well. As such, Shenjun's attitude towards those people changed. He would have avoided offending those people as best as he could. Even if they might not have been people serving Emperor Xia directly, they might be very trusted subordinates nonetheless. Furthermore, if he were to be able to befriend those people, that connection might prove useful in the future. Sure. How about you, heroine from Sichu clan? Yi Futian looked at Sichu Yang and said. Sichu Yang glared at him, wondering why he was speaking in such a frivolous manner despite being a saint. How about we all return together, eh? I'm thinking of throwing a feast to welcome Brother Yi again. There will be a feast in several days at the City Lord's office. Please do show up, Shenjun smiled and said. Those from Chenya City all nodded. They needed to give that much face, at least. The group took flight and headed towards Chenya City. Yi Futian then headed to the border of the Sichu clan and said to Sichu Yang, I'll pay a visit to the Sichu clan later. I'll check on Little Ran along the way. Sure, Sichu Yang nodded and said. It'd be a great honor to the Sichu clan to have you with us, Brother Yi, an elder from the Sichu clan said with a smile. Yu Sheng's performance at the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon notwithstanding, the fact that Yi Futian and his party had destroyed the Bliss Palace was impressive enough. Both the Sichu clan and the Bliss Palace were both top-notch forces in Chenya City, and both were not all that different in terms of powers. You're too kind, senior. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. You're a man of passion, Brother Yi. Shenjun, who was at the front, turned around, smiled, and quipped. He found it surprising that Yi Futian was still concerned about the little girl. While he found that action to be disagreeable, he admitted that Yi Futian had superior character compared to him. Surviving in a chaotic place like Crimson Dragon Realm meant that cultivators were mostly preoccupied with enhancing their powers, using all means to strengthen themselves to gain control of greater resources. There was no way weaklings would have been able to survive at the Crimson Dragon Realm. What are you going to do at the Sichu clan? Xia Qingyuan asked Yi Futian telepathically. To pay a visit to the clan leader of the Sichu clan, Yi Futian replied. Xia Qingyuan nodded and did not ask any further. We'd like you to visit the Mo clan as well if you have the time. An elder of the clan, Mo Chen, extended his invitation as well. The Mo clan was also a top-notch force in Chenya City. Sure, I'd pay a visit, Yi Futian smiled and replied. That settles it then. That mighty one did not expect Yi Futian to agree in such a forthright manner, which he found surprising. That settles it. Yi Futian flashed a beaming, warm smile, which made those around him feel comfortable. You should come by Chenya City often in the future, Brother Yi. It'd do you a lot of good to visit the place more often. I'm prepared to introduce you to the forces throughout the city. By the way, Shenjun smiled and said. Thank you for your hospitality, Yi Futian replied. That's nothing. You're one of us from here on out. If you run into any trouble in Chenya City, you're welcome to look for me always, Shenjun answered in a very polite manner. Right, I do have a favor to ask from you, Brother Shen. I'm afraid I have to bother you at the City Lord's office at a later date, Yi Futian nodded and said seriously. No problem, Shenjun smiled and said. He was wondering if Yi Futian would have just let the grudge the newcomer had with him slide. It was apparent that Yi Futian resented him for one thing or another. It would have been nice if Yi Futian needed a favor, and he would have done all in his power to help. After returning to Chenya City from Crimson Dragon City, everyone returned to their home. Shenjun returned to the City Lord's office while Yi Futian returned to the inn. The news with the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon spread all over the place and shocked many. No one would have expected the group that had destroyed the Bliss Palace would have had someone so terrifying among their sages, who practically mopped the floor with the top-notch figures who participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon that time. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng become two very, very renowned names in Chenya City. Yi Futian took several people to pay a visit to the Sichu clan the next day. Many in the Sichu clan came to receive him. Sichu Yang appeared with little Ran as well. Uncle Yang, the little girl called obediently and smiled. Yi Futian hugged little Ran for a bit and then turned to the people of the Sichu clan. Thank you for all you've done. We have an honored guest here, and the feast is ready. Please help yourself, Sir Yi, someone among them said. Yi Futian nodded and smiled. He walked to Sichu Yang's side and said, "I'd like to pay a visit to the leader of the Sichu clan." "Sure, I'll tell grandfather," Sichu Yang nodded and said. Everyone took their seats at the feast at the Sichu clan shortly after. A very old-looking elder stepped out, emanating an esteemed, imposing aura. Yi Futian rose and bowed. "I'm Yi Futian, pleased to meet you, senior." Sichu Zhong then nodded with a smile, saying, "Your name has reached my ears in the clan, Brother Yi. No need for formalities. Please take a seat." "Thank you, senior." Yi Futian then said, "Ms. Sichu here is valiant and forthcoming. Now that I meet her grandfather, I hardly find it surprising at all. You're too kind. Being able to destroy the Bliss Palace for just one little girl is one hell of a feat. We old folks are just older than you guys are. The place will belong to your generation sooner or later." Sichu Zhong's voice was brimming and unbridled, making him sound like a grand bell and filled with spirit. It was done on a whim. Yi Futian then smiled and said, "I just found what Bai Ziyi did to be too disagreeable. Trampling on the lives of others without care is indeed despicable. But then again, that has always been the case with the world of cultivators. Even if you intend to change things, I wonder how many you could kill." Cultivators who have reached an age like Sichu Zhong had long seen what the world was like. There were many types of cultivators in the world. "Indeed." Yi Futian nodded. "But since I happened to see something happening right in front of me, I just did what I could. It is for this matter that I come to visit you." "How so?" Sichu Zhong looked at Yi Futian. "The Crimson Dragon realm is strong, and people from all realms gather here, so there are many extraordinarily talented people around. They might lack opportunities. I'm thinking of setting up a place for cultivation here in Chenya City. What do you think, senior?" Yi Futian said. Sichu Zhong's expression was peculiar upon hearing what Yi Futian said. It was apparent that he was surprised. Cultivators came and went throughout the cities of the Crimson Dragon realm because so many from all realms gathered there. Even someone who held control over a city might have just left the place anytime to train elsewhere. What Yi Futian put forth was hardly seen in Crimson Dragon realm. It was especially so with how things were in the cities of the Crimson Dragon realm, which were very unstable. There were few who would have bothered wasting resources to establish such places of training. "Brother Yi, things at Crimson Dragon realm are complicated, and the people traveling between cities are in a very unstable state. It will take a very long time before results are seen. In Chenya City, by the way, those who stay here for long are only clans that have taken root here," Sichu Zhong said. "It is precisely for that reason that I come to you, senior. Propagating the path and cultivation would do immense good for the development of Chenya City. If a force like the Sichu clan were willing to join, when Chenya City becomes strong, the Sichu clan would prosper along with the city." "What prompted you to go that far?" Sichu Zhong asked. None of that seemed to be doing much for Yi Futian himself. "I'd like to see the powers of Chenya City consolidated, and to make Chenya City the topmost city in all of Crimson Dragon realm in the future," Yi Futian answered, "but then again, I might not be the one doing all that. Those are my thoughts. This might require cooperation from the city lord. I'm afraid the Sichu clan still falls short of pulling off something like that," Sichu Zhong said. He was able to vaguely sense that Yi Futian might have wanted to do something else to get this off the ground. Furthermore, there was still a lack of a true reason from Yi Futian. Why would he want to consolidate powers and develop Chenya City? "I'd like to introduce you to someone, senior." Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan by his side and said, "This is the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan." Sichu Zhong was dumbfounded and took a look at Xia Qingyuan. He was vaguely able to understand why Yi Futian wanted to do what he said he wanted to do. If that proved to be the case, then the reasons were indeed more than enough. There were many imperial realms from the Crimson Dragon region coming to set up shop and expand their forces at Crimson Dragon realm. For instance, the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm that Kong Xian belonged to, reigned over Peacock City. If Emperor Xia's realm were to be a part of a city, it would have been a sufficient reason for developing the powers of a city. Sichu Yang looked at Xia Qingyuan, feeling shocked. Many others from the clan shared the sentiment. Xia Qingyuan, the woman who had been following Yi Futian around, is a princess of Emperor Xia's realm? She thought. None of them saw that coming. They wondered what kind of status Yi Futian had back at Emperor Xia's realm. Even the princess is at his side, they thought. Sichu Yang realized all of a sudden that if that had never occurred to her, then it would have never occurred to Shenjun as well. From the looks of things, the conversation between Yi Futian and Shenjun the day before had a lot going on between the lines. Is Emperor Xia's realm planning to expand in Chenya City? Sichu Zhong looked at Xia Qingyuan and asked. I'd like your kind assistance, senior, Xia Qingyuan answered. Sichu Zhong was silent for a bit. His position naturally compelled him to consider his clan's interests, to see if the proposal would have done the clan good or harm. Yi Futian's character suggested that he was a man of his word, that he was a comparatively upright man and would not scheme against them. If Emperor Xia's realm indeed intended to expand its influence in Chenya City, then it would be more influential and powerful than the current city lord's office. I'm glad to be of service, princess, Sichu Zhong raised his cup and said. Thank you, senior. Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian both raised their cups at the answer. The deal was considered sealed by then. They naturally needed support from top-notch forces in Chenya City if they wanted to set up shop there instead of just beating everyone down. Diplomacy served better at times. Yi Futian paid a visit to the Mo clan after he was done paying a visit to the Sichu clan. Since it was the Mo clan that had extended the invitation, he did not see the need to hold back. Yi Futian paid a visit to the Mo clan after he was done paying a visit to the Sichu clan. Since it was the Mo clan that had extended the invitation, he did not see the need to hold back. It did not matter what the Mo clan thought of the proposal. It would have been great if they were able to agree to it. Even if they were to not agree to the proposal, there was no way the Mo clan would have leaked the news anyway. Before the Bliss Palace was destroyed, the top-notch forces in Chenya City would have only dared to stay neutral. While it was said that the mighty dragon was no match for the native serpent, that still depended on the dragon. If the other imperial realms were to take a city by force, they could have done so quickly. However, some imperial realms were reluctant to do so, as not only was the trip difficult to make, but taking down a city meant that they would have had to leave a powerful force behind to manage the taken city. With conflict being a common sight in the Crimson Dragon realm, they might have run into all sorts of problems. As such, not all Renhuangs would have been willing to carve out a piece of the land for themselves in the Crimson Dragon realm. This time, however, they could have taken the opportunity to do so. The City Lord's office organized a banquet several days later, inviting all major forces throughout the city to participate. It was said to be thrown to celebrate Yu Sheng and the others, as well as to welcome Yi Futian and his party officially. Everyone in Chenya City, however, was able to tell that the young city lord wanted to get close to Yi Futian's party. But then again, their talents were so extraordinary that it was indeed worth the effort. Guests gathered at the city lord's office that day. Somewhat inferior forces showed up early and waited at the place where the banquet was held. A group of people was received into the city lord's office, and many went up to cup their hands in greeting. Greetings, Senior Sichu. You're all being too kind. Sichu Zhong cupped his hands and returned the gesture. Many were surprised that even the clan leader of the Sichu clan, Sichu Zhong, showed up personally. It seemed that he held the banquet in very high regard. However, one who was able to destroy the Bliss Palace was indeed worth being taken seriously by the top-notch forces in Chenya City. If Yi Futian and his people were to stay in Chenya City for prolonged periods, they would have become legends in the city. Senior Sichu. Shenjun brought his people and walked up to him, bowing politely to him. He said, I did not expect that you would show, Senior. I would have greeted you outside if I knew you were coming. No need for formalities, young city lord. It's quite an event in Chenya City, and so I just thought to come and sit around for a bit. Sichu Zhong smiled and replied. The people in the Sichu clan all smiled, and there was nothing out of place with them. Sichu Yang, why didn't you notify me that the elder was coming? Shenjun smiled and asked Sichu Yang. Sichu Yang smiled and said nothing. Shenjun then said, Please, Senior. Have a seat. Great. Sichu Zhong nodded and took a seat at one of the privileged seats. Many who showed up and greeted everyone, making the scene very lively. The mighty ones from the Mo clan showed up shortly after. What was even more surprising was that the clan leader of the Mo clan was there as well. Many noted that all the big shots in Chenya City seemed to have all made it to the banquet. Sir Yi is here. A voice was heard at that moment, and many turned to look in that direction. It was none other than Yi Futian and his group. They all walked forward, and people from many forces in Chenya City rose. Some smiled and said, "Your name has been all over the place, Sir Yi, and you look more extraordinary than you're said to be." Yi Futian nodded faintly with a plain expression. Many forces had brought their women with them to the banquet, and they were all very beautiful, exceptional members of the younger generations. Their eyes sparkled when they saw Yi Futian, thinking how handsome that legend known all over the city was. That full head of silver hair of his looked very charismatic, and they all thought he must have had quite a colorful past. However, Yi Futian walked straight ahead without taking one look at them. After seeing what Xia Qingyuan and the glass saint looked like, all of them thought that they were ridiculous for having thought anything in the first place. Yi Futian naturally did not know what was going on in their heads. He walked forward, and Shenjun rose as well. He said with a smile, "You're all that is left now. Please take a seat, Brother Yi." However, Shenjun did not see any smile on Yi Futian's face. Instead, he looked different from before. His silver hair billowed, and his white robe looked flawless. His chiseled face looked cold, and those deep eyes of his seemed to be able to see through people. Shenjun Yi Futian went up and halted his steps. The others stood behind him, and they all looked solemn. The atmosphere changed within an instant. The smiles on the faces of everyone present rescinded. It was apparent that they all sensed something different was going on. Yi Futian called Shenjun by his name. Furthermore, his eyes were aloof and cold, seeming condescending, even. At that moment, Yi Futian emanated the might of a saint and looked somewhat supreme. Sichu Yang's eyes sparkled. Yi Futian's bearing seemed to have changed within that instant. He appeared utterly different. "What is the meaning of this, Brother Yi?" Shenjun had noticed Yi Futian's changes as well. He seemed to sense a looming danger ahead. He came to hold Yi Futian in high regard at the moment. He had been treating him with respect in hopes of reconciling the conflict between him and Yi Futian. While both parties had been amicable and did not turn on each other, he knew what he did to Yi Futian before, and Yi Futian harbored resentment over it. As such, he did his best to reconcile and mend the relations between the two of them. He no longer had any thoughts of using him. However, it seemed to be too late. He had invited various forces in Chenya City and thrown a banquet to welcome Yi Futian, but Yi Futian did not seem to be of an attitude befitting that of a guest. He felt that Yi Futian was there to interrogate him instead. "We knew each other somewhere out there, and you invited us to Chenya City. You then set up a meeting between Bai Zi and us, then followed up with testing Yu Sheng and the others, baiting us into participating in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. If Yu Sheng was of inferior powers, he might have ended up killed by Yang Tong and the others. Was that what you meant by the battle being harmless?" Yi Futian looked at Shenjun and said. Shenjun frowned after hearing that Yi Futian questioned him in front of everyone. Yi Futian was indeed there to hold him responsible. Participation in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was entirely voluntary. "I don't remember forcing any of you to participate." Shenjun then said coldly, "I have gone all the way to welcome you, Brother Yi. So what do you mean by this? If we lost in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, it would have been our people who would have died. If we won, you'd be the one to get awarded, no?" Yi Futian asked, "Since when have we become your subordinates, Shenjun? How about we let the past be the past, Brother Yi? We'll drink and let it all slide. You're free to name whatever compensation you want. If you'd like the rewards from the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, you're free to have them. We'll end things at that, how about it?" Shenjun said with a glum face, apparently trying to make compromises. The lord of a city was lower than that of a Renhuang force, meaning that he was at a disadvantage. However, He did not know how much power Yi Futian was capable of mobilizing. "I want Chenya City. Are you going to give the city to me?" Yi Futian asked. Shenjun's expression turned completely cold. He glared at Yi Futian and said, "Don't go too far, brother Yi. You might be highly valued by the Renhuang of Emperor Xia's realm, but this is still the Crimson Dragon realm." Both men glared at each other for a while. A stifling atmosphere washed all over the place in an instant before the banquet had even started. Two saintly auras clashed, and all who were present at the banquet shuddered. Some knew what was going on, and those who did not know dared not get in the middle haphazardly. The situation was tense enough for people to know it was to better wait and see, instead of doing anything immediately. Yi Futian took one step out, and it was all that was needed to bring a stormy aura of the saint sweeping all over the place. A formless gale swept the entire banquet. Shenjun's expression was gloomy and dark, finding it baffling that Yi Futian dared to make a move against him in the city lord's office. What is his backing for doing all this? He thought. There were few others behind Shenjun who stepped forward, with one of them emanating a very powerful aura. Yaya stepped from behind Yi Futian as well. A formless gust of sword aura washed all over the space. The cups in the banquet shattered within an instant. The tables and chairs were then destroyed bit by bit. Mighty ones from all forces unleashed powerful saintly might for protection. They all retreated. That terrifying storm swept all over the place, and every miscellaneous item crumbled instantly. Powerful auras burst within the city lord's office and swept all over the place. They looked up at the sky and felt many powerful auras descending from above all of a sudden. They all flashed, intending to leave the banquet. The figures that appeared high in the air descended, sealing the place, and landed on the buildings at the city lord's office. All of them were surprisingly saints. Shenjun's expression turned especially gloomy. Yi Futian had brought people of Emperor Xia's realm here? The figures that appeared turned their eyes and looked at the place where the banquet was held. They all bowed in the direction where Xia Qingyuan was and said, "Greetings, Princess." "Princess." The eyes of many froze, and Shenjun felt a shudder running all over him. His face seemed rather ashen. How could this possibly be? He thought. There is a princess from Emperor Xia's realm in Yi Futian's group. He turned around and saw the figures behind Yi Futian. He eventually turned to Xia Qingyuan. He recalled the conversation between Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian at that very instant. There was only one line to be had, and he did not think too much about it as a result. Xia Qingyuan had just tagged along with Yi Futian, after all. He had only discovered that he made a grave mistake at that moment. Women who were in love would not have cared about their status. They would have been willing to stand by the sides of their beloved as secondary characters, even if the woman in question was a high and mighty daughter of a Renhuang. If he were to know that the princess of Emperor Xia's realm was in their midst, he might have apologized right away instead of trying to mend their relations through drinking at a banquet. It was apparent that Yi Futian never intended to give him any chance. He made a move right after showing up. Xia Qingyuan turned her eyes to the air and nodded lightly, which seemed to have confirmed the speculations of Shenjun and the others. She is indeed a princess of Emperor Xia's realm, they thought. What does it mean for a daughter of Renhuang willingly standing behind a young cultivator in Emperor Xia's realm anyway? If they were to be told that Xia Qingyuan had no thoughts about Yi Futian, none of them would have believed that. Shenjun is done for this time. A thought crossed in the minds of many present. It was no surprise why that group of people was so extraordinary and dared to wipe out the palace lord of the Bliss Palace without considering the consequences. They had backing from someone even more powerful. Yi Futian dared to attack Bliss Palace not only because of Yaya. Yi Futian dared to attack Bliss Palace not only because of Yaya. After all, for him to destroy the Bliss Palace, other things needed to be considered. It seemed the City Lord office requested an explanation. Xia Qingyuan came to the Crimson Dragon realm from Emperor Xia's realm to conduct trials. It was impossible that she would not have strong cultivators accompany her. What was more, this time, the request from Yi Futian for Xia Qingyuan's help had a purpose in itself. "Everyone, help me take them down." The expression on Shenjun's face changed again and again. His eyes turned to the cultivators at the banquet. Many cultivators had descended upon the city lord's office, and Yi Futian was going to make a move against their city lord's office at Chenya City. As Yi Futian said before, what if I wanted to take Chenya City? Well, this matter could not have a satisfying ending, but if Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan were both taken, then there was still a chance to turn the tides. No one paid any attention to Shenjun. Several top principalities had already been talked to by Yi Futian, so they were all aware and remained calm and collected because they had previously anticipated the situation at the moment. In the cities of Crimson Dragon Realm, changeovers of ownership were commonplace. Plundering and infightings with one another continuously, and eruptions of occasional battles of various sizes were not unheard of. Under such circumstances, for the forces in the city to be loyal to the city lord's office was, obviously, an impossibility. Right now, the opponent of the city lord's office of Chenya City was the people from Renhuang's realm. In the Crimson Dragon realm, many from the Renhuang realm came here to expand their power, and those were relatively strong individuals. Even on other matters, where Renhuang was not allowed to interfere with the goings-on in the Crimson Dragon realm, the underlings of Renhuang were more than capable of taking over a city. Under this circumstance, the most they could do was to remain neutral, so how could they help the city lord's office? With the destruction of Bliss Palace fresh in their memory, who would want a repeat of it? Young city lord, today's matter was caused by many injustices, Sichu Zhong said with a clear voice. The people of Sichu clan stood up and suddenly seemed to surround Shenjun and others with a blooming pressure. The people of Chenya City looked at him. This old guy had picked a side. Shenjun looked pale. In this space, his people now were at an absolute disadvantage. The Sichu clan had committed treason by supporting Yi Futian. Yi Futian walked toward Shenjun, and he said in a cold voice, "Shenjun, since you invited me to Chenya City, I won't hold back." Bang! Shenjun stepped out, his body soared into the sky, and the might of the Saint Plane was fully released. In an instant, flames filled the sky and shrouded the firmament. Yi Futian looked up slightly. He took a similar step, turning into lightning that shuttled through the void, and headed straight to Shenjun. Shenjun stood above the void. His hands were forming a seal as he bathed in a dazzling luster of flame. Many immense flaming dragons roared angrily and rushed out with incredible speed toward Yi Futian. With the divine brilliance upon his body, Yi Futian seemed to be covered with a layer of sacred starry armor, and the flames swallowed him up but did not burn him. The immense body of the fire dragon impacted him, and a powerful roaring sound came out. That brilliant golden body penetrated that of the dragon, like a golden streamer, sacred but bright, aiming directly toward Shenjun. Roar! Another angry roar trembled between heaven and the earth, and an extremely fierce nine-headed crimson flame dragon appeared behind Shenjun. The sacred light of fire surrounded it. The nine-headed dragon moved at the same time, wanting to swallow Yi Futian in one gulp. Yi Futian did not stop at all. His spinning body turned into real lightning, and the golden lightning sliced through the void and rushed into the mouth of the dragon. Suddenly, a dazzling radiance erupted above the dragon's body, and the shrill sound of gurgling was heard. The immense body of the dragon exploded and shattered, and a figure emerged from the endless sword might. Its body shot straight toward Shenjun. Shenjun's face was pale. He had been extremely confident in his offense, but it was directly crushed and broken. The magnificent streamer magnified in the pupil. He saw Yi Futian raise his arms. Huang Ting fist will burst forth, breaking through the void. It penetrated Shenjun's last defense until it blasted upon his chest. Clack! The sound of the bones exploding was so clear that everyone below could hear it, and the people from the city lord's office wanted to come to his aid. However, Yaya, Sichu Zhong, and the others were standing there, so who could intervene? Shenjun spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, and his body flew backward. Yi Futian took a step forward, and his arm, flowing with pure brilliance, struck out again. For a moment, the aurora of the fists pierced through the void and kept blasting on Shenjun's body. It was like rays of golden light pierced through his chest to his back. Shenjun's body, like rootless duckweed, was blasted weakly, flying mindlessly in the air. Yi Futian slapped a large palm print down until he was blasted on a building. The building collapsed and shattered, and Shenjun's body fell right into the ruins. There was no strength, and his hands lay weakly there. Yi Futian's figure drifted down to the ground. He stood in front of Shenjun and looked down at the figure that lay on the ground. Shenjun coughed up blood, but even the cough sounded weak, and his eyes were still open, watching the figure that was standing in front of him and looking down at him. Those eyes, at that moment, were so proud yet scornful of his existence. Shenjun realized that he had been using Yi Futian and treated him like a clown. But in fact, he was the clown in the eyes of the others. From the start, Yi Futian had never really cared about his existence. Everything that he had done was more like a joke. His long silver hair blowing in the wind, and Yi Futian didn't say a word to him but looked straight ahead. An extremely forceful breath was blooming. At the moment when the breath was released, the entire city lord's office became extremely oppressed. It was unclear when Yaya had come in front of Yi Futian. It seemed the pressure of the might was giving her considerable tension, and her pair of sharp eyes stared steadily ahead. There was a sensation of extreme heat. A middle-aged man clad in a robe decorated with flames stood there quietly. His pupils seemed to be burning with fire. When he looked up into the void, the vast sky suddenly turned fiery red, and the sky was burning. Within the circumference of several hundred miles from the city lord's office, everyone felt hot and uncomfortable. When they looked up at the sky that was burning red, they were all shocked. What was happening at the city lord's office? This seemed to be the breath of the city lord. However, the city lord of Chenya City was said to be cultivating alone. The affairs of Chenya City were left to the young city lord, and he had not been seen for a long time. And today seemed to be the day that the young city lord hosted a dinner banquet in honor of Yi Futian. But for some reason, it seemed like a terrifying battle had blown up. Crimson Dragon City, the main city of Crimson Dragon Realm, was under the direct command of the Crimson Dragon Emperor. The surrounding cities were filled with top personalities who not only had to compete with top cultivators from other major interfaces, but sometimes, their opponents were from all walks of life directly under the command of the emperors of other realms. Under such circumstances, the people in charge of the main cities around Crimson Dragon City today were truly from the existence of top Saint Plane. They were either born of the cultivators of the Crimson Dragon Realm or originated from travelers from all parts of the Crimson Dragon Realm, who eventually settled here or in other principalities of emperors. The city lords of every city in this central area belonged to Nirvana Plane. If these lords were placed within each Runhuang's realm of the Crimson Dragon Realm, they were all giants who, alone, could deter a major force. Anyone who was not the best of the best had already been eliminated in the fiercely competitive environment of Crimson Dragon Realm and had no qualification to control a city at all. Shen Tianzhan, city lord of Chenya City, likewise, was also such a fearsome presence. He immersed himself in cultivation and possessed tremendous strength. If he intervened, it must have been that he had encountered a powerful opponent. It was highly likely that someone would come to seize the city. At this moment in the city lord's office, Shen Tianzhan looked up at the sky. He stood there casually, like a god, with his body as the center, and a burst of hot glow erupted. However, as strong as Shen Tianzhan was, his look toward the sky seemed extremely grave. He said, "If my son offended anyone, I am responsible for the lack of discipline, and I apologize on his behalf." In the distance, Yi Futian's body floated in the air, looking at that proud figure. The existence of Nirvana Plane was astounding. He looked up into the void and saw a figure drift down from above. The man was dressed in a white cloak. He appeared very mysterious. He held a scepter in his hand, and his aura wasn't too great. But, by merely standing there, he seemed to pose a great threat to the city lord of Chenya City. The figure in white in the void looked at Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian. He asked, "Princess, what shall we do?" Xia Qingyuan came to Yi Futian's side in a flash. She whispered, "You decide." Yi Futian looked at the front. He knew who came this time. In the land of 9 states, the first person in the legendary saint ranking list, the Great Shaman. In his hand was the #1 divine implement, Scepter of Control. Many years ago, The great shaman followed Emperor Xia in cultivation and remained at the side of Emperor Xia. He became Emperor Xia's confidant. This trip, he was tasked to guard the safety of Xia Qingyuan. The strength of the great shaman was unquestionable. The land of 9 states had finally produced a figure of great acclaim. Yi Futian looked to Shen Tianzhan and said, "Shenzhen invited us to Chenya City and used us without regard for our lives. That being the case, now Chenya City is changing hands. If you want to leave, we will not detain you, but Shenzhen stays. If you stay, you can help us manage Chenya City. In the future, when the time is right, we will grant you another city in return. Either choice, no matter which, Shenzhen would not be released. Otherwise, the departure of Chenya City Lord Shen Tianzhan would be a hidden concern." Shen Tianzhan looked toward Yi Futian, and his eyes seemed to be burning with terrible flames. At first glance, Yi Futian felt his eyes tingle. It was as if the sensation of flames had rushed directly into his pupils. But in the next moment, Shen Tianzhan looked away and turned his attention to the great shaman once more, saying, "Shen Tianzhan of Chenya City, please enlighten me." The great shaman bowed his head. His eyes landed on Shen Tianzhan, and he introduced himself, the great shaman of Emperor Xia's realm. The great shaman bowed his head. His eyes landed on Shen Tianzhan, and he introduced himself, the great shaman of Emperor Xia's realm. At the moment when the voices of the two men faded, a fiery hot sensation shrouded the infinite space, and both the sky and the earth turned red. Yi Futian lowered his head and glanced down. The earth seemed to be roasting, and there was a vague and surreal feel to it. Just how strong was the saint of Nirvana plane? Perhaps a single thought was enough to destroy a city. Boom! Flames were ignited in the sky and the earth, and all the cultivators released their power to shield their bodies against that invisible force. Shen Tianzhan's body was bathed in a radiant sacred fire. In an instant, his body skyrocketed. Above the sky, an immense and boundless flaming dragon opened its enormous mouth. It emerged from the burning red sky and moved toward the great shaman. Countless people on the ground looked up at the sky, their hearts trembling violently. They felt tiny in front of the dragon. It was as if a breath from the dragon could burn them to nothing. The great shaman stood there quietly, and his body did not sway. Above his cloaked body, countless bright, golden lights lit up, like countless golden threads, moving toward his body at high speed. In an instant, those endless golden threads, like a divine net of space, winding upwards, covered the sky and the sun, winding on the body of the dragon. The sacred flaming dragon continued to dive down, but the divine net of space expanded, and the golden threads entangled it within. Great shaman raised the scepter, and the endless lines of space cut through the void and the dragon's body, cutting it into countless pieces. For a moment, the immense sacred dragon turned into endless fire and rained down. Boom! The ground exploded and shattered madly, and infinite flames shot from above the sky, condensing together, and fierce roaring sounds were heard. Shen Tianzhan stood proudly above the sky. Both of his hands were forming a seal, and many flaming gods of war that stood a few thousand meters tall appeared in the sky, surrounding the great shaman. The palms of Shen Tianzhan, with the formed seal, blasted out. Suddenly, all the flaming gods of war accompanied his movement and blasted shocking flaming palm prints, covering the sky and destroying the void. The great shaman stood in the center of these flaming gods of war, appearing extremely insignificant, like a gnat. At this moment, above the great shaman, a more brilliant light bloomed forth. A golden lotus appeared under his feet, and the lotus petals released an endless glow. The golden lotus rotated and expanded continuously. The lotus petals opened and closed, and instantly wrapped his body in it, turning it into a lotus light screen, shrouded him within. Bang, bang, bang. The godlike flaming palm prints blasted attacks, and the lotus petals sunk inward as if to melt in destruction. But the glow was shining, and the giant golden lotus continued rotating. The petals perished and were reborn with even more brilliant light. They bloomed toward heaven and the earth. Giant lotus appeared one after another, continually expanding, and an unparalleled golden glow was emitted at the same time. The space was drowning in dazzling light, and the bodies of the flame gods of war were penetrated, torn, and shattered. The void in which the great shaman was located had been completely transformed into a world of fire, and those flames seemed to be slightly surreal, burning up the sky. Countless people on the ground looked up at the sky. If they had stood there, they would probably be turned into nothingness. The sun's rays sprinkled down and reflected on that flame space as if interspersed with each other. The sun's rays also turned into part of fire, so that the way merged with the heaven, and the fire of the great path now one with the sun. Boom! The world of flames suddenly erupted, and the space in which the great shaman was started burning. It turned into a true solar furnace, smelting all existence. However, the great shaman still stood there, wearing a cape, and his eyes were as calm as they were before. He raised his foot and walked forward calmly. Every step was taken very slowly but extremely steadily. Lotus petals surrounded him. Each petal opened and closed to give rise to other lotus flowers. These lotus flowers were much like in a space of their own. In the moments of opening and closing, it had devoured the fire of the great path. The great shaman walked toward Shentianjan, step by step. He looked up slightly, and his eyes were extremely demonic. It was as if they could captivate and capture those who looked into them. Shentianjan looked at those eyes and frowned. A horrific spiritual power invaded him, and instantly, a space-divine matrix seemed to have appeared in his mind. Behind the great shaman, a radiant matrix appeared, and radiant brilliance bloomed upon the matrix with countless golden threads penetrating the void, covering Shentianjan's body. Shentianjan retreated, but the golden threads increased, and the matrix elevated toward the sky. Above the firmament, it turned into a matrix of space that sheltered the sky. With the endless space radiance now falling downward, Shentianjan had nowhere to go, as the world was blocked. The crowd below looked up at the sky in horror. At the level of nirvana, it all depended on whose attack was the stronger, and Shentianjan did not have the strength to destroy the great shaman. At this moment, could Shentianjan bear the counterattack of the great shaman? The great shaman's body floated in the air, rising higher and higher until he was integrated into the divine matrix that was above the sky. He raised the scepter and looked down at Shentianjan, saying, "This is the art of judgment. Do you still want to continue the fight?" Shentianjan looked up at the great shaman. His body still emitted the majesty of might, but he knew in his heart that he had already lost the battle, and he was not sure that he could bear the attack of the great shaman. For a moment, the fire of the sky dissipated, and the sensation of extreme heat disappeared immediately. The heated sky and earth restored as they were before. Seeing this scene, the great shaman lowered his hand and retracted the scepter. The divine light of space also disappeared, and his eyes were no longer terrible. The crowd below exhaled a sigh of relief. The battle that just occurred was like a dream. Chenya City Lord Shentianjan was defeated, everyone said secretly in their hearts. Chenya City would be officially changing hands. This great shaman should be the top figure in Emperor Xia's realm. The top existence cultivated by the emperors was indeed awesome. Among the many cities in Crimson Dragon Realm, only a few city lords who were at the peak of their power could fight such figures. There were several peak existence cultivators in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Even though they claimed to be standing on the top of Nirvana Plane, there were rumors that some Nirvana saints had offended Renhuang, which accounted for their flight to the Crimson Dragon Realm to become the master of a city. Other Renhuang of the realm could come to the Crimson Dragon Realm, but they could not wreak havoc on its territory. Of course, the dispatch of the saints was not something the Crimson Dragon Emperor cared much about. Shentianjan descended and landed on the ruins of the city lord's office in front of Futian. He glanced down at Shenzhen, who was gravely injured, and saw despair in his eyes. His father, who was also defeated, was implicated because of him, and now the entire city lord's office was lost. All this was because he had wanted to use Futian and his people. Now, it was not so easy to send away the deity that he had invited in. Futian wanted Chenya City. Shentianjan picked up Shenzhen's body. Futian stood aside and did not stop him. The great shaman drifted down and descended next to Xia Qingyuan. They just wanted Chenya City and were not worried that Shentianjan would go to the extreme. There was no need for it when he had already cultivated to this level. Turning around, Shen Tianzhan stopped and said, "I will stay." Then, he took Shen Jun going deeper into the city lord's office, which, by now, was half in ruins. "Great Shaman, take over the city lord's office," Xie Qingyuan said to him, and the great shaman nodded. The next step would be to firmly control the city lord's office. Since Shen Tianzhan chose to stay, he did not need to help, but he must not be given a chance to add to the chaos. "Who will be the city lord?" Xie Qingyuan said, looking at Yi Futian. "Naturally you, princess." Yi Futian looked at Xie Qingyuan. "I'm not interested," Xie Qingyuan said lightly. "You'll take over." Yi Futian looked at Xie Qingyuan but saw that her eyes were focused far away. No one knew what she was thinking. "Princess, in the future, Qianye City could be the foundation of Xie Emperor Xie's realm in Crimson Dragon Realm. I am not suited for this duty," Yi Futian said. "Aren't you always complaining that you have no place in Emperor Xie's realm? Now, you will be named as the city lord of Qianye City. I will ask my father the emperor to make it official, and father will not object," said Xie Qingyuan, looking at Yi Futian. Previously, Yi Futian was just a bodyguard for the princess. Yi Futian was speechless. Since when did he complain? Women did not make any sense. But, it was much better sounding than being the bodyguard of the princess. "Boss, this she-devil must have been traumatized by Kong Xian." The voice of Black Wind Condor resounded in Yi Futian's mind. Not long ago, Kong Xian came to poach him. However, this clown had learned his lesson and dared not say it out loud, but only said it secretly to Yi Futian. "Want to get beat up again?" Yi Futian smiled at the little condor, and immediately, he behaved. "Very well, I will take over temporarily, but if I leave, I will give up the position," Yi Futian said, but Xie Qingyuan ignored him. Next was to straighten out Qianye City. What happened at Qianye City soon came to pass, and all the cities knew that Yu Sheng came from Emperor Xie's realm, and now, Emperor Xie's realm had also seized a city in Crimson Dragon Realm. However, although it was known at this time, it had not caused much disturbance. After all, these kinds of occurrences happened often in the Crimson Dragon Realm, and the top figures had seen it all. At this time, inside a city in Crimson Dragon Realm, there was a group of people in a palace. One of them was well known to Yi Futian, the crown prince of Dali dynasty, Li Yao. After hearing the news brought to him by the messenger in front of him, Li Yao flashed a coldness in his eyes. Was it the great shaman of Emperor Xie's realm, who personally accompanied to guard? Now, they had even taken a city in Crimson Dragon Realm. His Royal Highness, the strength of this great shaman is unfathomable. He has been following Emperor Xie all these years and is definitely one of the peaks power of Emperor Xie's realm, said a nobleman clad in a golden python robe behind him. Li Yao nodded, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It seems that there will be a need for our imperial advisor of Dali." Qianye City began the reorganization process with the full support of the Situ clan. Shen Tianzhan was still staying in the city lord's office to cultivate. The old alliances of the city lord's office had all yielded in submission. Qianye City began the reorganization process with the full support of the Situ clan. Shen Tianzhan was still staying in the city lord's office to cultivate. The old alliances of the city lord's office had all yielded in submission. Gradually, cultivators of the Saint Plains who came with the great shaman took control of the city lord's office and even planned to mobilize more help from Emperor Xie's realm. Since they had now taken a city in Crimson Dragon Realm, naturally, it would need to be managed with care. Afterward, the city lord's office built an academy of cultivation in the center of Qianye City, and it caused a lot of talk in the surrounding cities. An academy of cultivation was not suitable for other cities in the Crimson Dragon Realm save for the Crimson Dragon City. These cities were continually warring with one another and changed hands often, so the construction of an academy was a waste of time, energy, and resources. The cultivators that came out of the academy would likely end up being used by another. Only the Crimson Dragon City under the direct control of the Crimson Dragon Emperor was a suitable location. Because it was Qianye City, everyone just laughed it off. At the same time, in Emperor Li's realm within the Crimson Dragon region, Dali dynasty, Emperor Li's Way, Imperial Advisor's residence. At this time, the imperial advisor was standing with his hands folded behind his back, staring at the sky. Futian stood quietly next to the imperial advisor without disturbing him. At this time, there were footsteps. It was a few disciples of the imperial advisor. Yang Yuan, Mr. Nanzhai, Mu Chunyang, and the others had arrived. Master. Yang Yuan and the others bowed. You all knew, right? The master lowered his head and spoke to them. Yang Yuan nodded. Li Yarrow and the Prince Regent both reported to the Emperor at the same time to ask the Imperial Advisor of Dali to go to the Crimson Dragon Realm and create a territory there. At the same time, it was requested to assassinate someone in the Crimson Dragon Realm, the seventh swordsman, who was undercover in the Dali dynasty, the same as Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm. This action of Li Yarrow and the Prince Regent were suspicious. Back then, they both suggested punishing the Imperial Advisor, but Emperor Li suppressed the matter, and the Imperial Advisor made concessions by resigning as the head of the Dali Academy. Moreover, when the Imperial Advisor and Yang Yuan released Yi Futian and sent him away, they had betrayed the Dali dynasty. And he had also said that he was the seventh swordsman in Dali dynasty, and only when he returned to Emperor Xia's dynasty would he be Yi Futian once again. He was the seventh swordsman at the time, so the Imperial Advisor's residents considered the relationship between master and apprentice. But now, for that matter, although Emperor Li did not blame the Imperial Advisor, the situation in the Dali dynasty had changed subtly, and there must have been a seed of doubt planted in Emperor Li's heart. Now, this was an opportunity for the Imperial Advisor of Dali to prove himself. If he killed Yi Futian, then the Imperial Advisor was still the same as he was before, below one man, and above all the rest. Master, His Majesty wanted to test you, Yang Yuan said, and everyone else was silent. Of course, they were all too clear on this point. The Imperial Advisor of Dali's heart was also as clear as a mirror. Since that time, he had been cultivating at Imperial Advisor's residence and had rarely asked about any matters of Dali. Emperor Li wanted to find a pretext to get him to come out again and take control of Dali. Surely, there would no longer be any resistance then, and no one would dare to object. Naturally, this was because he valued the Imperial Advisor, but at the same time, it was also a test for him to see whether or not he was loyal to Dali dynasty. In a certain sense, he served as the Imperial Advisor with great power, and Emperor Li treated him well. Yi Futian was only a disciple. As a person of the opposing realm, there should be no hesitation, and there was no question about Emperor Li's action. However, that disciple for such a short time was the one he admired the most besides Yang Yuan. Although their positions were different, ultimately, it was difficult to make a move against him. What do you think? Asked the Imperial Advisor. Master, go, Yang Yuan said. His Majesty had already commanded them. If they did not obey, what would the Emperor think? The seventh swordsman gave up the opportunity and chose to return to Emperor Xia's realm. With his state of comprehension, seventh swordsman will understand and respect the master's choice, Mr. Nanzhai also advised. The others did not speak, and Lu Chuan sighed. This time, it was all manipulated by Li Yao. Whatever happened before had a great impact on Li Yao. So, his report to Emperor Li this time was full of vitriol and bad intentions. Whatever choice they made would be the wrong one. The Imperial Advisor of Dali had been reluctant to get involved because if he killed Yi Futian, judging from the value that Emperor Xia placed on Yi Futian, it would leave the Imperial Advisor's residents with little choice. If he didn't go, it would suggest that he had a difference in opinion. Now, from Emperor Li to everyone in Dali dynasty, they were all of one mind, and he wanted the Imperial Advisor to go. Even the supporters of the Imperial Advisor had hoped that the Imperial Advisor could wash his name by killing Yi Futian and regain the power he once had in Dali. Under these circumstances, there was almost no other choice. Li Yarrow had counted on this too. Dad, Futian called out. Her voice was a little low as she bowed her head slightly, and those eyes that were not seen were filled with tears. She knew the difficulties her father was facing about whether to go or not. However, did she wanted her father to face off with the seventh swordsman? The Imperial Advisor of Dali turned around. He smiled at Yang Yuan and the others. He then stroked Futian's long hair, whispering, I am the Imperial Advisor of Dali, and as His Majesty had commanded me, I shall fight. Will you kill him? Feishua looked up slightly, facing the imperial advisor. Those from Emperor Xia's realm were escorted and protected by the great shaman. How do you know that Dali would win the battle between Emperor Lies and Emperor Xia's realm in the Crimson Dragon realm? The imperial advisor said with a smile. Maybe the seventh swordsman will give us a surprise. In this battle, everyone had their stance, and he would do his best. This was his duty as the imperial advisor of Dali. Back when we sent him to Emperor Xia's realm, I said that in the future, if we ever met again on the battlefield, I would not be merciful, Yang Yuan said. Now, they would meet on the battlefield. How did he answer? Imperial advisor asked Yang Yuan because he had never mentioned this before. He said he would, Yang Yuan replied. The imperial advisor of Dali was stunned for a moment. He walked forward with a great laugh, saying, Nanjai, you stay here to take care of Feishua. The others will follow me to the palace. Yes. The disciples nodded. Dad, I'll go with you. Feishua cried out. The imperial advisor glanced back at her and said softly, Nanjai will take good care of you. As he finished, he continued to walk. Yang Yuan and the others followed closely behind. Mr. Nanjai and Feishua stayed, watching them as they left. Mr. Nanjai secretly sighed. This trip, whether it was a good omen or an evil one, perhaps the master already knew. As for Feishua, how could the master possibly take her along? If the master did that, Emperor Li would question his motive of taking his family away. Second brother, will Dad and the seventh swordsman both be okay? Feishua whispered in the direction of the departure of the imperial advisor. Her heart was extremely conflicted. This time meeting on the battlefield, she did not wish for either side to be hurt. But, was this possible? Mr. Nanjai looked down at Feishua and said softly, Feishua, don't worry too much. Feishua said nothing and could only pray in her heart. This trip, it was best there was no fighting. If they fought, the hope was for everything to end peacefully. The imperial advisor had gone to Dali Palace for permission to depart, and the news caused great shock. Everyone knew the significance of this trip was far more than just killing Yi Futian. There was much significance behind it. What had happened with the seventh swordsman at the time had a significant impact on the imperial advisor of Dali and even affected the structure of Dali dynasty. The Prince Regent had once again regained power and led the nobles of Dali to the epitome of their power in Dali dynasty. The trip of the imperial advisor of Dali could change the situation, so naturally, many were observing closely. To the imperial advisor of Dali, one step forward in the right direction meant that everything would open up. But a false step may destroy the myth of Dali henceforth. After the imperial advisor decided to depart, the third prince personally requested to lead some cultivators along to assist the imperial advisor, and the emperor agreed. In time, a large group of powerful cultivators set off toward Crimson Dragon Realm through a teleportation grand matrix. Yi Futian, who was far away in Chenya city of the Crimson Dragon Realm, knew nothing of what had happened in Emperor Li's realm. He was still cultivating in Chenya city. Li Yarrow should have made some movement. In a blink of an eye, some time passed. On this day, inside a city in Crimson Dragon Realm, Li Yarrow looked up into the void and saw a large group coming. Their appearance gladdened Li Yarrow's heart, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He put his hands together and greeted those descending from the sky, greetings to the third royal brother and the imperial advisor. His Royal Highness. The imperial advisor nodded in return. The Li Yarrow of today was vastly different from before. After entering the Saint Plain, he became even more unfathomable. In the past, the imperial advisor released the seventh swordsman, saying that as long as he was the seventh swordsman, none shall pursue him. But now, the seventh swordsman is Yi Futian, who went undercover inside Dali dynasty and stole many of our methods of cultivation, including the deed of thorough comprehension of the imperial advisor, as well as the sword of Kasyapa, and other books from Dali Academy. Li Yarrow continued, now, Yi Futian has entered the Saint Plain and is highly valued by Emperor Xia. Even Xia Qingyuan accompanies him frequently. This man must be eliminated. Since the imperial advisor has arrived, let's head straight away to Chenya city and get rid of him. His Highness has been through the Battle of the Empty Realm, so you know that before the war, all three parties had to sacrifice to the flag, and then the three Renhuangs may begin the war. Yi Futian and Princess Xia Qingyuan were there, as well as the great shaman, which was sufficient to represent Emperor Xia's realm. If we desire war, we must first declare war, replied the imperial advisor. Imperial advisor, this is an emergency, and the person spied on our Dali dynasty. How can we declare war by formal means and run the risk of them fleeing? Li Yarou frowned. He instead believed that the imperial advisor wanted to allow Yi Futian to escape. The message previously relayed by His Highness was that Emperor Xia's realm captured a city within the Crimson Dragon realm, which is to be the foundation of Emperor Xia's realm here. If so, we will also occupy a city and use it as a base to declare war against Chenya City and Yi Futian's crime against Dali, and take him down with reason. If the people of Emperor Xia's realm flee without a fight, it would not be too late for us to chase after them and eliminate them, the imperial advisor continued. If I take someone to ambush Yi Futian, whose plane is way below mine, our Dali princes, who are outside, might also be ambushed by top figures of Emperor Xia's realm. Li Yarou looked at the imperial advisor. Although he was the prince of Dali dynasty, he had no right to command the imperial advisor. Otherwise, the situation today would not have existed. If this was really what the imperial advisor intended to do, there was nothing he could do. Even though he wanted to kill Yi Futian, he did not have such a strong power within his grasp that would allow him to move the great shaman, so he had to use some leverage. Let's do as the imperial advisor says, the third prince said. Very well. Li Yarou nodded. His voice was somewhat grim. In the Crimson Dragon realm, from the cities in the area surrounding Crimson Dragon City came the news that another city had changed hands. In the Crimson Dragon realm, from the cities in the area surrounding Crimson Dragon City came the news that another city had changed hands. The men who seized the city were cultivators from Emperor Li's realm and planned to rename the city as Li City. In a short amount of time, there were 2 consecutive seizures of cities, and both were done by Renhuang realms, which caused a lot of discussions. Moreover, many top figures had maps of the Crimson Dragon realm, and they knew that the Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm were 2 major adjacent Renhuang realms. Then this sudden seizure of the city by Emperor Li's realm without warning. Did it have anything to do with the cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm over at Chenya City? Soon, they knew the answer. After Emperor Li's realm captured the city, a messenger was sent to Chenya City. They went to the city lord's office and handed over a declaration of war. In Chenya City, when Yi Futian received the declaration of war, there was a slight disturbance in his heart. He put down the declaration of war and stood on the steps of the stairs. He looked into the distance, sighing silently. This seemed to be different from what he had expected. Why did the person who came have to be the imperial advisor of Dali? Behind him, a figure stepped forward and stood beside him, also looking into the distance. Man plans, God laughs, Xia Qingyuan said softly. Yi Futian's goal when he first came to Crimson Dragon Realm was to gain a foothold in Crimson Dragon Realm. He asked the Crimson Dragon Emperor to borrow the teleportation Grand Matrix to cross the border to Supreme Path Realm. The Crimson Dragon Realm was the main realm of the region, and its teleportation Grand Matrix was connected to various Renhuang's realms in the region. However, to cross the region to reach the higher realm was not something easily done. One must go through the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Therefore, coming to the Crimson Dragon Realm was also a trial. Before leaving, however, Yi Futian was reminded of the incident of being exposed while at Emperor Li's realm. If someone inside Emperor Xia's palace did it, then there was a chance that this trip may be exposed as well. Therefore, he asked Xia Qingyuan for help and had prepared for it. He wanted to wait for Li Yarou in this Crimson Dragon realm. As long as Li Yarou took the initiative to kill him, there was a chance to get rid of him. But Yi Futian had not expected that the person sent from Emperor Li's realm would be the imperial advisor of Dali. What happened at the time caused great havoc in Dali. It ended with the imperial advisor resigning from his post at the Dali Academy. Common sense would dictate that anyone but the imperial advisor to be used to deal with him. Weren't they concerned that the imperial advisor would let him go again? But apparently, Dali did not follow this thought pattern. They planned to use the Imperial Advisor to deal with him. This must have been a dirty trick thought up by Li Yao. Naturally, he knew how nasty the situation was. Now, he was caught in a dilemma. This situation was not what he had hoped for. The two of them stood there silently, not speaking. Yi Futian picked up the declaration of war again and turned to the opposite side. On that side, there was a line of writing on it: clear conscience, never fear. Xia Qingyuan turned around and glanced at it. She was now a little curious about this Imperial Advisor of Dali. The Imperial Advisor of Dali must have known that you would feel torn about this, so he wrote these 4 words. No matter how you choose, I have no preferences, Xia Qingyuan said softly. Fight or retreat, she was fine with either. Thank you very much, Yi Futian said softly. The master came in person to fulfill his obligation. We have already established a foothold in the Crimson Dragon realm and have taken Qianye City. How can we walk away from it now? And if we walk away, can we come back again? He smiled and then sliced a corner off of his robe. With the sound of tearing, an edge of the robe came off. Xian Qingyuan focused her eyes on Yi Futian's action. Her heart was slightly disturbed. Was this a gesture to break away? Why? Yi Futian engraved a line of words on that piece of clothing: no mercy on the battlefield. When he was done, he walked forward, ready to dispatch it with a messenger to Li City and hand it to the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor would understand what he meant. Emperor Li ordered the Imperial Advisor to come. He must fight with all his strength and kill him. He must not show mercy. Otherwise, it would be disloyal to Emperor Li. Emperor Li must have had his own take on what had happened. If it happened again, it would be difficult to predict what would happen next. Therefore, he cut off the corner of his robe to send a message. The declaration on the robe was delivered to the Imperial Advisor, and this exchange caused much attention within the Crimson Dragon realm. These two Runghuang's realms seemed to be on the verge of starting a great war in the Crimson Dragon realm. In this battle, who would win? However, neither side proceeded to start the war. As time passed, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon was drawing closer. The people of all major cities had all submitted a list of those who would be participating in the battle, but this time, Qianye City did not plan to participate. On this day, Sichu Yang came to the city lord's office and found Yi Futian. Sichu Yang had also heard about the news of the declaration of war by Emperor Li's realm, but she did not ask. This was not under her purview. City Lord Yi, Sichu Yang called out. Now that Yi Futian was named the City Lord of Qianye City, the title of City Lord Yi seemed fitting. Is there anything I can do for you? Yi Futian asked with a smile. After this battle of the Sleeping Dragon, it will be the 10th battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Do you know that after every 10th of the battle of the Sleeping Dragon, there will be a grand event for all those who have received the Rising Dragon? Sichu Yang asked Yi Futian. I do know. Yi Futian nodded. He had known this very early on. Therefore, he had insisted on Yu Sheng taking part in the battle of the Sleeping Dragon. It's good for you to know that this time, it will be a huge opportunity. Sichu Yang nodded. The winners of the 10th battle of the Sleeping Dragons who got the Rising Dragon Order were all top figures. It could be said that they were all one step away from the Saint Plane, right underneath being saints. Immediately following, there would be a super showdown between the strongest. So, when Yu Sheng entered the battle, and when Sichu Yang saw Kong Xian, she thought, if Yu Sheng wins the battle, what will he do when he faces Kong Xian? In the end, Yu Sheng was given the Rising Dragon, but Sichu Yang didn't think about what would happen later. Yu Sheng was strong enough. Even if he faced other characters who had received the Rising Dragon, such as Kong Xian, his strength would be equal to them, and he would not be inferior. Furthermore, this face-off for bad killing. After all, they were geniuses who had obtained the Rising Dragon and were eligible to join the Crimson Dragon army. Well, Yi Futian nodded, and among the 10 strong men who won the Rising Dragon, one would be chosen, which was equivalent to picking the strongest among the countless top figures in the Crimson Dragon realm. That person would receive the Crimson Dragon Emperor's reward. They would also enter the most powerful palace of cultivation in Crimson Dragon realm, the regional palace, to cultivate. The regional palace was known as the place to train the regional kings of the realm. Many of the people who came out of it had become upper-level figures in the Crimson Dragon army, not just ordinary members. There were very few cultivators in the regional palace, which could be described as rare. It was similar to Dali Academy, but it was far stronger than Dali Academy. This was the gathering place of the kings of the realms created by the Crimson Dragon Emperor. From there, Renhuang were born. Renhuang of all realms were also willing to send future descendants to cultivate there. Therefore, many of those who participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon were aiming at the regional palace and wanted to seize an opportunity that could change their lives. Such a place was where Futian hoped that Yusheng, Wuchen, and even the third brother could all enter to cultivate. However, among the winners of the 10th Rising Dragon, only one would be selected. Therefore, Yi Futian intended Yusheng to be the one who entered the regional palace. And only Yusheng could fight. Otherwise, the third brother and Yi Wuchen, strong as they were, could they be certain to beat the 10 who had obtained the Rising Dragon? Everyone besides Kong Xian and Kong Zhon were people he had fought before. Who else could guarantee the win other than Yusheng? Even for someone as strong as Xia Qingyuan, there would be pressure. If there was an accident on the battlefield, such as being ganged up on, a strike was highly likely. You asked me to find out what's going on in Li City. They will send someone to participate in the next battle of the Sleeping Dragon, and just in time for the 10th. Whoever gets the Rising Dragon will meet Yusheng and the others, Sichu Yang continued. A flash crossed Yi Futian's eyes as he looked at Sichu Yang. Might the battle between the two Renhuang realms begin here? Was this the will of the Imperial Advisor, or was it the will of Li Yarou? If someone from the Dali dynasty were to join in the battle, and if neither of them was in the Saint Plain, then it would be one or both of them. At the time, the two strongest cultivators below the Saint Plain in Dali dynasty were Di Hao of Daoli Mountain and Dong Chen of Dali Academy. Later, Di Hao defeated Dong Chen, and he defeated Di Hao. It was just that, had they been brought over to the Crimson Dragon realm? He heard that the third prince had arrived with the Imperial Advisor, and now it was the third prince who was in charge of Dali Academy. I know, thank you, Yi Futian said to Sichu Yang. I'll go back now, Sichu Yang said, then turned to leave. The Battle of Sleeping Dragon was here once again, and the Rising Dragon platform at Crimson Dragon City once again became the gathering place of countless cultivators. As usual, the castle was crowded with people of the peak principalities everywhere. Many of the cultivators of the Dali dynasty were there, such as the third prince and Li Yarou. This time, the people of Dali would participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. The Imperial Advisor of Dali, Yang Yuan, and the others had also arrived today. At the top of the castle, all eyes were fixed on the huge cylinder covered by the light screen. Such a cruel battle, and the style of martial arts could indeed produce a group of top characters, fanning the interests in martial arts and its success. However, such a cruel way of competition was not greatly favored by the Imperial Advisor of Dali, so he was little lacking in interest. Great teacher, about a month ago, the people of Emperor Xia's realm swept through the powerful men at the Rising Dragon platform, especially Yi Futian's good friend Yusheng, whose strength suppresses cultivators of all sides. He made a name for himself, Li Yarou said to Yang Yuan, who was next to him. He continued, what does the great teacher think about Di Hao and Dong Chen of Dali's chances? I don't know, Yang Yuan responded lightly. You will know after the exchange, Li Yarou said. He didn't care about Yang Yuan's cold and arrogant attitude, he was already used to it. Just opposite them, a group came quietly. Yang Yuan and others looked at them instantly and saw Yi Futian arrive with many cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm dynasty. He was accompanied by the great shaman, who was clad in the cloak. Yi Futian walked to the edge of the castle. His attention focused on the Imperial Advisor of Dali and Yang Yuan opposite of him. There was a smile in his eyes. When they parted in the past, they never expected to see each other this way. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The Imperial Advisor of Dali and Yang Yuan, likewise, looked toward Yi Futian. Previously, Yi Futian appeared as the seventh swordsman, and the only time Yang Yuan saw his true identity was the time when he escorted Yi Futian back to Emperor Xia's realm. The imperial advisor of Dali and Yang Yuan, likewise, looked toward Yi Futian. Previously, Yi Futian appeared as the seventh swordsman, and the only time Yang Yuan saw his true identity was the time when he escorted Yi Futian back to Emperor Xia's realm. This was the first time that the imperial advisor of Dali had seen Yi Futian's true visage, but he still recognized him at first glance. Although his temperament had changed completely, but it was still outstanding. Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm greets the imperial advisor and the great teacher. Yi Futian bowed slightly toward the imperial advisor and Yang Yuan in the opposite direction. He referred himself as Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm was a clear marking of the boundary, as he did not address them as master or brother any longer. Respect and boundary were not mutually exclusive. If they got too close, it might cause them trouble instead. He had sent the message using the fragment of his robe, and the master should understood his intention. Next to him, Xia Qingyuan also looked in the opposite direction and said, Xia Qingyuan of Emperor Xia's realm greets the imperial advisor of Dali. The imperial advisor looked at the two and nodded with a smile. Yi Futian, I once said that the moment you returned to Emperor Xia's realm and we meet on the battlefield, I will not be merciful. You should be careful in the future, Yang Yuan said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and nodded, and replied, and my response is still the same. On the side, Li Yarrow listened to the conversation and looking a little gloomy. Was this a complete disregard of his presence? From the moment Yi Futian arrived, he had never acknowledged him. As if he didn't exist at all. How insulting this was. Xia Qingyuan, you have received the declaration of war? Li Yarrow looked at Xia Qingyuan and asked. Xia Qingyuan looked coldly at Li Yarrow, and heard him continuing, what Yi Futian did in Dali were sins beyond forgiveness. If you are willing to surrender him to us, then we will treat this whole affair as if nothing ever happened, otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear entirely. After the defeat of the Battle of the Empty Realm, someone was sent to ambush, and had infiltrated deep inside without being detected. Li Yao, where did you get the courage to even open your mouth? Xia Qingyuan continued, I heard that you have now entered into the Saint Plane, just at the same time that Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm was also entering the divine path. Since you can't let this go, you might as well fight a battle to the death, what say you? When Li Yarrow heard Xia Qingyuan's words, his face darkened, to fight to death against Yi Futian. Although Li Yarrow himself was also quite excellent, but to have him face off against Yi Futian in the same realm, he had no confidence of winning at all. During the battle in the Empty Realm, the battle between Yi Futian and Di Hao was a peerless match. It was rumored that before he became saint, Yi Futian had forcefully gone to the Xiao clan and killed Xiao Sheng, who had already entered the Saint Plane. As a peak sage, he had defeated the existence of a saint, and used that battle to enter the divine path. Such was Yi Futian, and how could he fight against that? Li Yao, thank you for the care you've taken while I was at Dali. Yi Futian glanced at Li Yarrow and suddenly Li Yarrow's eyes were full of murderous intent. Yi Futian's words inadvertently poked at his wound. Just wait and see. Li Yarrow looked down at the rising dragon platform. Yi Futian took out a storage ring, which contained the treasures and sacred spirit stones that he had earned in the last battle of the sleeping dragon. He turned around and looked behind him, and smiled at Sichu Yang, saying, how about doing me a favor? Go ahead, Sichu Yang said. Put it all on Di Hao, Yi Futian smiled, you can also make some adjustments, but don't go to the extremes. I don't have absolute confidence this time either and can only say that the chances are good, about 50%. Alright, Sichu Yang nodded. They had missed an opportunity last time. This time, she believed in Yi Futian. Di Hao's strength was acknowledged by Yi Futian. At the time at Dali Dynasty, besides him, Di Hao was truly invincible. He was the adopted son of King Tiandao, a peerless figure cultivated by Daoli Mountain. After the defeat of Di Hao in that battle, and after he had cultivated for such a long period of time, presumably, his realm had advanced, and he must definitely be one of the top figures below the Saint Plane. Of course, the people participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon were not weaklings themselves, and there must be stronger opponents, so he did not have absolutely assurance. But Yu Sheng had a major victory last month at the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, and so Dali had dispatched the likes of Di Hao and the others to combat, must be because they wanted a definitive result and would be employing their full capacity. Those who answered the call would not just be Di Hao, but also several other top figures like Dong Chen. Therefore, Yi Futian was willing to bet on this opponent. If he lost, it was only the winnings from last time. He did not put any of his own capital in and did not ask for Xia Qingyuan for a loan again. So it was just for the fun of it. Soon, the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon would erupt, and it would be another raging battle. Di Hao, Dong Chen and the others fought for themselves, and their strength has increased compared to before. Di Hao's God-burying bell, tripod of dragon and elephant, and the sword of Kasyapa were all top-notch offensive techniques. When the three major life spirits sang in unison, their power of might was amazing beyond belief, and would defeat the opponents consecutively. Dong Chen summoned the Dharma body of the Vajra, many arms blasted out at the same time, and it was equally overpowering. Even on a stage such as the Battle of Sleeping Dragon, he still belonged with the top characters. After all, the two of them in Dali were also the ones who could overcome Li Yao. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the fact that both of them were defeated once, they might have already entered the divine path. Of course, entering the Saint Plane required opportunity and timing, and now that their realm was on par, they were only waiting for the right time. In addition to the two, there was a very strong cultivator that Yi Futian had seen only once before, and they had made exchanges before. It was the swordsman at Daoli Mountain who had first used the sword of Kasyapa, 7 Sins. At that time, many thought that he would be the opponent of the premier swordsman of Sword Mountain, Jian Wu, but Yi Futian had seized the weakness of Jian Wu and defeated him with a single move. Now, 7 Sins had become even stronger. At the end of the battle, showdowns were between the strongest, Di Hao, Dong Chen, 7 Sins, and others joined forces to overpower the Rising Dragon platform and defeated many opponents. Finally, the three were successfully ascended to heaven. Witnessing this, Li Yao expressed a look of satisfaction. This way, Di Hao and the others could face off with Yu Sheng of Emperor Xia's realm. Was Yi Futian trying to send Yu Sheng into regional palace? Not so fast. They were all from the Ranhuang's realm, and their goal was not necessarily to join the Crimson Dragon army like the people of the Crimson Dragon realm, but if they could enter the regional palace, it was not a possibility to be refused. Kong Xian also arrived today to observe the battle. Like last month, the winner of this game would become her opponent. After 7 days, whoever is in possession of the Rising Dragon may take part in the battle of the regional palace, the Saint En the Void announced, and this couldn't be more familiar to the people in Crimson Dragon realm. The light screen disappeared. Li Yao glanced at Yi Futian and the others, then turned to move in another direction, walking toward Kong Zhon and Kong Xian. It's been a long time since I saw the two of you after the Battle of the Empty Realm, Li Yao said. Yi Futian looked over there, understood Li Yao's intention. Did Li Yao intend to continue the Battle of the Empty Realm? At the time, in the Battle of the Empty Realm, Emperor Li's realm teamed up with the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm, but it was obstructed by him. Now, would Li Yao make another attempt? Kong Xian, Kong Zhon, Jialo Feng, coupled with Di Hao, Dong Chen, and 7 Sins from Emperor Li's realm, such combination could indeed be considered as extremely powerful and a nearly invincible team. Of course, this strong showdown was not only for them, but also for the top figures in the Crimson Dragon realm. Perhaps, their strength was not necessarily weaker than Di Hao and Dong Chen. Even Yu Sheng would feel a touch of pressure in such a battlefield. Had I known, I would have participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon this time, Xia Qingyuan said when she saw Li Yao went to Kong Xian. If she and Jiyu Dongliu had participated in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon this time around, they would have been able to suppress Di Hao and Dong Chen, and the Battle of the Regional Palace after that would have not much to do with Li Yao and the others. It is better for the princess to not get involved in these killings and fightings, Yi Futian said with a smile while Xia Qingyuan gave him a dirty look. Could one avoid fighting in the world of cultivation? Her reputation in Emperor Xia's realm was not based on her breeding. Let's go. Yi Futian glanced at the direction of the imperial advisor and Yang Yuan and slightly nodded at them, then turned to leave. His main purpose for coming was to see the imperial advisor and his party. As for the battle between the two sides, naturally it would not take place here. The Crimson Dragon City was the only city directly ruled by the Crimson Dragon Emperor. No one dared to start a war here, so a battle would start somewhere outside the city. After Yi Futian returned, the two sides remained in peace, because after 7 days, there would be a battle. This face-off would be held in the regional palace. Anyone who has received the Rising Dragon in the 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon may participate in the war, but of course, they could also abstain. In this battle, no killing was allowed, therefore no death would occur, so no one would abstain. Many top characters participate in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon as trials, to join the Crimson Dragon army, and to exchange with other top opponents. In the end, they also wanted a chance to enter the regional palace. Of course, this was too difficult. There could only be one winner of the 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon, the invincible one who could overpower everyone else, may enter the regional palace to cultivate. There was a Crimson River in Crimson Dragon City. This river was a boiling river, like fire of magma. The fire of the Great Path flowed within the river. The regional palace was situated on the Crimson River. The sky around the majestic regional palace was of a reddish color, and the sky was full of red glow all day long. The entire regional palace was shrouded by the will of the Great Path. The will of the way was omnipresent and could be felt distinctively at any time. Some people said that underneath the regional palace, there was a great treasure of Renhuang, which was the cause of such a wondrous sight. Some people said that the entire regional palace was a rare treasure in itself, which was casted by the power of Renhuang, and gathered the will of the Great Path of heaven and earth. At this time, in the Crimson River, there was a figure standing on the regional palace and his gaze directed toward the opposite side of the Crimson River. These people had extraordinary temperament and were full of peerless beauty. Some were surrounded by the Great Path while others were hidden by the glory of Renhuang. When cultivating at the regional palace, one must always release power to defend against the burning will of the Great Path at all times. Therefore the breath of these people could be felt distinctly. Those who cultivated in the regional palace came from all the Renhuang realms of the Crimson Dragon realm, some were from other royal family, and some were the descendants of the top figures from all walks of life who were sent here to cultivate. Regional palace was known as the strongest place for cultivation in Crimson Dragon realm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Many people had gathered at the other end of the Crimson River. Many people had gathered at the other end of the Crimson River. Cultivators from all over the Crimson Dragon realm had come and were prepared to witness this battle between top fighters. The best cultivators from the Crimson Dragon realm always came to each battle of the Sleeping Dragon, but only a few of them could receive the title of Rising Dragon. However, today, 10 cultivators who had received this title were there and had chosen to send forth the strongest among them. It was evident that this was going to be a special match. Even though there was no betting on this match, and no one would die, it still drew much more attention than the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Everyone was looking straight ahead. The regional palace was there. It was the place that countless cultivators yearned for. The regional palace seemed to be covered by the red clouds that filled the sky like blood. To go there was everyone's dream. From where they were, they could faintly make out figures atop the regional palace. It seemed that they were interested in the battle as well. After this battle, another person would enter the regional palace and cultivate with them. At that moment, a group of figures walked up. There was suddenly a hubbub, and everyone's gaze turned to there. They saw the powerful figures walking towards the Crimson River. The cultivators from Xiong City have arrived, everyone thought. Xiong City was absolutely among the best of the cities around Crimson Dragon City. Just like Chenya City and Demon Peacock City, Xiong City had also been founded by one of Renhuang's realms in the Crimson Dragon realm. But its history was much longer. Emperor Xiong's realm had made an arrangement with the Crimson Dragon's realm many years ago. Now they sent out their forces from within the Crimson Dragon's realm. They were extremely powerful. Emperor Seong always sent his descendants to the Crimson Dragon realm to train. The person who had come from Seong City to take part in this battle at the regional palace was one of Emperor Seong's sons, Seong Nan. Seong Nan was extraordinarily talented and had great combat ability. In the battle of the sleeping dragon that he had taken part in, he had used his incredible strength to sweep away all other cultivators. He had dominated the battlefield. The sleeping dragon had risen into the sky, and Seong Nan had been entitled as a rising dragon. Everyone sized him up. Although he looked refined and cultivated, and there was a well-educated look to his face. Those who had witnessed the battle of the sleeping dragon knew that under his harmless appearance, there was a wild fighting spirit. If Seong Nan's face deceived you, you would die a miserable death. Xian Nan was, without a doubt, one of the favorites to win this battle of selection. Before Yu Sheng appeared, he would have been in the top 3. But now, many people did not dare to rank him so highly. It was not that Seong Nan wasn't powerful, it was just that many others were not inferior to him in any way. Seong Nan stepped forward, and everyone subconsciously made a path for him, letting him walk to the bank of the Crimson River and look out over the water. "It seems that we got here pretty early," said Seong Nan with a warm smile. He was looking at the regional palace before him. His eyes were sharp and domineering. Today, most of the conversations in Crimson Dragon City and the surrounding cities were about the conflict between Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm, and the conflict between Li City and Chenya City. It seemed that these conflicts had been brought to this battle at the regional palace. It looked like this would be their battlefield. How ridiculous. He had gone to see the battle several days ago. Di Hao and Dong Chen were incredibly strong and graceful, but could they beat him? If someone dared to say this, he would call them a fool. At this battle before the regional palace, there was only one opponent for him, the one from the ancient imperial city. There was another hubbub, as other cultivators started to arrive. The cultivators from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm arrived, led by Kong Xian and Kong Zhon, and they came to the bank of the Crimson River. At this battle, even those as strong as Kong Xian and Kong Zhon were not assured of victory. All they could say was that they would try their hardest to win. The people of the Dali dynasty arrived as well, led by the 3 princes. Di Hao, Dong Chen, and 7 Sins were all there. Li Yarrow searched all around with his eyes. It seemed like he was looking for someone. After a while, Li Yarrow looked up into the sky. There, he saw a group of figures descending. Suddenly, everyone all around made a place for them and watched them as they approached. Yu Sheng had arrived. This was someone who had previously been unknown, but after the battle of the sleeping dragon, his name shook the 4 corners of the earth. Yu Sheng of Emperor Xia's realm was incredibly powerful. He had swept away all the other cultivators at the battle of the sleeping dragon. With his terrible power, he had even thrown the demon Saint Crimson Dragon. It had been a truly frightening display of power. A monster like that would certainly show up at this battle. Yi Futian appeared as well and glanced over at Li Yarrow. Was he going to try and have Di Hao and Dong Chen try to stop Yu Sheng? Was that even possible? Di Hao and Dong Chen may have been strong, but they probably could not stand up to Yu Sheng in his current power. The cultivators from the ancient imperial city have arrived. At that moment, a clamor rose from the crowd. Everyone looked off into the distance. Whoever was coming was even more worthy of their attention than Prince Seong Nan had been. When he heard this, Yi Futian also looked off into the distance, where he saw the ones who were coming. The youth in the front appeared to be even younger than he was. His golden robes were shining brightly, and they were very flashy and beautiful. This was Xing Chou of the ancient imperial city. The reason that Yi Futian paid attention to the ancient imperial city was that it was very legendary, having the word imperial in its name. The ruler of the city was not an emperor and had not been founded by another Ren Huang. But it still had the word imperial in its name. That was an incredibly arrogant thing to do. The reason the ancient imperial city was legendary was that it only had one great power in it. This force ruled the city, and no one dared to object. The ruler of the ancient imperial city was a legendary figure himself. He called himself Ninth Servant, which seemed like the name of an inferior person. But in reality, Ninth Servant was looked at by many people as the foremost city lord in the Crimson Dragon realm, and the strongest of all the lords. Some said that he had already made it through the Saint Plane and was one step away from the Renhuang level. Ninth Servant was but a step away from the Renhuang plane. With such a glorious reputation, there was no doubt that he was an extremely powerful figure. It was rumored that Ninth Servant had been a vassal of Emperor Jean of Emperor Jean's realm. After Emperor Jean fell, his realm was occupied, and so Ninth Servant escaped with Emperor Jean's descendants and brought them to the Crimson Dragon realm. The city that they occupied was named the Ancient Imperial City. And Xingqiu of the Ancient Imperial City was one of the powerful figures taking part in the battle before the regional palace. Even after Yu Sheng had revealed his incredible combat ability, Xingqiu was still ranked above him. This showed how legendary the Ancient Imperial City was and how powerful Xingqiu was. Yu Sheng had thrown a demon dragon at the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon. Everyone had seen it. The cultivators of the Crimson Dragon's realm were not stupid. But even so, they still thought that Xingqiu would be the one to enter the regional palace. So, this Xingqiu must be even stronger than Yi Futian had thought. He could even shake saint-level figures. Kong Xian and Kong Zhon looked at Xingqiu as well. They knew that he was their most powerful opponent besides Yu Sheng. No one at this battle of the regional palace could say that they were assured of victory. There were so many powerful opponents and no weak ones. Who would make this battle their stage? At that moment, a group of powerful cultivators descended from the sky. They wore red robes embroidered with dragon patterns, making them look like imperial robes. This was the symbol of the Crimson Dragon Army. They alighted on the bank of the Crimson River. Something seemed to be initiated as they arrived, as there was a burst of power that descended from the sky. The power was nearly divine and suppressed everyone's spirits and will. A heavenly mirror appeared up in the red sky, shining with brilliant morning light upon the Crimson River. The light of the great path fell upon them all, and upon the river, illuminating the battlefield. The light was shining directly upon everyone's battlefield. "Is this battle going to take place under the might of the great path?" whispered Yi Futian as he felt the power of the mirror. He looked at Shu Qiu and Qin Zhuang behind him and said, "If you're not going to fight, you should forfeit now." With a battle at this level, even though they wouldn't die, there was no point in participating if they weren't strong enough. "I won't fight," said Shu Qiu with a nod. He had not yet been enlightened, so there was indeed no point in him fighting. Anyone on the battlefield would have been able to crush him. "I want to feel what it's like," said Huang Zhouge. He knew that since he had not been enlightened either, he was not strong enough, but he still wanted to try. He was only a step away. This battle would be another chance for him. "I want to try too," said Qin Zhuang. Yi Wuchen looked out over the Crimson River with a solemn expression. He would naturally fight. An opportunity like this was rare, indeed. Those who won the title of Rising Dragon in the last 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon may come, said the cultivator in the air above the Crimson River. A group of cultivators stepped forward, advancing onto the battlefield. The victors of the last 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon arrived one by one. Everyone felt their blood boiling in anticipation as they watched those figures before the fight. What kind of contest would this be? There were top figures like Xingqiu of the Ancient Imperial City, Xiongnan, the Prince of Xiong City, Yu Sheng, who had thrown a giant demon dragon, Kong Xian and Kong Zhon of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, who possessed the 9-color divine light, Di Hao and Dong Chen of Emperor Li's realm, and others. How could a contest like this not excite people? Far off in the direction of the regional palace, several figures rose into the air. They crossed the Crimson River and stopped just outside the battlefield. It seemed that they had come to watch the battle. Everyone gave a sharp cry when they saw who one of them was. Xing Kai. Xing Kai of the Ancient Imperial City was a hero of the Crimson Dragon realm. When he had fought at the Battle of the Regional Palace, he had swept away all his opponents. He had been unopposed. After becoming a saint, he had remained undefeated. It was said that even after entering the Regional Palace, he had swept away all opponents there who were on the same plane as him. There was so much glory about him. He was truly a legend of his generation. And he was Xing Chou's elder brother. He had personally come from the regional palace to witness the battle at the Crimson River. He was waiting for his brother Xing Chou to sweep away all his opponents, just like he had, using his once-in-a-generation strength to cross the Crimson River and enter the regional palace to cultivate. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The Crimson River flowed like a stream of magma, dyeing the world red. The Crimson River flowed like a stream of magma, dyeing the world red. Light shone from the heavenly mirror in the sky, illuminating the space for the Battle of the Great Path. There were more than 30 people on the battlefield at that moment. In total, there were over 30 people who had achieved the title of Rising Dragon in the last 10 battles of the Sleeping Dragon, an average of about 3 people for each battle. But many of them were merely secondary characters. In most people's eyes, only a few people were participating in this battle at the Crimson River. Is Xing Chou like his brother? Can he use his unmatched strength to sweep away all others on the battlefield and enter the regional palace to stand shoulder to shoulder with his brother Xing Kai? Everyone watched in solemn silence. They had high hopes for Xing Chou of the ancient imperial city. Could Xiong Nan, the prince of Emperor Xiong's realm, Kong Xian and Kong Chan, the descendants of the demon peacock emperor, and the incomparably overbearing Yu Sheng threaten Xing Chou? But before this, Yu Sheng and the others from Chenya City would probably have to come into conflict with those from Emperor Li's realm. And they were also compelling figures. "Begin," said the head of the Crimson Dragon army, up in the sky. He had not stated the rules for this battle. Nothing was forbidden in this battle, save for killing your opponents and relying on outside help. The last person left on the battlefield would be the winner. There were no other rules. You could fight as you pleased. They only cared about the ending. The strongest one among them would be rewarded by the Crimson Dragon Emperor and would enter the regional palace to cultivate. Powerful auras swept out all over the battlefield. Everyone stood there solemnly and did not move. Just the burning air coming off the Crimson River and the majesty of the Great Path descending from the sky were suffocating enough to make them release their power to resist them. With a long cry, Jialo Feng rose into the air. Everyone looked up at him and saw a brilliant golden light shining from him. A divine golden rock appeared around his body. Jialo Feng of the Jialo royal family's true body was that of a golden rock. The brilliant light of the Great Path flowed across the rock's divine wings. He narrowed his eyes proudly and swept them over Yu Sheng and the others. At the Battle of Empty Realm, he had not only been defeated by Yi Futian, he had dominated him. He had been utterly humiliated. But he was of the Jialo royal family. Zap! A bolt of golden lightning pierced through the air with great speed. In a flash, the rock's feathers shot out, sharper than any sword, cutting through the air as they sped towards Yu Sheng. Boom! There was the sound of a mighty footstep as dark golden light flowed and blazed. The wind whistled as Yu Sheng raised his fist, slamming it into the sky, making even Jialo Feng's mighty form tremble a bit. The wild fist tore through the air and collided violently with the onrushing feathers. There was an ear-piercing grating noise that filled heaven and earth as Yu Sheng's fist was scratched by the feathers, but they could not cut through it, and some of them were even slammed to the ground. Jialo Feng was sent flying backward. Such power, everyone felt their hearts tremble. Yu Sheng of Chenya City seemed to have the strength of a god. He was not inferior in the least to those who had the blood of Ren Huang and was possibly even superior to them. Could it be that he was the descendant of some powerful figure of Emperor Xia's realm? "You are no opponent for him, Jialo," came a voice. Kong Xian stepped forward with her peacock feathers spread out, covering the sky. Divine light shone from her. When she spread her feathers, they seemed to contain the power of the Great Path and the ability to suppress heaven and earth. She could naturally see how strong and talented Yu Sheng was. He was a natural-born warrior. At the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, he had thrown a demon saint, and from this, his power was undeniable. He was indeed a madman when it came to battle. Even though Jialo Feng's attack power was peerless, he was still at a disadvantage when faced with such resistance. This showed how strong Yu Sheng was. Kong Xian stepped forward and descended to the ground where Yu Sheng was. Her divine light flashed brilliantly as it fell from the sky. At that moment, 9-colored light covered Yu Sheng, and her beautiful figure became even more so until it was almost suffocating. Unfortunately, Yu Sheng did not know how to appreciate it, and he looked indifferent. Everyone who was watching looked on in wonder. This princess of the demon peacock emperor's realm had truly inherited the beauty of a peacock. But under this beautiful exterior was a terribly threatening aura. The 9-color light fell from the sky, and each beam of light carried with it the majesty of the great path. The light struck out towards Yu Sheng, seeking to destroy that entire space completely. Everyone trembled. The first fight would be between such strong opponents. Kong Xian of the demon peacock emperor's realm and Yu Sheng were both some of the most highly ranked fighters at today's Battle of the Crimson River. At the very least, they were both in the top 10 and possibly even the top 5. And these two people had clashed as soon as the battle started. This would be a mighty contest, indeed. Yu Sheng felt the pressure of the great path upon him. The 9-color light was shooting towards him faster than lightning and carried with it the power to suppress, destroy, kill, and rend him apart. The power of the demonic path was integrated within it, giving it the ability to destroy anything. He stepped up into the air, dark golden light flowing all over him. He glittered with golden light as he was covered in a layer of sacred armor. Yu Sheng clenched his fists and descended upon Kong Xian. As he stepped out, the divine light slammed into him, causing a horrible booming sound that shook him. It burst upon his body, forcing him to take a step backward. But his powerful body seemed able to withstand the power of the great path. His every step brought him a little closer forward. The ground shook, and the great path thundered as a terrible pressure appeared around him. It seemed like it was trying to crush everything around him on the earth and in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The brilliant divine light seemed to be endless as it slammed against him wildly. Each strike made everyone watching tremble. It was too wild. This kind of attack still could not break his flesh. Other than Yu Sheng, there was probably no one on the battlefield who would dare to bear the attacks of Kong Xian's 9-colored light on their bare flesh. How had he tempered his body to be so strong? Did he have this dark power, this demonic aura, because he had studied the demonic arts and tempered his body with them? Kong Xian trembled inwardly as well. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes, her long hair flowing in the wind. She was confident that her attacks were at the limit of what was possible at this level, but they were not able to break Yu Sheng's flesh. Boom! He took another step. Yu Sheng was continuing forward, coming closer and closer to her. His cadence harmonized with the great path, making her feel a suffocating pressure as she stood up in the sky. Her body felt heavy. Finally, Yu Sheng took a mighty stride and crossed through the air. He would be right in front of her in a moment. Kong Xian moved as well. The 9-colored light flowed over her slender arms, and she clenched her fists. Her hands were suddenly wrapped in the 9-colored light, the flowing bright glow of the great path. Her figure flashed like a lightning bolt, crossing through the sky and descending right in front of Yu Sheng. She struck him with her fists at the same time as the 9-colored light lashed continuously at him. She was also incredibly skilled at close combat. In a flash, countless fist shadows struck out in harmony with the 9-colored light. It was like every beam of the 9-colored light had transformed into a fist. Yu Sheng gave a great cry and thrust his fists into the air, slamming them into the great path. In a flash, there was a loud rumbling sound that pierced the sky. The air trembled as he faced Kong Xian head-on. At that moment, Yu Heng pulled back his arms, and many illusory arms appeared. Finally, a fist cut through the air and collided with Kong Xian's fists. In a flash, many fist wills overlapped, and the 9-colored light shattered violently. Kong Xian was sent flying backward. Kong Xian has been beaten back. Everyone's hearts were racing. 2 months ago, the divine and powerful demon princess had swept away everyone else on the rising dragon platform, so brilliant that she seemed peerless. But here at the Battle of the Crimson River, she had been beaten back. The Battle of the Crimson River was truly worthy of being called a battle of top figures. Yu Sheng did not stop his attacks. He did not believe in going easy on women, and so he stepped forward again. The great path resonated with his steps as the air around him was pressed down. He struck out with a fist as he continued forward, and fist will overlapped over more fist wills, extending his reach ever more. His power was without match, especially his Huangting fist will, which had his natural power and the power of the demonic arts integrated into it. Watch out! Kong Zhon stepped forward towards Kong Xian. Jialo Feng flashed over at the same time, and both of them attacked Yu Sheng, the power of their blows falling on him at the same time. Yu Sheng stepped up into the air and struck out with a fist. Everything in its path was destroyed as it pierced through the sky. Kong Xian blocked it with her fists of 9-colored light, but her defenses were pierced, and she was sent flying backward yet again. There were traces of blood around her mouth. But she just wiped the blood off. She floated in the air. Her peacock feathers opened up again, looking even more beautiful than before. A bit of sovereign light flowed over them, making them incomparably bright. The great path was within her. Higher up, Kong Zhon released his powerful aura. He and Kong Xian stared at Yu Sheng. This Yu Sheng of Qianye City's combat ability was greater than they had imagined. The light from the golden rock was dazzling. Jialo Feng was getting ready to rejoin the battle. The 3 top cultivators of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm were about to join together to fight Yu Sheng. At the same time, battles were breaking out in other directions. In one place, the 3 great cultivators of Emperor Li's realm, Di Hao, Dong Chen, and 7 Sins were walking towards 3 people from Emperor Xia's realm. Yi Wuchen, Huang Zhoge, and Qin Zhuang. Dong. A bell sounded, shaking everyone's spiritual will. The 3 spirits, bell, cauldron, and sword, appeared behind him. A tall and mighty Vajra body appeared behind Dong Chen, with many arms. It was covered in divine light like a spell of invincibility. Sword will wrapped around 7 Sins' body, resonating sharply with each other. Many swords of Kasaipa were formed. Yi Wuchen faced Di Hao, Huang Zhoge faced Dong Chen, Qin Zhuang faced 7 Sins. Swords of Kasaipa were forming around him as well. This made 7 Sins look very angry. And Li Yarrow, who was watching from the banks of the Crimson River, looked even more gloomy. He had personally given the sword of Kasaipa to Yi Futian. Now he had taken it back to Emperor Xia's realm and had apparently already taught the knowledge to many people. Qin Zhuang had learned how to form swords of Kasaipa. Yi Futian was not thinking about how Li Yarrow felt. He was watching the battlefield. It seemed that this truly was a continuation of the Battle of Empty Realm. In yet another battle between the realms of the 3 emperors, Emperor Xia's realm was once again facing an attack from 2 realms. This battle was an important test for Wuchen, Zhoge, and Qin Zhuang. The pressure on them was great. But they could not be killed in the Battle of the Crimson River, so he was not worried. Winning or losing would test their states of mind, but he believed that Wuchen and the others, who had come up from the lower world step by step, could all withstand such a test. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Di Hao stepped towards Yi Wuchen, his god-burying bell shaking everyone to their core. Yi Wuchen felt his mind come under serious attack. His swordsman's will trembled. Di Hao stepped towards Yi Wuchen, his god-burying bell shaking everyone to their core. Yi Wuchen felt his mind come under serious attack. His swordsman's will trembled. A sword clashed and shrieked in his mind, looking bright and resplendent. But the sword shook under the toll of the bell. The god-burying bell wanted to destroy the sword and tear it completely apart. A beam of brilliant light was melded into the sword, protecting it. The terrible sword will shot out of his eyes, piercing into the eyes of Di Hao, who was still walking towards him. Yi Wuchen's sword spirit was a spirit elemental. The sword had tempered his willpower. It was firm and unshakable. And his swordsman's will was extremely stable. The swordsman's state of mind was unblemished. His will could not be destroyed. But even so, the god-burying bell was still difficult to bear. But he still took a step forward, single-minded, his sword will moving with him. The world between him and Di Hao turned into a world of illusory swords. There were swords everywhere. Di swept his gaze over the illusory swords, looking indifferent. The bells still rang, and he knew what was an illusion and what was real. At the same time as that, the precious cauldrons flew over. They were engraved with a pattern like a mighty dragon that had been to be extraordinary. Endless precious cauldrons descended, slamming towards Yi Wuchen, trying to break everything around him. Seventh swordsman was not there, and so Di Hao was the foremost person in the Dali dynasty below the saint level. His power was clear for all to see, and his knowledge of the great path seemed infinitesimally close to that of a saint. He traversed a great distance with a single step. Yi Wuchen felt like he was under thousands of pounds of pressure. But he still held his back up straight, like the edge of a sword. He formed a sword mudra in front of him, and instantly, thousands of swords were floating in the air and whirling around his body, pointing up into the air. The endless swords formed a sword matrix, and they howled as they surrounded Yi Wuchen. One after another, the swords slashed through the air up into the sky, thundering towards the falling precious cauldrons. There was the sound of a shocking collision above Yi Wuchen. The precious cauldrons rotated as they fell, seeking to crush everything below them. But Yi Wuchen's swordsmanship swallowed them up, trying to destroy the power of the great path within them. An even more powerful sword will wrapped around Yi Wuchen. He was covered in swords. The thing was, when practicing swordsmanship, more swords did not necessarily make you more powerful. It was all in how powerful the swords were. I will use my sword for the path. Yi Wuchen looked very solemn. He closed his eyes and traced a seal in front of him. Divine light bloomed from him, and threads of will went flying towards his swords and melded into them. Suddenly, Yi Wuchen's body became indistinct. It was as if he was not real. Threads of sword will flowed from him. He seemed to become a part of all the swords. Each sword appeared in his mind. They were like his hands and feet. They were now a part of his body. When a sword bore the will of heaven and earth, it could cut through the air. Block. A sword cut through the air, slamming into a falling precious cauldron. The dragon-patterned cauldron resonated wildly but kept falling. Block. After that, another sword came. The sound of collisions rang out incessantly as sword after sword collided with the falling dragon-patterned cauldrons. Each time a cauldron fell into the sword-filled air below, cracks appeared in it. There was a loud noise. It was as if the air itself were splitting apart. All the precious cauldrons were shattered. They had been destroyed in an instant. Di Hao stared at Yi Wuchen. At that moment, the indistinct Yi Wuchen was like a statue, standing there without moving. He seemed to have become a sword of the great path himself. He knew that, at this moment, Yi Wuchen had almost no defensive power. If he could break through his swords, it would go badly for him. Di Hao stepped forward through the air, towards the space above Yi Wuchen's head. His precious cauldron life spirit howled as it descended upon Yi Wuchen's head. It constantly grew bigger as it fell until it became a divine cauldron that blocked out the sun. The power of the great path was within it. The radiance of the great path descended from above the cauldron, powerful enough to destroy anything. Countless illusory precious cauldrons fell behind it. The whole area became a death trap. The swords rattled. It seemed that they were being crushed and could not move. But the clattering swords continued to rotate, breaking up and counterbalancing the will of the precious cauldrons, and tearing through the air. They rose and shattered the illusions of precious cauldrons and shot towards Di Hao's precious cauldron life spirit. But just as they reached it, the precious cauldron just shook and sped up to suppress it. Yi Wuchen drew another seal in the air, and thousands of sword wills rose, slamming wildly into the dragon-patterned cauldron, slowing its descent. The two forces clashed wildly. Up in the sky, Di Hao's sword spirit clattered and shrieked. The matter around him coalesced into swords of Kasaipa. The swords of Kasaipa that had just formed shot towards Yi Wuchen, aiming for the finger he was using to draw seals. The swords shot through the air, seeming to ignore the vast distance between them. Yi Wuchen seemed to sense this, and his swords suddenly lined up in front of him, protecting his flesh. They shot out in all directions, colliding with the swords of Kasaipa that were flying towards him. The swords cracked and shattered each other. Di Hao stepped forward, and the ringing of his bell shook the sky. Swords of Cassipa continued to form and shoot, being created as quickly as they were destroyed. How many swords do you have? Dihao's voice melded with the ringing of the bell of the great path, thundering downward. Under the assault of 3 different powers, Yi Wuchen was subject to an immense amount of pressure. A line of scarlet blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. But he made no sound. He still stood there with his eyes closed. Not many people at the edge of the Crimson River were watching Yi Wuchen's battle. Most of them were watching others, such as Yu Sheng fighting off the 3 great cultivators of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm by himself. Their collisions shook the air. Every attack contained unimaginable power. It was truly astonishing. But Yi Futian was paying more attention to Yi Wuchen's battle. This was not the battle of the sleeping dragon. Yu Sheng. There would be no use in Yu Sheng helping Yi Wuchen and the others. They had insisted on taking part in this battle. They had wanted to experience this kind of fighting. If Yu Sheng came and helped them, what good would it do them? Dihao's 3 life spirits had all appeared. He was so close to the great path and was using his full power to attack. Wuchen would improve a lot from this, even though he was under so much pressure. And it was not only Yi Wuchen. At that moment, Huang Zhouge was being crushed by Dong Chen. Dong Chen's Vajra body was tall and mighty, like a divine Vajra. Its many arms were striking out with many palm prints, crushing everything in their path. Huang Zhouge's life spirit bloomed. His Renhuang body was tall and imperial, but unfortunately, it only had the form of a Renhuang, not the power. But even so, it held a sword pointed at the sky, cutting through the oncoming palm prints. This lasted until the powerful pressure from the palm prints reached him, and it crushed him to the ground, making it difficult to move. His arms trembled slightly. Dong Chen did not give him a chance to fight back. After he had crushed him, thousands of illusions shrieked forward and descended upon Huang Zhouge. Many shadows overlapped into one. He struck down with one finger towards Huang Zhouge's face. Dong Chen's most powerful attack was God Destroyer. This descending finger contained the attack power of the Great Path and could destroy men, gods, and ghosts. Huang Zhouge stared up at Dong Chen and gave a great cry. Renhuang light flowed from him, and an incomparably overbearing power swept out, slamming into Dong Chen. But it did not stop his finger. The finger descended, and a terrible strangling force rushed towards Huang Zhouge. It raged in his mind, destroying everything. At that moment, blood was running down Huang Zhouge's brow. His eyes were closed, and his Renhuang will was protecting his spiritual will. But Dong Chen's finger continued to assault his spiritual willpower. "You still won't admit defeat," called Dong Chen. The voice shook Huang Zhouge's mind. In Huang Zhouge's mind, his spiritual will was constantly bursting and evaporating. Lines of brilliant divine light were flowing, taking him back many years. At the Battle of the Imperial Mausoleum, his father had died protecting the tomb. He had traded his life to allow Huang Zhouge to enter the tomb and inherit the power of his ancestors. He had inherited the power of the Great Path, and his ancestors had used Renhuang will to cleanse his spiritual willpower and grant the power to him. So why had he still not reached enlightenment? He had dishonored his father's death and his ancestors. Blood kept running down his brow, but the light still shone brilliantly. Huang Zhouge had not given up. Yi Futian was uneasy as he beheld this scene. He had nothing to say. After the battle at the Imperial Mausoleum, Huang Zhouge's personality had changed. He was no longer as bold and generous as before, but had become more restrained and silent. In that battle, Huang Shi had traded his life so that his son could inherit the will of their ancestors. Huang Zhouge was presumably carrying a heavy burden. In this way, Wuchen was much more free than Zhouge. His sword was simple and unblemished. He hoped that Huang Zhouge could break through one day. Images flashed in Huang Zhouge's mind. He seemed to be able to see the scene of him inheriting his ancestors' power. His ancestors had had the power of Renhuang. Their chariots had thundered across the world, and everyone bowed to them. Wherever they pointed their sword, the heavens paled. With long sword and longbow, they had raged against destiny and the power of the gods. How magnificent it had been! But now, even though he had inherited his ancestors' power, he was being crushed. And he had still not reached enlightenment. The world was in turmoil, and the Renhuang will within him was vast. It spread throughout heaven and earth, and a suffocating force filled the area. It seemed that Ren Huang had truly arrived. Huang Zhouge squeezed his eyes shut even tighter. He seemed to have forgotten that he was under attack. All that he could see was that magnificent scene. He forgot about rule power, he forgot about the great path. He just used all his might to try and feel the images before him. Before his father had died, he had used the power of his ancestor Renhuang to step upon the great path. Had he seen the magnificent things Huang Zhouge was now seeing? Dong Chen frowned. He suddenly felt immense pressure. It was everywhere, like the power of Renhuang was there. It seemed that this area could not contain any other paths. Huang Zhouge's Renhuang body seemed to become larger and mightier. A burst of power came from within him, making Dong Chen's Vajra body come under enormous pressure. At that moment, Huang Zhouge opened his eyes. They seemed to have changed, becoming more imperious. As he looked at him, Dong Chen felt only that he should bow and submit. Whoosh! A wild aura swept out. Terrifying illusions appeared, a battle matrix that crushed heaven and earth, surging forth and slamming violently into Dong Chen. He felt his will was being dominated. This was the path of Renhuang. Dong Chen could naturally see the blood of Renhuang flowing upon the body of the one he was fighting, even though he had never attained enlightenment. But now, he could feel the power of the path of Renhuang. It was said that when a cultivator reached the Renhuang plane, they became pure Tao. Tao had given birth to the sky, the earth, and all things. It was as grand as heaven and earth, as brilliant as the sun and moon, and as magical as all creation. It was said that when a cultivator reached the Renhuang plane, they became pure Tao. Tao had given birth to the sky, the earth, and all things. It was as grand as heaven and earth, as brilliant as the sun and moon, and as magical as all creation. After Renhuang had become pure Tao, he had integrated it into his blood, into his life spirit, and into the magical power of creation. He preached about the Tao, and his descendants continued to become stronger through enlightenment. How much they could ultimately bear depended on their qualifications, experience, power of understanding, and tenacity. Some people were born with this talent, and some acquired it after birth. One's family background determined one's initial conditions, but when cultivating on the great path, you had to rely on yourself. As for which was more important, everyone had their own opinion. At that moment, Huang Zhouge finally knew why he had never been able to achieve enlightenment. It was because the Tao that he had perceived was different than that which had been passed down by his ancestors. He thought he would learn the ways of suppression and power because these were the rule powers that he had cultivated. But today, he realized that the Tao that his ancestor Renhuang had passed down was different. It could shake the world and suppress both gods and demons. The Tao that his ancestors had passed down was the Tao of an overlord. It could suppress the entire world and threaten even immortals and demons. Without the inheritance of his ancestors, he would not have been able to comprehend this kind of will. It was now possible for him to understand the path of suppression and the path of power. Tao needed to be in harmony with heaven. He had inherited the hegemonic will of his ancestors but had always been focused on the power of repression and strength. Thus he had never been able to step onto the path. That was until now, when he had forgotten about rule power and forgotten his own Tao. His mind was filled with nothing else but the Renhuang will of his ancestors, and it finally merged with his own will. Boom! There was another footstep, and a violent airflow swept out, throwing Dong Chen back. At the same time, Huang Zhouge's Renhuang sword slashed out. There was a loud noise as the Vajra body was thrown back as well. Huang Zhouge's temperament suddenly changed as well. His eyes became domineering, and will flowed around him, turning into martial phantoms. The illusions were so clear that they seemed real. Chariots surged around him, crushing everything beneath them. His Renhuang body grew taller and mightier, and hegemonic will swept out from the Renhuang sword as he stepped forward, pressing down on Dong Chen. It seemed that everything in the area would submit to him. His hegemonic will was like suppression, like power, and like destruction, but most of all, it was like strength. It contained the characteristics of the Great Path, and could even suppress the Tao within others. Thus, Dong Chen felt his will being dominated. This was hegemonic will. As his will was activated, Huang Zhouge felt his life spirit changing. This was still not him truly becoming a saint. When he did truly become a saint, his talents would probably change once again to absorb more of the power that he had inherited from his ancestors. The blood surged through his veins. As he stepped forward, Dong Chen could feel the pressure growing stronger. He struck out, and suddenly, the Vajra body's many arms struck out as well. The air trembled as they swept through it. Huang Zhouge gave a great roar as he continued forward, and an incomparably violent airflow swept out from him. All the air around him turned into a true battlefield as chariots surged and thundered forward towards where Huang Zhouge pointed with the Renhuang sword. A scene of absolute destruction appeared as thousands of chariots and soldiers charged towards Dong Chen. At that moment, many people were watching Huang Zhouge. The changes that had happened to him had naturally attracted a lot of attention. Watching this scene, Yi Futian was naturally happy for Huang Zhouge. Had he finally achieved enlightenment? They were different now than when they had been in the 9 states. The people of the 9 states had limited talent. After cultivating for many years, many of the top figures had the right states of mind, but they could not comprehend the Tao, and thus could not become saints. They had to borrow power to break through their limits by participating in the battle of proving holiness and using the opportunity provided by Emperor Xia. But cultivators like them needed to continue in a more steady fashion, advancing towards the understanding of their own Tao step by step. Only when the Great Path was stable could they advance farther along it. This was a big change for Huang Zhouge. He was now much closer to becoming a saint. Many other battles were breaking out across the battlefield besides those of Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen. Previously, Xing Chou and Xiong Nan had not even started fighting yet, just letting their assistants join the battle, and only getting involved when they were defeated. Now, Xiong Nan clenched his fists, and suddenly, a godlike figure blasted down from the sky, smashing into one of his opponents. He turned and looked towards Huang Zhouge. He was someone who was a pure-blooded descendant of Ren Huang. As a son of Emperor Xiong, he naturally knew the strength of the bloodline of Ren Huang. Those at the Ren Huang level were so powerful that when they cast a spell, even their descendants would be affected by it. This battle of the Crimson River was getting more and more interesting. Compared to Huang Zhouge, who was transforming on the battlefield, Yi Wuchen seemed to be in great danger at this moment. Di Hao, the foremost figure below the saint level in the Dali dynasty, was attacking him wildly. Drums and bells rang as he attacked with his endless swords of Kasaipa. Yi Wuchen was currently fighting at the limits of his power. He had integrated every bit of sword will into his own willpower, and was wielding them to their fullest extent. But he was still in danger. It was just like Di Hao had asked. How many swords did he have? His sword chi might be limitless, but how much spiritual energy had Yi Wuchen put into his swords, and would he have enough time? The swords of Kasaipa wrapped around Yi Wuchen, striking at him again and again, cutting holes in the swords that surrounded Yi Wuchen. At the same time, the dragon-patterned cauldron was pressing down bit by bit, seeking to shatter the sword curtain that covered Yi Wuchen and crush the swords below it. Blood ran down from the corner of his mouth and stained his robes. But he still persisted. Swords materialized constantly and were integrated into his will. They struck out towards the dragon-patterned cauldron and towards the swords of Kasaipa. One sword after another. Though they became slower, he still kept creating them. His head seemed like it was about to burst. Even with the blessing of the Renhuang sword will, he still seemed like he was past his limits. But wasn't cultivation all about breaking through your limits? He knew that he was one of the weakest people here at the Battle of the Crimson River. Most of the people here were stronger than him, and many of them were a lot stronger than him. But he had still come. He wanted this to be a turning point for him. His goal was very clear. He wanted to get a step closer to the divine path. Since he did not have enough talent, His only option was to seize any chance he could get. That was why he had seized the Renhuang sword will, and why he had come here today. His talent may be limited, but his will was not. Moreover, he was not as untalented as he had been in the past. He had received a swordmaster's sword and had fought with it. He had felt the true divine path and knew what it was like. Now, he wanted to once again seize the chance to feel it. Wuchen. Yi Futian looked towards where Yi Wuchen was fighting. His heart was in turmoil. He and Yi Wuchen had walked this path together. They had come from the land of the 100 kingdoms to here. He knew him very well. He knew why Yi Wuchen was doing this. Yi Wuchen's state of mind was probably even tougher than his own. Dihao frowned. Was it really taking this long to defeat Yi Wuchen? Also, was Yi Wuchen crazy? If he pushed himself so hard it might have negative effects on him. And the Battle of the Crimson River did not permit killing, so why was Yi Wuchen being like this? He waved his hands, and suddenly, more sword will gathered together. Brilliant swords of Cassiopeia cut through the air and fell towards Yi Wuchen. Swords appeared around Yi Wuchen, but they had great difficulty blocking the attack of the swords of Cassiopeia. The dragon-patterned cauldron continued to press downward. Dihao said coldly, "If you keep this up, you will be destroyed once your defenses collapse, and you will have no one to blame but yourself. At that time, no one will be able to say that I killed you on purpose." Yi Wuchen was resisting so doggedly that he had to keep increasing the power of his attacks. Once Yi Wuchen collapsed, all his defenses would collapse as well. In that instant, the destructive power would be too great for him to escape. But at that point, Dihao wouldn't be able to control it. Yi Wuchen heard what Dihao had said, but he still squeezed his eyes shut. His swords were still there, even as blood oozed from his brow. It was truly a shocking sight. But he had already come this far. A true warrior of the sword did not retreat. He remembered his master's words. A swordsman is neither proud nor impatient. A swordsman is fearless and dauntless. A swordsman's original nature does not change. It stretches as far as the eye can see. He did not have the potential that Yi Futian did. He had only his one teacher. At the Fuyun sword clan, a teacher had preached the way of swordsmanship to him and taught him how to become a swordsman. After he died, his last thread of sword will had gone into him and given him a message. He thought of his master's death and the destruction of the Liu kingdom. There were so many evil people in this world. But at the same time, there were swordsmen like his master, and cultivators like the swordmaster of Lihan, who had shown him the road of swordsmanship cultivation. One day, he would cleanse the world of Evilders with sword in hand. His swords, though broken and destroyed, seemed to be endless, and they went from moving slowly to extremely fast. Dihao frowned as he saw more and more swords coming into being constantly, and even extending wildly. Swords were even starting to appear around him. At that moment, Yi Wuchen felt that everything in all the vast world was filled with swords. Dihao had asked, "How many swords do you have?" At that moment, Yi Wuchen's voice rang through the air. "I have infinite sword." As he said this, infinite swords were truly born, enveloping heaven and earth. Up in the sky, the wind whistled through the clouds as sword will descended, shaking the world. On the banks of the Crimson River, everyone looked up with trembling hearts. It seemed like he was going to break through to the Saint Plain. It was not uncommon for this to happen during the Battle of the Crimson River. It had happened many times in history. But no one had thought that Yi Wuchen would be the one to do it. Yi Wuchen, who no one had any great expectations for, was actually going to break through to the next level. He was going to take his first step onto the divine path. This battle had no rules. From the moment when they stepped onto the battlefield, the regional palace would only accept the last one left. Therefore, even if you became a saint during the battle, you could continue to fight. On the path of cultivation, luck was an important factor. Moreover, with so many top figures on the battlefield, how could they prevent them from becoming saints? The regional palace only cared about results. Yi Futian was stunned at first. Then a bright smile appeared on his face. He would never have thought that after he became a saint, among Yu Sheng, Wuchen, the three brothers, Huang Zhouge and many others, the first one to break through to the saint level would be Yi Wuchen. Of course, this did not mean that Yi Wuchen was more talented than them. The Great Path had no system of seniority. But no matter what, Yi Wuchen had taken this first step in spite of his limited talent. This was truly a wonder. And the path of cultivation was full of wonders. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Someone becoming a saint had the potential to influence the outcome of the battle and upset the balance. Someone becoming a saint had the potential to influence the outcome of the battle and upset the balance. This was especially true since everyone in previous instances of the Battle of the Crimson River had already been outstanding fighters. Once they became a saint, they could sweep away all opponents. Therefore, in previous battles of the Crimson River, it had not necessarily been a good thing to become a saint during the battle. And sure enough, many gazes fell upon Yi Wuchen at that moment. A cold light flashed in Xingqiu and Xiongnan eyes, two of the people who were most favored to win. It was not that they bore any ill will towards Yi Wuchen. It was just that him becoming a saint during the battle would affect them. In light of this situation, they would have to deal with him before he completed his transformation into a saint. There was still a period in which he would need to comprehend the divine path, be baptized in the divine catastrophe, and then wholly step onto the divine path. This period was often fatal to those who were becoming saints unless they gave up. If they didn't, they would probably be affected by the divine catastrophe. At that moment, Yi Wuchen's sword will had cut through the assault of the swords of Cassiopeia. The powerful sword will smashed into the dragon-patterned cauldron high in the sky, causing it to shake incessantly. The mighty sword will wrapped around Yi Wuchen. Wuji swords appeared around him, covering the battlefield. It seemed that a catastrophe of swordsmanship was descending. The light of catastrophe blended with the red sky, making everything seem extremely oppressive and frightening. Yi Wuchen felt all the eyes on him. He knew that now that he had started the divine catastrophe, others would start paying attention to him. Those who had not cared about him before would now want to make him be the first to flee the field. "This is your chance to step onto the divine path. You should leave the field," said Xiongnan to Yi Wuchen. The fact that he was becoming a saint did not mean much to him. As a son of Emperor Xiong, he did not have any so-called respect for those who were becoming saints. As far as he was concerned, it did not matter who among them became a saint first. The goal of this battle was to enter the regional palace. Yi Wuchen looked at Xiongnan, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. He then looked towards Yu Sheng. If he fled now, would Yu Sheng be able to make it to the end? As Yi Wuchen hesitated, the divine catastrophe had gathered together and had arrived. Xiongnan walked towards him. He stepped into the air, reached out, and made a grasping motion. In a flash, a terrifying scene appeared in the air above Yi Wuchen's head. A divine figure could faintly be made out. It looked like a god. The figure stretched out all its fingers and pressed downward, forming a giant golden palm print in the sky. It rushed down to crush Yi Wuchen. The sword will around Yi Wuchen shrieked as it rushed up to resist. It collided with the palm print, and intense golden light burst from it. There seemed to be a light curtain flowing around it, slapping away the sword will. It continued downward towards Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen stretched out his single arm and pointed into the sky. His countless swords melded into one, a giant sword that smashed into the onrushing palm print. As the sword and the palm print collided, there was an explosion of brilliant golden light. Xiongnan looked indifferent. He glanced over the scene with eyes full of dazzling light that shone deeply within them. He put his hands out in front of him and formed a special seal. The divine figure was like a shadow of Ren Huang in the shape of Xiongnan. The seal went out, and suddenly the figure was surrounded by a 5-clawed golden dragon. Its massive claws swept downward, blotting out the sun as they tried to swallow Yi Futian up. Boom! A loud noise rang out as the massive sword was pressed down. "Your swordsmanship is not bad," said Xiongnan. "Since you've seized the chance to become a saint, you should stop here. You won't ever get a better chance than this." Yi Wuchen had taken the lead at the Battle of the Crimson River, being the first to seize the opportunity to comprehend the Great Path. But he was not the strongest one there. In fact, he was the weakest. Before he could become a saint, he would need to increase his strength. Staying on the battlefield would be foolish. That was, unless he was the best cultivator on the battlefield. But obviously, Xiongnan did not think he was. Seeing the great pressure that Yi Wuchen was under, Huang Zhouge, who had repelled Dong Chen, rose into the air. A dazzling radiance bloomed as he pulled back his bowstring. The Renhuang bow had 9 arrows on it, and they were locked onto Xiongnan. At the moment that he let the arrows fly, there was an ear-splitting noise that overpowered everything. The powerful arrows were able to shoot through the Great Path itself. Xiongnan glanced at Huang Zhouge, but at that moment, a figure stood between the two of them. It was Xingqiu, who was the favorite to win the Battle of the Crimson River. Brilliant light bloomed from him, making him dazzling to behold. He stood there casually, like a god of war. He looked unshakable. Xingqiu stepped forward, and a divine golden light curtain swept out from him. The overpowering arrows cut through the air and slammed into the light curtain, making a horrible noise. The air around them trembled fiercely. The arrows pierced through the light curtain bit by bit, seemingly able to destroy the will within it. But Xingqiu made a grabbing motion, causing another loud noise. A giant palm print grabbed up all the arrows and snapped them. Xingqiu did not care about Yi Wuchen, but if he entered the Saint Plane, things would be different. He naturally needed to stop him. Huang Zhouge stepped forward, the power sweeping out from his Renhuang body. He wielded the Renhuang sword. A majestic will swept out from him, striking towards Xingqiu with majestic purpose. But Xingqiu glanced at him indifferently. The descendant of Renhuang, who had just barely comprehended the Tao, wanted to attack him? That was like an ant trying to shake a tree. An extremely tall figure appeared behind him, looking like a god of war and filled with a sense of limitless power. Seeing Huang Zhouge striking towards him with the Renhuang sword, Xingqiu stepped into the air. The air around him trembled fiercely, and beams of brilliant light bloomed from him, seeming to resonate with the great worldly path. It seemed that everything in this area was his to use. The battlefield illusions around Huang Zhouge shattered wildly, and the god of war behind Xingqiu slammed its fist downward. The great path was suddenly integrated into its fist, and it seemed that the limitless power of the great path was behind this attack. It slammed directly into Huang Zhouge's Renhuang sword. A destructive storm swept out as the fist and the Renhuang sword collided. An overpowering force tried to split the fist apart, but terrible beams of light burst upon Huang Zhouge's body. The violent fist sent Huang Zhouge flying backward. Xingqiu still looked indifferent. The lofty and mighty god of war once again struck out with its fist towards Huang Zhouge as he flew away. In a flash, countless fists were stretching out beside it, pressing through the air. Huang Zhouge looked up into the sky. He felt like his opponent's fists were everywhere, and had become one with the heavenly path. The violent attacks fell upon him, and he continued to be sent flying backward until he fell upon the battle platform beside the Crimson River with a thud. The wind howled as even stronger fists fell from the sky, crushing down along with the god of war. Huang Zhouge looked up and saw that the god of war had the great path within it, and his heart trembled slightly. It seemed that he was nowhere near strong enough. Boom! There was a loud noise as Huang Zhouge's body bent until he was nearly lying on the ground. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Yi Wuchen's situation was dire as well. Xiongnan attacks were powerful, and the catastrophe of the Great Path was gathering together. It seemed like it could descend upon him at any moment. Defy also chose that moment to launch his attack on Yi Wuchen. The bell and cauldron rang, and his sword Qi cut towards him, cutting through his defenses. The swords of Cassipa cut directly through Yi Wuchen's body, and blood stained his robes. "Get out of her," said Xiongnan coldly. Suddenly, he struck out with his giant hand, slamming Yi Wuchen to the ground. Everyone watching from the riverbank trembled within their hearts. The moment of becoming a saint was a sacred time for any cultivator. But here on this battlefield by the Crimson River, It was treated as an abnormality and brutally suppressed. Boom! There was a loud noise as the catastrophe of the great path descended, piercing into Yi Wuchen's body. His flesh and spiritual will were bathed in sword will. His body trembled slightly. The attacks had seriously wounded him, and so as far as he was concerned, this was a bad time to face the divine catastrophe. Yu Sheng naturally saw what was going on over there. Over on his side of the battlefield, Kong Xian and Kong Zhon were launching violent attacks on him. 9-colored light shot down, its power shaking heaven and earth, slamming into him time after time. It was truly shocking to behold. At that moment, Yu Sheng swept out his arms, sending Kong Xian and Kong Zhon flying back. But a divine bird was swooping towards his head with its talons. It was Jialo Feng. He stretched out his left arm to block in front of him, and Jialo Feng's talons raked across it, trying to tear it apart. But Yu Sheng's other hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, grabbing the golden rock's talons. Bang! He stepped into the air as the golden rock struggled wildly, trying to break out of Yu Sheng's grip. But Yu Sheng was as powerful as a demon, and he suddenly threw the rock towards the ground. The golden rock tumbled downward, but he suddenly spat a golden sword from his mouth. Yu Sheng covered his eyes with his arm. The wind blew over them as they both fell towards the ground. He raised his arms, and with a loud noise, he slammed Jialo Feng into the ground. And before he could do anything, Yu Sheng stepped on his stomach, grabbing his golden wings. He began to pull his feathers out one by one, causing Jialo Feng to scream in pain. Yu Sheng ignored his cries. He looked up at Kong Xian and Kong Zhon in the sky. The ground shook wildly as he charged towards where Yi Wuchen was. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.